My son, forgive me. Being with me will lead you to death. You have to survive because you are the last one. Run, get out of here! They are coming! They must not find you.
I didn't want to see you when you came home, 'cause you always try to hurt me, and that's so low. When I talk to you about it, you're in defense mode. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. How can we work on ourselves when you say no? Whoa, oh, oh, oh. I'll never go on like this, so don't you think you got me up yet? I can't seem to deal with this. You try so hard to pull me in.
A forgotten neighborhood abandoned by the authorities, where rubble was piled up under the moonlight, was known as the Exile Zone. In one of the corners, a boy was observing a bright digital advertisement that said, "Death in the Club of the Living Dead is hope. Tournament update. A limited-time elimination match, 7-1. Only one survivor remains. Winner's prize, 3 million. Accumulative. A life-or-death battle between the wearers of the Black Ring, broadcast live across the district." The pink-haired, blue-eyed boy thought to himself, 3 million? If I win, that should be enough to buy it, right? Around his neck, he wore a black collar with a small light in the front. "What are you looking at?" said another boy, surprising him with a slap on the back. "Nothing, seriously," the pink-haired boy replied, awkwardly. "Huh? The Club of the Living Dead," commented the other, wearing a cloak and leaning in to try to see what was attracting so much attention. With an expression of disdain, he said, "Death is hope? Nonsense. What hope is there in death? Those slogans must be the creation of those eloquent bastards. In the end, they only treat our lives as a game, making us kill each other for their amusement. You're not having any strange ideas, are you?" he asked, pointing at the other with a suspicious look. The first boy shook his head frantically, denying it. "Well, that's good. It wasn't easy to create him," the friend replied, now satisfied. "By the way, did you get the supplies?" asked the blue-eyed boy. "Ah, of course. We'll have a feast tonight. Look," said the cloaked boy, revealing several boxes hanging on his body and a right arm fitted with a stinger, similar to Captain Hook's. The blue-eyed boy smiled, happy with the news, but his expression soon changed to sadness as he looked at his friend's arm, thinking, "Alvin's arm. It can't be delayed any longer." Alvin, the one-armed boy, put the cloak back over his body and, looking around, said, If others see our supplies, there will be trouble. Let's go home quickly." With his good hand, he grabbed the pink-haired boy by the collar and dragged him. "Okay," the boy replied, accepting the situation. Not far from there, two men were fighting behind a truck. "You can't! That's mine!" said one, pulling a package. "Looking for trouble, huh? Let go," retorted the other, not letting go. "Stupid old man! How can you eat without teeth?" said the younger one, pulling the package with force and pushing the older one to the ground. "Tsk, clinging to supplies like that, you'd be better off dead," he said, getting into the truck and leaving, while the old man, still on the ground, yelled, "Don't take them! I beg you!" As he drove away, the young man shook the package from inside the truck and shouted, "If you want them, then you have to pay." Throwing the package onto a pile of supplies behind him, he said, "Full load today." The two boys watched the truck's passage hidden in the shadows of an alley. "It seems we can no longer use this route. Let's take another path, Alvin," said the pink-haired boy. But after a few seconds of silence, Alvin continued to watch the old man moaning and crawling on the ground. "Wait," he declared, making the other ask, "Alvin, don't tell me you're doing it again." Then, interrupting his speech, Alvin grabbed one of the packages hanging on his chest and threw it to the old man, saying, "Here, hurry up and go back home. Don't stay outside." The man grabbed the supply package with all his might and stumbled away, muttering, This is my food," while the boy thought, "This place is the Exile Zone. People constantly fight for food here. Those without the means to protect themselves can only hope for death." Alvin turned and started walking, saying, "Let's go." The man made his way back home, running and clinging to the food, but as soon as he reached the building, he was approached by two other men at the top of the stairs. "I saw. You still have food, right? Hand it over or you'll die," they said, cornering the old man, who exhibited a terrified expression on his face. The men looked at him with sadistic expressions, taking advantage of the weaker one. Humanity, kindness, trust, those are completely useless in this sin-filled exile zone, thought the boy, observing the environment around him. "You gave him your share, Alvin," said Shannon. walking behind Alvin, who replied, "Half for each, you stingy one." The boy laughed and said, "I refuse. Let Alvin be the hero of this hungry city." Alvin then pouted and with a whiny voice said, "Shannon, my dear brother Shannon." Accustomed to his brother's tricks, Shannon replied, "That trick again?" Arriving at an abandoned warehouse, Alvin followed to one of the iron doors and lifted it, while Shannon watched him thinking, "And here we are, the children God forgot." Inside the warehouse they called home, Shannon began to store some packages and clothes in the closet while saying, "Alvin, I asked about the affairs in the jurisdiction. After you receive your new prosthetic, you will be eligible to apply, to live there as a worker. Although that means we'll have much less time to see each other, but..." Shannon noticed that his brother was not responding and turned around, asking, "Are you listening, Alvin?" Then he saw the boy lying on the couch, covered by his cloak, snoring deeply. "Geez, you fell asleep so quickly." Shannon approached and adjusted the cloak over his brother, covering him. Next to it, on the coffee table, he saw the arm prosthetic carefully placed. Shannon took the prosthetic with both hands and observed it in silence, remembering the past. "Can I go with you?" Alvin asked, holding onto Shannon's sleeve. In these memories, the two were just children, and Alvin still had both arms. "It's okay. Just wait here for me. I can get through this. Just wait there for me," Shannon replied, smiling at his brother and heading towards a commotion of people. "Understood," Alvin said, waving as his brother walked away. Silently and standing in the same place, he watched Shannon from afar, obeying quietly, until a hand appeared and pulled him by the hair, covering his mouth. The boy's eyes widened without reaction, unable to call for help during the abduction. "Alvin! I got it!" Shannon shouted with a smile, holding a package of provisions and returning to the place where he had left his brother. Noticing his absence, he looked around, searching for him, until, passing through an alley, he heard a sound he would never forget. A noise like rats gnawing on meat, bones breaking and chewing came from within the alley. Stammering and fearing what he would see, he approached the darkness, saying, "Alvin!" What he saw marked him forever. The food box fell to the ground as he stood in shock, watching his brother lying in a pool of blood, groaning and writhing in agony. "Shan, save me!" Alvin moaned as the man who had kidnapped him raised his head and looked at Shannon. Laughing, the man raised the hand that had once belonged to Alvin and offered it to Shannon, saying, "Would you like a piece too?" Shannon began to cry profusely and scream. His mind brought him back to the present, where he was looking at the prosthetic with a sad gaze, thinking, if I hadn't left him alone that day, things would be different. Sitting on the bed next to the couch, he held the prosthetic and remained silent for a few moments. Then he stood up and placing it on the table next to Alvin said, "Alvin, wait for me." Heading towards the exit, he thought, "This arm is what I owe you, Alvin. I'll be back before dawn," he thought as he lowered the iron door and locked it. Inside the arena, there were only 10 seconds left until the end of the fight. A young man was advancing towards Shannon, holding a knife with murderous intent. Our protagonist, wearing a pink shirt with the number 4 printed in white, was gritting his teeth as blood dripped from his face, thinking, "I'm going to get those 3 million. This is a world governed by power rings, divided between the celestial city, where light is abundant, luxury overflows, and prosperity is always around everyone. The jurisdiction area, a city where business happens, always lit by the night beneath the celestial city, and the exile zone, an abandoned and dilapidated neighborhood, shrouded in darkness. Every child must undergo a supernatural ability evaluation at the age of 8. In front of a large computer, several receivers are attached to their body, with their limbs connected to different cables. Based on their results, they receive a ring to be worn on their neck, which records their personal information and the corresponding power. The rings categorize people using colors in 5 levels: special grade, gold, advanced grade, silver, common grade, bronze, inferior grade, gray, and the lowest of the low, evil grade, black, which was the grade of our protagonist. And speaking of him, he was in the bus line for the deadly tournament. "Your physical condition is not bad. You, get on the bus. Next," said the guards, approving the registration of one of the men waiting in line. "Now it's my turn," Shannon thought as he approached the guard, who pointed a scanner at him, reading his collar, until a red message appeared on the guard's screen with Shannon's photo written, "Error." Reading the result, the guard turned to his shift partner and asked, "Huh? Error alert?" The colleague took off his digital reading glasses and looked at Shannon with suspicion. "I get this alert every time I go to get supplies for years, but it's never been a problem," Shannon said, gesturing. "Has this happened before?" One of the guards asked his colleague, who replied, "Not that I've heard of. It's not a big deal here in the exile zone, but it's better to be careful if he's entering the jurisdiction area." Both had an expression of distrust. The guard with the glasses asked, "Let's scan it one more time," and the other replied, "Sure," pointing the scanner at Shannon's collar, again resulting in the error message. Hey, if you can't register, hurry up and disappear, okay? Damn, there are people waiting behind," One of the men waiting in line shouted, starting a commotion. Shannon remained silent, ignoring the taunts. "I'm talking to you. Are you pretending to be deaf?" the man said, slapping Shannon on the neck, making him double over from the impact. On the street sidewalk, 4 men observed the commotion in the line and asked, "What's happening there?" One of them was smoking, another had his hands in his pockets, and another was standing with his arms crossed. Shannon turned around and looked at the man who had slapped him with disdain. "What's with that face, brat?" the man asked with an angry expression, veins bulging on his face and a sadistic smile. Completely ignoring the man, Shannon merely turned back to the guards and requested, "Please, scan me one more time. I need to participate in this." Shannon interrupted her speech for a moment, sensing a threat from the corner of her eye. The man put all his strength into a kick, thrusting his leg forward, but unexpectedly, Shannon evaded, shifting her body slightly to the side and out of the collision path. The man then fell with his legs spread, doing the splits with an expression of pain, while Shannon remained standing, unaffected, completing her sentence. Tournament. The guards looked at him and said to each other, "This kid isn't bad," and they agreed amongst themselves. The smoking man, observing the whole situation from afar, looked more closely at Shannon, but remained silent. "You stinking brat. Seems I underestimated you," the rambunctious man declared, standing up angrily and placing his hand on the painful thigh due to the sudden split. Reaching to his back, he pulled out a knife he was carrying with him. "Your identity has been loaded again. You can now board the bus," the guard said, guiding Shannon to the bus and allowing his registration. Our protagonist thanked him and quickly boarded the bus, while the man in the yellow jacket watched him with the knife in his hand. "It's not too late to kill him when you're on the field," the guard said, smiling arrogantly at the man in the yellow jacket, who looked at him with disdain, thinking, "Why are you acting so arrogant? He's just a common rank, not even silver." The men observing the entire line of registrants remained silent, until, upon seeing Shannon enter, the one standing with his arms crossed spoke. "They have no taste, rejecting me and choosing that scrawny, inexperienced brat. No matter how you look at it, it's obvious I'm the best, right?" The man wearing a green jacket with his hands in his pockets responded, "A tournament needs the strong and the weak. Think about it. A handsome boy dying tragically on stage. The audience would go wild. I can't wait to see him get beaten." In the midst of them, the man with shoulder-length brown hair, who was smoking a cigarette with an apathetic expression, said, "It's because of idiots like you that people without powers are labeled as evil and left to serve as toys for those with abilities." The others listened to him, surprised by his statement. Putting out the cigarette on the ground, the man stood up and said, tossing it behind him, "You should be happy you weren't chosen. It means you can breathe a little easier, you idiots." The one in the green jacket was incredulous at what he heard and complained, "Hey, why are you showing off? You're a rejected one like us." And the other next to him asked, "What did you say?" Laughing at the arrogance of the man who was walking towards the bus with his hands behind his head, he replied, "Oh, I just wanted to smoke a cigarette here, that's all." The one in the green jacket then yelled, "Don't go! Tell us clearly!" Until the other commented, "Wait a second, he looks familiar." The smoking man smiled smugly and turned his face back, saying, "Haven't you figured it out yet? It seems I haven't won enough fights. How about now?" He pushed the hair away from his face, revealing his unshaven beard, and looking at the men who were now staring at him with wide eyes, he said, "He is the consecutive victory record holder at the Living Dead Club, Quin Tian." This was Quin Tian, 40 years old and 8 consecutive competitions won, the record holder. "Quin Tian, don't miss the bus. Get in quickly," the guard said as Quin approached, gesturing and saying, "Yes, yes." Boarding the bus, Quin walked slowly, observing everyone, and the bus door closed. The greeting of the degraded living and the bus that never returns left, leaving the ruined city covered in fog behind. There is no escape from the destiny of death. Arriving at the jurisdiction area, in the systems warehouse, the arena was already lit with parked vehicles. Inside the control room, a man was checking the files on his computer and observing the screen attentively. The man was smiling maliciously with a golden ring around his neck, talking to himself. "Those eyes are just like hers. Son of God, could it be you?" he said, looking at the file containing Shannon's profile on the computer screen. Looking out the window as the bus traveled the path, Shannon rested his face in his hand, thinking, "I just need to be back before dawn so Alvin doesn't find out. Otherwise, I'm going to get scolded." He imagined his furious brother holding a bat, ready to give him a lesson, saying, "You brat, where did you run off to?" Smiling nervously, he thought, I'm definitely going to get beaten to death. I won't even be able to hide." Suddenly, seeing through the reflection of the window, he noticed the man in the yellow jacket, who was smiling and holding a knife, ready to attack him beside his seat. The man raised the knife, preparing to plunge it into Shannon, who quickly thought and pressed the reclining button on the seat, creating space for him to kick the man's arm now in the lying position. The man's knife was thrown up and flew to the ceiling. "Want to fight here?" the man asked, as Shannon jumped out of his seat standing in the aisle. Chin watched everything attentively, but with bored eyes. "Great! It wouldn't be fun if you didn't put up a fight. Let me finish you off before the tournament," said the man in the yellow jacket, smiling smugly. "This is bad. I can't waste too much energy here. I need to finish this quickly or I won't be able to deal with what's coming," thought Shannon, maintaining concentration and focus. As he took a step back, another thought crossed his mind. But if I start fighting now and my strength is revealed, that will make me a target for everyone. He felt the murderous stares of the others around him. "What should I do?" he asked, facing the man. Soon after, the man declared, "I want to kill you." He was interrupted by Chin, who advanced towards him and delivered a single blow, knocking him down. Shannon looked confused as Chin grabbed the man with just one arm and carried the unconscious body to the front. "Great, Chin Tian. I'll ask you to keep the peace until we reach our destination," the bus driver said, giving a thumbs up. "Leave it to me, he won't be waking up," Chin replied with a smile, making a peace sign. Impressed, Shannon opened his eyes and thought, he knocked down such a big guy, with just one punch? As Chin approached him, walking back to his seat, Shannon said, "Thank you," and he thought, if I run into him in the same fight, I won't have a chance to win. With a smug smile on his face, Chin responded, "Thanking your opponent, huh? You're truly an innocent boy. But you're lucky, you won't be facing me, unless you win tonight's match." Shannon then raised his hand, pointing at Chin and saying, that, trying to warn him that a knife was falling right above him, but there were no major consequences. The knife fell with the handle on Chin's head, and he remained standing as if nothing had happened, and they both remained silent. Arriving at the gates of the jurisdiction, a tall wall with a tunnel and barbed wire on top could be seen. The bus crossed the dark tunnel, with the bright light of the exit shining strongly at the end, much like the scene of the train leaving the districts and entering the capital in the Hunger Games. Gradually, the light approached, and the tournament became closer. On the other side, when the bus finally crossed, they entered a city illuminated by various lights, something similar to the night of Las Vegas. So bright. Shannon observed everything enchanted, like a child seeing an amusement park for the first time. A completely different urban landscape from the exile zone unfolded before us. So this is where the advanced live, the jurisdiction. The bus stopped in front of a statue of a Grim Reaper with arms outstretched, while zeppelins flew through the illuminated sky. The arena in front of it had various beams of light pointed upwards, creating a colorful spectacle. Stepping out of the bus, Shannon stopped and looked at the massive statue, murmuring, "Impressive." Meanwhile, Chin passed by his side, carrying the man in the yellow jacket and slapping his bottom as if he were a naughty child. The Grim Reaper statue smiled with red eyes, looking up and welcoming the competitors who came to wager their lives. "Hurry up and follow!" one of the guards shouted. Already inside the stadium, there was another statue of the Grim Reaper, now with open hands, floating above the combat arena surrounded by flames and a containment net, as well as a blood-stained floor from past battles. The audience was exhilarated as lights illuminated the area, cameras soared, and a large clock with a scoreboard was displayed in front of the arena. In the stands, there were people of advanced rank, with silver collars, who shouted and cheered in their suits, eager for the bloodshed of the less fortunate. Flags with skulls decorated the corridors where the participants entered. Shannon followed them, listening to the sounds of the audience and observing everything around him, intrigued, until a cart guided by two guards approached him. The cart was full of stacked bodies, covered by a brown, blood-stained cloth. "These are the competitors who lost their lives," thought Shannon, observing the movement. The guards followed to an automatic iron door, where one of them removed the cover, saying, "Tisk, the deaths are so violent, so much blood spilled," and the other responded, "Damn dirty." The guard stepped on a lever with his foot, activating the door's opening, and pushed the cart towards it. Throwing the pile of bodies, he discarded them into a large landfill, while Shannon watched, thinking, they are treated like trash, falling into complete darkness in the basement. In silence, our protagonist observed the inhumane way the bodies were treated, and realized that if he was not successful, this would be his fate. In another place, in the grand and luxurious celestial city, the day shone brightly, illuminating a beautiful flower garden. Approaching a door with blue rays emanating a strong power, a maid made a bow, saying, "Master, the day of the prophecy has arrived. You can begin your journey." Then, a man in a suit slowly walked out of the room. Inside the preparation room, all the candidates waited, wearing shirts of different colors and numbers. "This guy's weapon is a blade," Shannon thought, observing the one in the yellow shirt who had attacked him earlier. "He uses brass knuckles, while that guy uses daggers. The other two are using a baton and a club," he thought, observing the other competitors around him in the room. "Except for me, everyone has a weapon. Number 4 really isn't a lucky number," Shannon thought with a discouraged posture, leaning against the locker at the back of the room. The elimination match had rules. There were 7 competitors, but only 6 weapons. The order of weapon selection was determined by the victory rates predicted by the audience. Those with higher victory rates chose first. The competitor with the lowest victory rate should enter unarmed. The highest victory rate went to a competitor who received 36% of the votes, while our protagonist had managed an incredible 1.2% of the votes. It's fine. No opponent would expect much from someone with a victory rate of just 1.2 and no weapons. Most people will focus only on the one with the highest victory rate, he thought, with a serious expression, arms crossed, analyzing the situation. Suddenly, looking to the side, he saw Qin Tian standing at the door, observing him. The man turned and left, leaving Shannon thinking, I've been thinking about that old man. He seems quite strong. With that kind of strength, surviving in the exile zone shouldn't be difficult for him. I'm so envious. You still have time to worry about others. As Shannon watched the man walk away, the competitor with the highest victory rate chosen by the audience approached him. You know Qin Tian? The boy said, leaning in very close to him. I'm asking you, number 4. The competitor, wearing a purple shirt and with a tattooed closed fist, said with a provocative smile on his face. Do you know Qin Tian? The one with 8 consecutive victories? He repeated. I don't know him, Shannon replied, looking at him with a serious expression. Hey, he helped you on the way here, though I didn't expect him to be so kind. You're not hiding your strength or anything, are you? As far as I know, that guy, Qin Tian, only admires those who are truly strong. The boy, wearing shirt number 3, declared as he leaned in closer to Shannon. He was taller and more muscular than our boy. That's not the case. I don't even have a weapon, Shannon replied, arms crossed. You'd better not be lying to me or I won't let you get away, the boy said, pressing his forehead against Shannon's and pressing a gun into our protagonist's stomach, who thought, hey, pre-game intimidation, huh? Before the tensions could escalate further, an alarm sounded, announcing the start of the tournament and catching everyone's attention. Ah, the tournament has begun, number 3 said, raising his weapon and heading to the door along with the other competitors, who followed with murderous intentions. Good luck, he added. Arriving at the arena entrance, 2 guards approached them. One was holding devices in his hands, while the other spoke. Dear competitors, to ensure the visibility of the tournament, please use the devices we prepared before taking the stage. In the palm of one of the guards' hands were 7 small, round bombs. Micro bombs, one of the competitors exclaimed. Tick, you have a great variety of tricks up your sleeves, number 3 said with an expression of dissatisfaction. No one told me there would be this kind of thing, number 1 complained. Folks, consider this a special gift, the guard replied, mocking the competitors. Huh? What a joke, Shannon said, taking one of the micro bombs from the guard's hand and placing it on his collar. Can I enter the arena now? Shannon asked, and the guard replied with a smile. Sure. Taking his first steps into the arena, our protagonist was greeted with great acclaim by the audience eager for bloodshed. The lights were shining brightly as the cheers welcomed the first competitor, number 4. Amidst the excited crowd, a fierce battle was about to begin. Drones flew over the arena, and the announcer's voice echoed through the arena saying, This tournament can only have one survivor. Give it your all and eliminate the others before the countdown ends. If you show mercy, you will be blown to pieces, the voice warned, while the clock above the arena marked 15 minutes, and the numbers from 1 to 7 were lit up. The competitors positioned themselves in a large circle near the arena's fences, waiting for the signal to start. In the tournament preparation room, the group of previous winners discussed the current match. Who do you think will die first? One of them asked. It'll be number 4. That boy doesn't even have a weapon. Look at how number 5 is looking at him. Poor kid. I bet 10,000 on number 4. Another responded, raising a card. Hey, I'm betting too, another said. The men watched intently. One with green hair had an insane smile on his face, thirsty for the deaths to come. The blonde-haired one watched calmly. Behind them, in the back of the room, Qin Tian remained silent, sitting with his arms crossed. But as soon as the fight started, something made their expressions change. From confident, they became confused, and after a few seconds of silence, the green-haired one said, Hey, something seems wrong, while Qin Tian observed everything still in silence, with a small, satisfied smile on his face. The spiked club of one of the competitors hit the arena fence with force as he wondered, how is this possible? How can he easily evade all the attacks? And Shannon ran in the back, dodging another attack. This isn't fun, the man in the green shirt yelled, raising the club to attack him again. Shannon easily read his movements and dodged the attacks one after the other. Too slow, Shannon said, with a cold look in his eyes. Before the competitor in the green shirt, number 5, could finish swinging the club in his last attack, Shannon crouched down and took the momentum to deliver a blow. He's full of openings, he thought, as he buried his fist in the man's face, who was pushed back, spitting saliva. And in a very anticlimactic way, Shannon shook his hand, showing how much it had hurt to apply that blow. That brat's reflexes are not common, the previous competitors commented, watching everything from the preparation room. Ow, That hurts, Shannon complained, opening and closing his fist. As expected, I really can't exert any strength. The man turned around laughing and pointed the club at Shannon, saying, What? It didn't hurt at all. With a clenched fist and scratching his head, Shannon timidly replied, Well, it's because you have very thick skin. Number 5 then clenched his fists, full of rage, and said, Don't be too arrogant. Brat, I'm going to kill you. However, Shannon's attention was on someone who was behind the competitor who was threatening him. Who are you going to kill? The person said, approaching. He's mine, the man in the yellow jacket said, putting the knife to the number 5's neck, who widened his eyes with a panicked expression. Then, with a quick movement, he cut the competitor's throat, causing his lifeless body to fall to the ground with blood flowing on his shirt, leaving the club next to him. What a heavy, murderous aura, Shannon thought, silently observing the boy, with a drop of sweat running down his temple. You embarrassed me on the bus. I haven't settled that account yet. With whom am I going to settle this if you're killed by someone else, huh? Number 2 said, wiping the blood from his knife on his jacket's shoulder. There were 10 minutes left in the qualifying round. Numbers 7 and 5 had been taken down and were turned off on the scoreboard. One of the competitors was crying profusely, clinging to the fence, screaming, I surrender. I want to get out of the tournament. I don't want the cash prize anymore. Please, let me out. Open the door. Let me out. The 2 guards watched him from outside with serious expressions, while number 6 begged to leave the arena. One of the guards pulled a remote and pressed a button, detonating the micro bomb on his neck, which lit up a red light and then exploded the competitor's head, spraying blood and flesh in all directions. The other competitor behind him screamed in despair while being hit by the blood and threw himself to the ground, crawling back. The tattooed man in the purple shirt was sitting on a corpse, holding his weapon, while observing the situation and complaining to himself, They stole all the spotlights, damn it. He exploded. Climbing on the corpse, he continued to punch the lifeless body, clearly unbalanced, kicking a dead dog. Shannon, on the other hand, was using all his strength to dodge the attacks of number 2, who advanced, cutting the air in search of hitting Shannon. His speed and strength have increased. He was holding back on the bus. Continuing to dodge like this will only waste energy and prolong the time, our protagonist thought, looking carefully at his enemy, while noticing a cut on his leg, made when the knife grazed him. What should I do, Alvin? He thought, seeking strength in the memory of his brother and gritting his teeth. To survive in the exile zone, Alvin and I never dared to relax, he remembered, as the memories returned of when they trained as children. He's improved again. I used to land a few punches, but now I can hardly touch him, Alvin thought, now with his cape covering the loss of his arm, as he wiped the sweat from his face and caught his breath. This incredible insight is like someone with a superpower, he thought, observing Shannon in front of him. Shannon! I admit your reflexes are strong, but just dodging won't ensure victory when faced with danger, Alvin declared, pointing at Shannon, who leaned on his knees, breathing heavily in silence while thinking, I'm so tired. How about we take a break? But these were not Alvin's plans, who, with a bright smile, said, Attacking is the key to victory. From today on, we need to train even harder. Shannon stood up, still with his hand on his hip, and called, Brother, how about we rest a bit? But before he could finish his speech, the boy was already jumping at him, with an excited smile on his face and fist raised, saying, You're ready, here I come. And Shannon, desperate, repeated, I said let's take a break. But as time passed, Shannon thought more and more that his body seemed to have been cursed. I'm sorry, Alvin. All this training and I haven't improved at all, Shannon said, in another memory, thrown on the sofa, exhausted, while Alvin held him, saying, It's so strange. Your evasions and reactions improve every day. However, your strength simply cannot increase. With your way of fighting naturally, the enemies will die of old age before you can kill them. Alvin sat down and, while Shannon was sweating and panting, asked, I wonder, hey, do you think your lack of progress may be related to that woman you always dream about? Are you always dreaming of a woman wearing a divine ring? He whispered in his ear. The boy touched the black ring on his neck with a tired look and replied, That's just a dream. How could something divine be related to me? As sweat ran down his face. The two watched the sunset. Sitting on the sofa, Alvin put his arm around his brother's shoulders and said, Don't get discouraged, Shannon. At least the enemies can't hit you. Just run faster when you're in danger. And Shannon replied, Thank you for the comfort. It really helped a lot. However, in this moment of combat, he wondered, All day long, hiding behind my one-armed brother. I hate my own weakness and inability. I want to become stronger. I refuse to bow to fate, he thought, remembering more and more nights training alone with an improvised punching bag. I can't keep being a coward forever, he thought, now back in the present, raising his guard in the life-or-death battle. I can do this, he thought, running towards number 2, who rushed back, yelling, Come on! The competitor delivered a blow that cut the air as Shannon easily dodged. Lowering his shoulder, he evaded his other blow and thought, "Use his flaws!" And using all his strength, he punched his opponent. However, his punch was stopped in the air. Number 2 grabbed Shannon's fist with one hand and laughed compulsively, saying, "What's wrong with that punch?" Shannon realized what he had gotten himself into and thought, "Damn it." The competitor grabbed Shannon's fist and threw him into the air, mocking, "You're just tickling me?" while laughing at the boy, who was flying through the air with a confused expression. Our protagonist fell to the ground and rolled back several times, while the opponent laughed, yelling, "Someone is certainly overvaluing themselves. The fact is, you're just a stinking rat who only knows how to dodge," Number 2 shouted, as Shannon knelt down again trying to get up. The boy in the yellow shirt placed the knife on his shoulder and laughed arrogantly, despising Shannon. "What's wrong with that boy? He was strong, but now he's weak. That's so strange," one of the competitors commented in the preparation room, where they watched the match. Chin watched everything in silence, now with a confused expression on his face, trying to understand the situation. "So, does he have some other trump card up his sleeve?" another asked. While all this was happening, something else was unfolding in the exile district. Someone was approaching the warehouse where they lived and slowly walked up to the iron door. Gradually, the man's shadow was projected on the door and grew until, with a few knocks, he woke Alvin. "Who is it? Shannon? Is that you?" Alvin asked, as the silhouette of a muscular man with a shiny collar waited for him. The competitor in the yellow jacket advanced confidently towards Shannon, who was leaning on his knee still catching his breath, when suddenly the competitor number 3 hurled something in his direction. Shannon noticed the attack and quickly looked up, spotting something near one of the drones filming his movements. Straining his eyes, he was able to identify what it was. "A microbomb?" he asked himself, and then immediately looked in the direction of the other competitor with wide eyes, thinking, "Number 3, and realizing the imminent threat. The competitor fired his gun, smiling sadistically at Shannon. "Wow, number 3, that was dishonest. No wonder you have the highest win rate today," the host shouted, commenting on the match. Number 2 got up with difficulty, covering his eyes while groaning, complaining about parts of his skin being burned and his jacket torn. "Now then, I was aiming at that brat. How did he dodge that?" Number 3 asked himself, smiling intrigued as he looked in Shannon's direction. "Who the hell is he?" he wondered, while our protagonist knelt down trying to get up, with drops of blood falling from him. Putting his hand on his face, he covered the spot where the bullet had grazed him. Quickly, Number 2 leapt over the purple-shirted opponent, disarming him and shouting, "You're asking for it!" The gun rolled to Shannon's feet as the other two resolved their differences in the famous 5 minutes of brawling. Rolling from side to side, they fought for control of the knife that was still in their possession. Number 2 was dominated by Number 3, who put the knife against him. Seeing himself with no option, he had to resort to good old-fashioned bargaining. Raising his head, he yelled, "The gun, grab the gun, shoot him!" Shannon heard, impassive, as he continued to bargain. "Okay, help me first and I'll let you keep all the money. It's 3 million, you know." Shannon remained motionless, kneeling in front of the gun, until, in a final impulse, Number 3 finally buried the knife in his chest, saying, "Idiot." Number 2 ended up as a bloodied and burned corpse, who in the end begged for the help of the one he had sworn so much to kill. "Wow, what a mess," Number 3 said, getting up and seeing the body below him. Then, raising his head with a provocative smile, he declared, "Next," smiling maliciously and walking towards Shannon. It was then that, unexpectedly, competitor number 1 appeared, shouting, "Wait, the 3 million prize, it's mine," as he picked up the gun from the ground and held it, pointing it at Number 3. Without further ado and without losing the advantage, he shot Number 3, knocking him to the ground lifeless. Side by side, the bodies of Numbers 2 and 3 lay covered in blood. The crowd went wild, and the drones hovered over the arena, doing their best not to miss any of the bloodshed. Outside, the strong lights could be seen, and the transmission was happening in all parts of the city. Giant screens broadcast the bloody life-or-death battle of the working class to entertain the bourgeoisie, so to speak. A man walked with his suit and a wire tie, watching the screen attentively amid the city lights. When the camera focused on Shannon's face, he put his hand behind him and concentrated his energy, releasing purple rays from it, saying, "Don't die on me now, Black Ring." Around him, the street lamps began to explode, reacting to the purple energy. Gradually, the entire city was affected, and the lights went out as the power system collapsed. "Hey, what's happening?" one of the pedestrians asked, seeing the energy field changing. "Power outage?" another wondered, covering their eyes. "Another bowl, please, Dad," a girl asked inside a restaurant, unaware that a shard of glass had lodged in her head. "Your head is bleeding?" her father yelled, pointing at the girl. The entire city was affected by the force field and gradually lost power. Meanwhile, the source of all this anomaly smiled openly, the man who exuded purple rays laughing as the entire city was affected by his power. "I won't let you have those 3 million Shannon said, still leaning on his knee, drawing the attention of number 1, who looked at him and said, Han, now it's just us, and I have a gun. What are you going to do with your bare hands? He said, laughing and pointing the gun at our protagonist. Actually, in my current condition, it seems I don't have the slightest chance, but it's not time to give up yet, Shannon thought, getting up with difficulty. Number 4 is still fighting, the host shouted as the drones hovered over the area, filming them up close. I've barely made it this far, he thought, as number 1 approached within a meter of him, holding the pistol with both hands, saying, the game is over. The drone again emitted the voice of the host who instigated the killer, saying, Number 1, hurry up and finish him off with a shot. Without hesitating, the competitor pulled the trigger, firing the gun while, with his eyes closed, our protagonist concentrated, thinking, Alvin is waiting for me to come back. I can feel the bullet approaching, a warm breeze mixed with the taste of rust. All these thoughts crossed Shannon's mind as the bullet cut through the air towards him. So slow, he thought as he opened his eyes and dodged it with his head, doing the impossible. Hey! Number 1, what's wrong with you? How can you miss so close? The host spoke into the microphone, understanding that as an error on the part of the competitor. What? Hey you, how can you dodge bullets? Are you really a black ring? Number 1 said, dropping the gun on the ground and trembling, while Shannon remained silent. No, it's impossible. We all must be inferior, the boy declared in denial as Shannon slowly raised his head, thinking, my head is spinning. I need to hang in there. Surrendering to insanity and mad ambition, Number 1 grabbed a knife and ran towards Shannon, screaming, Die! Just die! Our protagonist dodged the small stab and thought, with my strength I can't defeat him in one go, but Number 1 is not very strong. Taking advantage of an opening in his stance, he delivered an upward punch to the competitor's chin. If I'm quick enough, I can count on the momentum to win, he thought, delivering another blow and immobilizing him with his arm, disarming him and taking the knife from his hand. There's no more time. Aim precisely, don't kill him, Shannon thought, pressing the knife against Number 1's neck with a focused look. However, in the last second, something caught his attention, making him freeze and think, wait a second, there's a terrible force coming this way. With a focused face, his blue eyes turned to the side of the arena entrance. The clock showed exactly 4 seconds left in the match. There's no time. Why is he just standing there doing nothing? One of the previous competitors asked in the preparation room. That pink-haired boy? Qintian thought with a confused expression, arms crossed, leaning against the locker. The match is over, one of them commented when suddenly the television turned off, leaving them without vision as they wondered, what's happening? Is it a blackout? Qintian looked at the door and with a bead of sweat on his temple thought, no, this is not just a normal power failure. It's a supernatural ability bearer. While in the dark corridor, footsteps gradually approached, and heading towards the arena, the man who had caused the blackout outside followed with his hands in his pockets and purple hair like his energy. With 1 second left in the match, the power went out, the bomb on his neck came off, and Shannon picked it up with his hand, asking, the bomb fell off? Kneeling on the ground, Number 1 repeated, panting, I'm saved. I'm really saved. Now is not the time to let your guard down. Someone is approaching from there, Shannon thought, looking intently at the corridor. Hey, Number 1, Number 4, we have a small power problem. The match is paused. You two go back to the prep room and wait for a new announcement, said the guard, climbing the stairs and approaching the two inside the arena. As they followed down the corridor, Number 1 talked non-stop. So who wins? We fought hard. And the prize? Who gets the money? I almost died there. Or maybe we should split it. Give me 1.5 million, that would solve it. Interrupting the competitor's chatter, the guard responded without slowing his pace. The assignment of the cash prize will be decided after consultation with the top management. Shannon, on the other hand, remained silent, until a presence caught his attention, and turning quickly, he saw a man standing leaning against the wall. You really look miserable, Black Ring. Aren't you going to thank your savior? The man asked, smiling arrogantly, with his bright purple hair on his face. Savior? What? Shannon thought, looking at him confused, his face stained with blood. Shortly after, he fainted, falling face first to the ground, leaving the disappointed man thinking, Tisk, so weak. In another corridor, a guard was evacuating the population, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate this area in an orderly manner. The man passed by the guard with the unconscious Shannon lying on his shoulders. Observing the atypical situation, the guard intervened, saying, Who are you? Put him down. Competitors cannot leave the club. The man continued, ignoring the guard's warning, who put his hand on his shoulder, saying, Didn't you hear me? He is the club's property. And swinging his hand without much effort, the man threw the guard against the wall, making it come off as he said, No more. Qintian was quiet in the prep room, staring into space, when the green-haired competitor approached him, asking, What are you thinking about? Leaving the other somewhat puzzled by his words, the man responded, The winds are changing, while expressionlessly, he thought, Perhaps that child with the black ring is the key to changing this world. I hope we meet again. Meanwhile, Shannon was being carried unconscious further and further away by the purple-haired man. Far from there, already at the exit of the jurisdiction, a luxurious car was driving through the streets of the exile zone. A group of thieves observed the car, which stood out from the surrounding environment, as one of them commented, "Brother, that car looks ready to be taken." And the other replied, "Is this the legendary road mentioned in the stories?" Resting his arm on the window, the purple-haired man wondered, "How long will you remain unconscious with that injury?" With a bored expression. Outside, the group of thieves tried to approach and were immediately electrocuted by the electricity user. Feeling the current pass through his body, Shannon woke up sleepily, murmuring, the smell of barbecue, while his hair was still messy and small sparks came out of his clothes. "It's him! He's the one who caused the chaos at the club," Shannon thought, his eyes jumping in surprise as he looked at the man next to him, sitting in the driver's seat. "You're awake," the man declared, scratching his neck and giving a half-smile. Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" Shannon asked, thirsty for answers. "A supernatural ability bearer. The oppressive aura that emanates from him at this distance makes my ribs freeze. He must be of an advanced grade, perhaps even more than that," he thought, with a concerned expression on his face, as he remembered the first moment he saw the man, and the man asked him if he wasn't going to thank him. "But why would a supernatural ability bearer save me? I've already seen for myself that world where the lives of black rings are treated like toys, although I have many questions. Instead of surrendering to curiosity, it's better not to get involved with supernatural ability bearers," Shannon thought, grabbing the car's gear lever, ready to get out at the first opportunity. When he was ready to turn around and jump, the man spoke up, saying, "My name is Leo Chuan." Frozen in the air, Shannon remained motionless as he remembered the family rankings, thinking, Leo. The Leo family is the third among the 8 largest families in the ranking, a special grade family, which means the ring inside his necklace. Trembling, the boy thought, and as if he could read his mind, Chuan opened his shirt, showing a golden necklace, and said, "Yes, you guessed it right, it's golden, and I advise you not to even think about trying to escape from me, because from now on your life is my responsibility," pointing at Shannon, who watched him in shock like a cornered child who doesn't know what to do, until the man completed his speech and called him the child of the divine. The legends say that above the special classification level, there is an even more formidable one, the divine level. A single divine level can correspond to 100 special grade levels, an existence almost akin to a true god. "I've heard of that legend, the divine grade man Leo Song," the boy said, trying to remember the rest of the name. "Leo Song Ting, he is my great-grandfather," Chuan responded with his arms crossed and a serious expression. Performing an admirable mental gymnastics, our protagonist put his neurons to work at full force and thought, "The son of the divinity is the son of Leo Song Ting. The son of Leo Song Ting is the grandfather of Leo Chuan." And then he came to the following conclusion. "That makes me his grandfather?" With a horrified expression. "Want to die?" Chuan asked, putting the boy in his place and giving him a knock on the head. "The legends you've heard about the divine level are not entirely accurate. Since the emergence of the first Esper, who are the users of supernatural abilities, there are 3 known divine levels. My great-grandfather, Leo Songting, Lady Wendy, with the powers of precognition and immortality, and another individual who disappeared shortly after being recognized as a divine level. And you are the son of the immortal Esper, Lady Wendy," the man declared, gesturing towards Shannon, who listened to everything in shock. "So I'm not of the evil level? Don't joke with me," the boy asked, pointing to his own necklace. "What? Son of the divinity? That sounds ridiculous," he thought to himself, when suddenly a memory resurfaced, making him think, "Wait, that dream. Could the woman in my dreams be my mother?" Seeing the boy's expression, who was touching his own necklace with a certain anguish, Chuan then declared, "I know you have many doubts. I will explain them slowly. But first, we must ensure your safety. Your face has been broadcast throughout the jurisdiction area, and it won't be long before those who want you dead start to appear. A new war is about to begin," the man said, smiling and grabbing the steering wheel, certain to seem excited about the possibility of a battle. Swiftly, the car traveled the streets of the exile in the eternal night of the place. Silence prevailed inside the car as Shannon looked down with his head resting against the car door. "Is it hard to accept reality?" Chuan wondered, looking at the boy. "Why did you risk participating in an elimination match? You must have a clear understanding of your own strength," Chuan asked, scratching his nose. "Because I need the money," Shannon replied, breaking the silence. "Money?" the man asked, not understanding the situation. But before more explanations could be offered, our pink-haired boy asked Chuan to pull over the car. Even in doubt, the man complied with the request and followed Shannon to a second-hand goods store. "You again, huh? Did you bring money this time?" the store owner asked, sitting in a chair inside. "Why are you staring at me?" Do I look like money? Chuan asked, seeing that Shannon had turned to him and was staring at him intently as if expecting something. You said you'd take responsibility, Shannon responded, using the classic moral blackmail and succeeding, making Chuan then say, bring the best for him. The store owner smiled as if hearing the best love declaration in the world. While the store owner wrapped up a state-of-the-art prosthetic arm, Shannon explained the situation to Chuan. I have a friend in the exile zone named Alvin, whom I grew up with. He is of a lower level, he didn't need to stay in the exile zone, but because I'm here, he used his disability as an excuse to never leave. I wanted to win the match to buy this arm for him. That way Alvin can move normally and apply for a legal job in the jurisdiction area. Chuan observed him in silence, with his arms crossed, thinking, but you realize, the tournament you participated in, it will change the fate of so many people. As the store owner handed him the package, Shannon hugged it to carry it, and Chuan walked beside him, saying, I should remember that everyone you come in contact with can become your target. If you care about him, you should leave him quickly. Shannon looked at him sadly and asked, can I go back to Alvin and explain the situation before planning anything else? Also, I have many questions for you. Chuan got into the car, saying, I'll wait in the car, while a bird flew across the night sky. The boy answered, okay, and walked to the entrance of his warehouse, thinking, I'm a mess. Alvin is going to be very angry, but being scolded will be worth it. No, this is not the time to worry about being scolded. I must first tell Alvin about the special grade guy and the identity things. I wonder what his face will look like, and that, I can't wait to see his reaction, he thought as he walked and smiled, caressing the package containing the prosthetic. As he opened the iron door with a wide smile on his face, he called, Alvin, wake up! Look what I brought back! Also, you're not going to guess. His speech was interrupted by a stumble. The moment he looked at the ground again, he saw something that would mark him, and that he didn't expect to see even in his worst nightmares. Alvin's makeshift prosthetic, bloody on the ground, separated from his body. You're finally back. I've waited so long for you. Nan, a voice declared, drawing the attention of our protagonist, who had despair stamped in his eyes. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Hiding in this dirty place that the Espers refused to step on was truly a clever idea. A man with a silver necklace spoke, clapping his hands. It is an honor to meet you, son of the divinity. The man gestured, sitting on the sofa, with his foot on top of Alvin's body, who was lying on the ground with a trail of blood spread across the walls. There he was, his only family and motivation to move forward, the one who had always been by his side, and for whom he had risked his life, dead, lifeless, without hope. Shannon let out a guttural scream full of pain and agony, his eyes widening in despair. The man smiled with open arms, looking up at the sky and saying, I was the first to discover you. I am the closest to divinity now. Tears rolled down Shannon's face non-stop. The package containing the long-awaited prosthetic fell to the ground as he released the muscles of his tired and shocked body. Running towards his brother's body, the man's attention turned to him. Ah, this person, is he someone you know? The man asked, still with his foot on the body, arms crossed and looking down, as Shannon ran desperately. Alvin, I'm back. Please, hurry and wake up, our pink-haired boy said, begging, with tears running down his now lowered face next to his brother. You're crying? Seriously? For this inferior trash? I'm speechless, the blonde man said with a look of disgust, disapproving of the boy's copious tears. Useless loser, the man said, grabbing Shannon by the collar and lifting him up. And you should be a descendant of the divinity? What a disappointment, he said, burying his fist into the boy's chest with a strong blow and throwing him away. Shannon's body hit the wall, breaking it into pieces, and then fell motionless on the ground. Using his power, the man raised his hand and activated his energy, bringing Shannon back to his hand with telekinesis. Hey, did I get the wrong person? Are you really that weak? The man asked, holding Shannon raised in the air by the neck. I could have evaded, but that doesn't matter anymore. Why, wasn't I the one who died? He asked himself, as images of his still-living brother passed through his mind. The man squeezed tighter and tighter, strangling Shannon with just one hand. Our protagonist coughed and teared up, his tears of sadness mixing with the lack of air. Gradually, he lost his strength, let his limbs go, and let consciousness slip away, until he found himself falling through a door in his mind, floating towards something beyond, and being pulled by two hands emerging from the darkness. Get out of the way, the other said, pushing Shannon inside and coming out of the door. The boy looked the same as him, wearing the same clothes, and began to climb the staircase of consciousness towards control, while Shannon fell deeper and deeper into the darkness, until the last thing he saw was a face like his own, with black eyes with a bright blue iris saying, coward. Shannon saw the door close and shouted, hey, wait! But it was too late. He was no longer in control. Outside, the man noticed a sudden change in the divine child. A sudden change in behavior. With one hand, he grabbed the arm that was strangling him and squeezed, throwing the man far away with all his might. The man's body spun through the room as the boy who was once Shannon regained his breath, breathing calmly. The man groaned, trying to sit up, while the divine child slowly approached. "Damn, my hand is broken," the man said, seeing his fingers all broken and bent backwards, already purple from the bruises with blood dripping from his head. The body that once belonged to Shannon stopped in front of him with a threatening aura and a cold, bright gaze. "I didn't mean to. Please spare me," the man began to plead, laughing nervously. "What's happening? Your aura? It's completely different from before," he thought, as Shannon stretched out his hand, now with black eyes and neon-colored irises. The man who had attacked the brothers remained on the ground, holding his injured arm, his hand with twisted fingers. Shannon, covered in a brilliant aura, watched him standing. "How could I ruin everything like this?" the man exclaimed, as the furniture around him began to move, the floor still marked by Alvin's bloodstains. His hand rose, manifesting a green energy that brought the furniture towards Shannon. "Go to hell!" he yelled. Shannon, on the other hand, remained still amidst all the chaos. Only his aura expanded, while a cold and superior gaze took over his face. His black eyes highlighted the neon iris that did not even flinch when the man's hand approached within inches of his face. His enemy tried to move, but to no avail. His hand was frozen in the air. Silently, he thought, "My hand is not obeying me." Observing the furniture suspended in the air, floating above Shannon, he concluded, "He's using telekinesis." Shannon advanced, applying an arm lock on his opponent's neck and throwing him back with all his might. The man flew, the shiny ring on his neck, and the arm dislocated from the shoulder. Upon hitting the wall with force, he created a hole behind him and more blood gushed out. Shannon took a few steps forward, slowly approaching while gesturing, throwing the furniture in the environment over him with his powers. His brilliant aura shone in a strong gray. The man protected himself with his right arm, the only one that still responded, trying to reduce the impact. Shannon remained expressionless. It meant nothing to him. He was above that man. Overwhelmed by despair and trying to survive, his opponent dodged the attack of numerous pieces of furniture, thinking, "I underestimated him because he was wearing the black ring. Damn it, I should have finished him off before." Running away in panic, he looked back, observing Shannon still standing like a hunter watching his prey. "Wait, telekinesis has a range. Once I'm out in the open, he won't be able to do anything," the man thought, running towards the still open iron door with a strong light. Holding his injured arm, he ran for his life, until upon reaching the door, his hopes were frustrated. Standing between him and freedom was the silhouette of a strong man enveloped in purple rays. "Do you think you can mess up this place and then leave?" Chuan said, looking at him with disdain, his golden ring shining on his face and the electricity emanating from him. Observing everything, the man froze, thinking, "Lightning element, scar on the face, gold rank, it's Liu Jichuan!" Shannon emerged behind him with murderous intent. "Shit," the man thought with a desperate look as he saw his end increasingly near. Raising his hand, Shannon used his powers to manipulate the man's already completely bruised hand to grab his own neck. "No, stop!" the man screamed, trying to free himself from his own limb, but it was too late. Even punching his own hand, he continued strangling himself as panic took over him, until his strength was so great that, bending his neck backwards, his cervical spine broke. The sound of the bones breaking merged with the man's final cries. He wanted to be so close to the divine that the protagonist sent him to see God up close. Releasing the limp body of the enemy on the ground, Shannon let his arms fall, still with the bright gray aura active around him. The body fell to its knees, with the neck completely twisted backwards. With a kick, our protagonist knocked the lifeless body to the ground, despising it. Chuan remained motionless, with the electricity still emanating from his body, and his arms crossed, blocking the exit. Shannon groaned, looking at Chuan, who smiled, asking, "What is it? Are you going to attack me too?" Shortly afterwards, the powerful aura that covered Shannon began to dissipate as he fell unconscious on the ground. Lying face down and unconscious, he fell next to Chuan's feet, who looked at him still motionless, saying to himself, "This seems a bit out of the ordinary for a prophesied savior." Some time passed, and suddenly our protagonist woke up screaming, "Alvin!" His eyes had already returned to their normal blue and his aura had disappeared. Sitting on the sofa, he looked at the bed next to him and saw a body covered with a sheet, only the feet sticking out. Chuan remained at the front door, and the body of the man who had attacked him was leaning against a cabinet, almost completely charred. "Awake?" Chuan asked, turning slightly back, smoking a cigarette. Shannon got up and headed towards the bed, leaning on the headboard with difficulty. Lifting the sheet, he saw the bloodied corpse of his brother lying on the bed. Shannon crouched down and took the body in his arms, hugging it tightly. Our young man was destroyed, physically and emotionally, and as he tried to lift his brother's body, the two fell to the floor. Chuan remained silent, smoking his cigarette, respecting Shannon's time, who got up and passed him, carrying Alvin's body in his arms. As he walked, with a sad and desolate look on his face, the day dawned with a strong sun. Under a tree, he dug a small grave for his brother. Kneeling next to the hole, he dropped the shovel and grabbed a handful of earth in his hands. Gradually, the earth slipped away, and he watched it fall on his brother's face as time passed slowly, until Alvin disappeared completely beneath the earth, buried. It was official. He was alone. Standing in front of the grave, he knelt down and stuck a cross of branches, marking the place of the grave. The wind blew and the sun shone, as if it were an ordinary day, and not the day he had lost a part of himself, his only family. Hours passed, and he remained curled up in front of the cross, trying to avoid facing the world without his brother. With a devastated look, he hid his face with his arms until a bright light shone beneath him and he heard, "How long are you going to keep that sad look? Cheer up." Lifting his gaze, he saw his brother smiling broadly, his face illuminated as always. Alvin crouched down with a translucent body and caressed his brother's head, smiling brightly. Then, just as he had appeared, he disappeared, leaving Shannon standing, still sitting. On the ground, the tears fell and formed small wet spots as our protagonist remained oblivious to the world and submerged in his own pain. Chuan finished his cigarette and waited in silence in the car, until with a few knocks on the window, Shannon emerged. "The tears have left you with dark circles," he thought as he lowered the window and observed Shannon standing, with a worn-out face, swollen and red eyes. "Alvin died because of my identity," Shannon said, still with a weak voice. Chuan averted his gaze and replied, "Yes, I won't just say words of comfort to make you feel better. The fact that his death was because of you is a fact, but you can't choose your destiny. Moreover, now is not the time for self-pity as we move forward. These things can happen again. If you don't want this to happen, get stronger. Get stronger and change your destiny. Change the destiny of everyone." Shannon listened to him in silence until Chuan looked ahead and said, "Get in the car." The sun was already setting, and the sky was orange with the dusk. Shannon had spent the whole day at his brother's grave, and now looked at the place that had been his home for so long for the last time. In his mind, memories of simpler times emerged, where they played as children and smiled happily, innocent and oblivious to what was to come in their lives. Alvin always had the same smile, in the best and worst of times, and at least there in his memories they were happy together. Their younger versions looked at him with innocent eyes and said, "See you later," waving their hands together. On that last time he saw Alvin smile and said goodbye to his days of innocence and warmth, and turning to get in the car he thought, "Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, brother." Remembering the near-death moment when there was an exchange of consciousness in his body, he thought, "At that moment, I could clearly feel my body being taken over by someone else. I could only watch helplessly as he acted. He who had the same face as me, yet he possessed terrifying powers that even the espers feared. If only I had been him from the beginning, Alvin could still be alive. How can I have such pathetic thoughts?" And then he clenched his fists on his legs, trying to focus on the moment. The luxury car was following through the center of the exile district as the sunlight shone. "Where are we going?" Shannon asked, seeing unknown faces around him. "To a better location," Chuan replied, driving and observing the landscape. "A location?" Shannon asked, looking at him without understanding. "We're choosing a building with a good view to serve as our base, and you also need a change of clean clothes," declared the purple-haired man, still looking out. "Thank you," Shannon replied. Chuan smiled contentedly and braked the car without warning, and Shannon's body was thrown forward, being held only by the seatbelt. The car had stopped in front of a tall building with floors in red and black. "This place will do. Get out of the car," Chuan ordered. Arriving at the entrance of the building, the two were approached by two henchmen, one holding a machete and the other holding a gun. "Hey, from which faction are you? Tell us your names," said the redhead holding the gun. "Leo Chuan. This is the territory of the Black Bear faction. We should find another place," our protagonist said, standing behind the esper who kept his hands in his pockets in a relaxed posture. "What is there to fear from a mere bear?" Chuan said, slightly opening his arms and emanating purple rays from himself. "They are the Black Bear," Shannon repeated worriedly, but his speech was interrupted by Chuan, who pointed at him saying, "Wait, your task is to protect yourself, understand?" Shannon raised his arms in a fighting stance, indicating that he had understood. In the next second, Chuan advanced at an extreme speed and through the guards, his rays shining through the air. "So fast!" Shannon thought, watching the way the fight unfolded. After just a few more seconds, the building was completely illuminated, taken over by electricity, and purple rays shone out the windows. Shannon watched everything in disbelief, standing in the same place, until a loud explosion happened, and concrete chunks flew. "Run! It's an esper!" People were screaming, while a crowd ran away, passing by him. Everyone was injured, burned, but eager to get away from that place. Shannon raised his arms in front of his face, coughing from the dust and planting his feet on the ground to keep from falling. "Hey, come up here," Chuan called to his disciple from one of the upper floors. "Okay," Shannon responded without much choice. Walking towards the building, which was in front of a series of containers, he followed as the sun set. That guy was a special, right? A special appearing in the exile zone means something big is about to happen? One of the men who had run out of the building said, kneeling, catching his breath. "No way, Sherlock, didn't you see the way he attacked? Electricity? This must be the guy they're talking about in the news from the jurisdiction area," another replied, sitting on the ground, as everyone hid in an alley not too far from the building. "And who follows him? He was definitely a black ring. I can't have seen it wrong," the other argued. "Indeed, it's rare to see an esper and a black ring together," another commented, arms crossed. "Let's talk to the boss about this," the one sitting on the ground said, getting up and putting on a Black Bear gang shirt. In the jurisdiction area at the Club of the Undead, an armored car waited outside while a team of police officers gathered. "Get out," one of them ordered, as a prisoner with 2 ankle bracelets walked out. A blonde girl, with a black ring around her neck and handcuffed, got out wearing a white jumpsuit. She was escorted inside while a security guard held her arm. Another team member waited next to the body of the guard, who had been thrown against the wall at the exit by Chuan, leaving a hole in the shape of the body. Approaching the body, the girl crouched down and placed both hands on the head, one on each side, and a light turned on. Her hands glowed as she scanned the deceased's mind. "How was it? Did you get a good view of the killer?" the man next to her asked. The girl released the body and fell to the side, saying, "Yes, purple hair, golden ring, rare lightning abilities." He left with a young man wearing a black ring. She was panting and sweating as the words came out of her mouth. "A black ring?" the man beside her asked. "Yes, I'm sure," she replied. The woman leading the group then gestured and said, "That's enough, take her back to the lab." The guard pulled her by the arm, saying, "Yes, ma'am." The girl looked back crying as she was pulled by the guard, who pressured her, saying, "Walk faster, don't waste time." Looking back, she saw the body now lying on the ground, with blood running from his neck, as she moved away and murmured, "I'm sorry." Outside, the woman reported, "Master Leo's family is openly defying the 8 great families." Another team member asked, "And the black ring he took?" To which she replied, "I don't know. We'll report this situation first. I'm worried that these useless families are starting to organize to attack." And the other asked, "Are you talking about the Wu Yue?" In another place, Shannon walked on a floor covered in blood. "Save me! Shannon, help me!" He heard Alvin calling out while walking and found his prosthetic arm bloodied on the red ground. Running, he followed the desperate voice trying to reach him until he saw Chuan's face floating in front of him, distorted, saying, "Useless! Trash! You are a disgrace who killed your friends." With an insane smile, Chuan's head detached from his neck, with the flesh gradually coming off. Suddenly, Shannon finally woke up from the nightmare, screaming as he sat up in bed, sweating. "Just a dream," he thought, massaging his eyes with his head lowered. "Awake?" Chuan asked, sitting on the sofa. "Are you watching TV on mute?" Shannon asked, seeing the man sitting in front of the TV without sound. "Isn't it obvious?" Chuan replied. Turning up the volume of the TV, Shannon was able to hear the news report that was playing. "The investigation into the attack on the arena is still ongoing. Let's take a look at the current situation at the scene," the reporter said, while Chuan remained with his feet resting on the table. Resting. Shannon watched for a few moments and then looked outside, asking, "It's already dark. How long have I slept?" Chuan turned slightly back, turning off the TV, and replied, "It doesn't matter. You can sleep a little more. You won't have many more chances to sleep well anyway." Shannon sighed, frustrated, and put his feet on the floor, saying, "The people who are chasing me will come soon, won't they?" Chuan picked up his cell phone and replied, "Who knows, it could be in the next second, or in 1 or 2 days. Are you scared?" Shannon lowered his head and began to think, as memories of his life surfaced. Scared, huh? Living in the exile zone meant that there was never any hope of a long life. Struggling just to see the next day, I never dared to hope for another day. In his mind, he remembered being beaten, being injured, and running. The desire to live, it's terrifying, insatiable, but there is always something beautiful that makes you want to keep living, he thought, remembering the good times with his brother. Shannon remained silent for a while, sitting in the same place. "What are you daydreaming about?" Chuan asked, throwing a cigarette butt at the boy's forehead. "Leo, Chuan, I know you're strong, but what if many enemies come? I don't want to drag you down," Shannon said with a shy expression, scratching his cheek. "Oh, who said you're the only one by my side?" Chuan replied, smiling with his arm resting on the sofa. "Huh?" Shannon asked, not understanding. While on Chuan's phone, a temporary group chat showed a message with their location sent and seen by 4 people. Now, a quick pause to explain about the Exile Zone. There are more than 20 factions in the Exile Zone. Most black ring bearers choose to join a faction to survive in this district. They join factions in search of stable living conditions through work. Among these factions, 3 are the most influential. Black Bear Gang, Chin Tien belongs to this gang, which is dedicated to the resale of products and the management of an illegal prosthetics business. Silver Fox Faction, this faction manages sex-related businesses and extends its transactions to the jurisdiction zone. Cannibal Faction, as the name suggests, the members of this faction are involved in cannibalism. They are the most terrifying faction in the Exile Zone. The different factions have varied beliefs and methods. For example, the Small Cross faction wants a peaceful world, arguing that the people of the Exile Zone should unite against exploitation by the Espers. Shannon and Alvin are among the rare young people who have survived so far without joining any faction, carefully aligning themselves day by day. Back to our duo with colorful hair, Chuan lay on the sofa with his arms resting above his head and said, "I'm really curious to know what choice those 4 will make. Will they honor the promise made 18 years ago to protect him? Or will they ignore whether you live or die? Or have they already turned to support the Lin family?" Shannon leaned in and asked, "Choice? What do you mean? Weren't those 4 our allies?" Chuan looked contemplative forward and, remembering, replied, "Back then, alongside Lady Wu Yue, there were 6 loyal families. Besides our Leonine family, there were the Han, Zhou, Su, Pei, and Ile families. Lady Wu Yue believed that the rings exacerbated the evil in human hearts. She intended to create a society where espers and non-espers could coexist harmoniously. In his mind, he remembered when the proposal was presented. Tear down the wall? Why should we share the same land with those inferiors? Total nonsense, were some of the words said in response. One of them stepped forward and defended it, saying, "This is the council hall, not a place to vent your tantrums." At the end, sitting in the honored chair of the Leo family table, a man responded, "Tantrums, huh? Who is exactly the one throwing a tantrum here?" Wu Yue. Remembering the subsequent events, he recounted, "Later the Lin family, along with many other unclassified families, waged a war. Feeling an impending crisis, Lady Wu Yue summoned our parents. This was the first time they met you." On Lady Wu Yue's lap, a woman with long pink hair and a rainbow ring around her neck, a pink-haired, blue-eyed baby, babbled. Lifting her eyes, she addressed everyone in the room, saying, "I know this request is very selfish and dangerous, but I implore all of you, don't forget our mission. If we commit, the Espers will become beings that can destroy the world. And 18 years later, the bullying, oppression, and disregard for human life will be even more brutal and relentless than the era we are living in now. Inside and outside this wall, there are 2 completely different worlds. This is the result of letting the power of Espers function unchecked. Today, I am handing the choice to all of you. I only ask that your descendants help save this child when the war reignites. He will soon fall asleep, but I guarantee, when he wakes up, surely he will be the one to correct this social order." The woman kissed her baby's forehead, and the baby raised his little hand trying to embrace his mother. "Please," she asked again. Chuan continued, "After the initial battle failed, the control of the special classes over the rings tightened even further, and Lady Wu Yue was captured by the Leo family. At Wu Yue's house, men were erasing all records of her memory. What should we do with this old photo?" one of them asked, and the other replied, "Burn it. Burn everything with Wu Yue in it." Chuan continued the story for Shannon, saying, "A revolutionary change occurred within the Celestial City. The 8 great families went through a realignment of ranks. The Leo family segregated all families loyal to Wu Yue, monitoring our every move. So, for the next 18 years, even if we, the descendants with a great mission, encountered each other in public, we had to pretend to be strangers. We couldn't contact each other. We mustn't let the family realize our intentions." He closed his eyes and sighed, looking at the messaging app open on his phone. He thought, after 18 years, I wonder how many still remember this protection plan. Sighing again, he propped his chin on his arm on the sofa and thought, no matter how many come, I can handle them alone. Shannon listened in silence and responded, I must have disappointed you. Chuan looked at him without understanding for a few seconds and quickly replied, yes. I really wanted to see what this child, who was prophesied by a divine layer to change the world, would be like. It turns out he's quite ordinary, a bit disappointing, but I don't regret coming. Shannon, with his head down and a sad look, replied, thank you, as he got up. You must be hungry, I'll go find something to eat. Walking to the door that led to a storage, he closed it behind him. Sliding down to sit on the floor, he took a deep breath, supporting his head in his hands. Stop trembling, he thought, as he held his shaking hand. Again, Chuan's words returned to his mind. I promise you, when he wakes up, he will certainly be the only one to correct this social order. That's what his mother had said about him. He remembered running in the rain as a child, seeking shelter. He remembered waking up in the middle of a surgery when he was about to have his kidney stolen. He remembered fighting in the arena for money to get his brother's prosthetic and seeing the bodies of the losers discarded like trash. Mom, I'm not the child you said could save the world. I can't even protect myself, but, he thought, remembering the moment when his brother's killer looked at him crying over the corpse and said, "You're crying? For real? For this substandard trash?" Then something changed in him, and with a determined look, he thought, I simply won't accept this. I have no idea how many espers are coming for me. There's no more time to hesitate. I need to pull myself together. Suddenly, a loud thud came from outside and the door vibrated. Shannon quickly detached from the door and rolled away, trying to distance himself. That's when a pillar of fire pierced the floor right where he was. The room filled with smoke as our protagonist looked at the flames, apprehensive. Flames? He thought. Outside, casually smoking a cigarette, Chuan commented to himself, "She's here, that Pei Firestar. You've turned against us, haven't you?" In the next room, Shannon evaded the attacks the flames were unleashing on him. The boy jumped from side to side, dodging the onslaughts as the ball of fire continued to pursue him. This flame is clearly attacking me. How can they do this? They were able to identify my location so quickly, but I haven't seen any assailant yet. Is this a flame that can track presence? He thought, trying to understand the situation. As he hid behind a stack of boxes, he watched the flame in the center of the room, thinking, that ball of fire just split? Then, a powerful explosion knocked the shelf back, making him fall as he raised his hand, trying to protect himself and thinking, I need to get to Liu Chuan. No, should I always rely on others for protection? Always running. He kept dodging, trying to devise a strategy. I'm sick of this. The flame is following my movements. I must make it unable to sense my presence. If I can just hide my presence, capture that brief moment, and find the source of the flame, then I can capture the person manipulating it. Come on! Then, he raised his head towards the flames, sweating as the heat intensified. His eyes lit up with a glow as he thought, Alvin, you were right. Hiding doesn't lead to victory. Until the fire hit him, exploding on his arms that were in front of his face. Come to me, he thought, as he was struck and the room exploded, blowing out the window and becoming visible from the outside. On the building's wall, a silhouette watched with 4 dancing flames in front of her. Your presence is gone? Thought the woman with the long braid, as the flames swirled around her. Suddenly, feeling a presence behind her, she quickly turned and saw Shannon standing there, his clothes scorched and still emitting smoke from the heat. I got you, he said, landing on the spot and catching his breath. As the smoke came out of his body, he took a deep breath, thinking, but I didn't think about what to do next. Sweating, with no idea what his next move would be. The woman started walking towards him and, stopping in front of him, looked at him with a penetrating gaze and a serious expression, until she opened a smile and said, You pass. She gestured, holding one of her hair clips, as her braided blue hair fluttered. Shannon looked at her with a face of disappointment and disbelief. Meanwhile, still sitting on the same sofa inside the room, Chuan supported his head in his hands with a satisfied smile on his face. Another pause for explanations about the world and society of Evil Ring. Take the time to leave a comment saying if you want the next part of the video and give a thumbs up to help the channel. Let's go. The 8 great families are the highest governing body in the world of the rings. They manage the operations of this society. This was the ranking of the 8 great families during Lady Wu Yue's tenure. Wu family, Lin family, Liu family, Chen family, Yao family, Zhou family, and Si family, your family. These rankings were determined by Lady Wu Yue based on the strength of each family, contribution to society, financial power, and other comprehensive capabilities. Even the divine layers have to function. Also residing in the Celestial City are some small but prestigious unclassified families, like those on good terms with Wu Yue, the He, Han, and Pei families. Following the Lin family's scheme, the current 8 families, except the Liu family, are all loyal to Lin. The Liu family remains in the ranking because a divine layer emerged from the Leonine family, occupying a special place in the hearts of the Espers. The second reason is the Lin family's strategy to divide those loyal to Wu Yue. Back to our protagonist, who had fallen to the ground panting, Shannon thought, I passed, as the sweat ran down his face, and the woman observed him. I can barely stand, but I can't faint in front of her, not now, not after I was recognized by her. With difficulty, he supported himself on his knees and took a deep breath. Suddenly, Chuan appeared and grabbed him by the collar, like a mother cat picking up her kitten. Obliga! Shannon tried to thank him, but was interrupted by Chuan, who struck him in the neck, making him unconscious. Holding him still with one hand, Chuan looked at the woman and said, We need to talk. She agreed, saying, All right, Back in the room inside the building, Shannon rested unconscious, lying on the sofa while the two conversed. Super senses. It's more like slightly fast reflexes. Being the son of Lady Wu Yue and inheriting such a poor ability, our future is certainly full of hope. Maybe I should just go home, Pei complained, with her arms and legs crossed, sitting in an armchair. In front of her, sitting in another armchair, Chuan listened to her, thinking, someone has a sharp tongue, and with his arm propped up, replied, I don't think so, especially considering how he handled your ambush. He was able to hide his presence the moment the flames swallowed him, and then he identified your exact location. Such a bold move. Not everyone could do that. Immediately, the girl responded, that's because I went easy on him. You seem to evaluate him quite well. Did something happen before I arrived? Chuan remembered the moment he saw Shannon strangle and break the neck of the man who killed his brother with a completely different aura, and replied, there were, in fact, some interesting developments. The girl soon asked, what? And he answered, nothing major. It's been 16 years since we last saw each other. You seem to be training hard. For a moment, a look of sadness crossed her face, but she quickly brushed it aside, saying, you too. Huh, someone with a scar on their face has no right to talk about appearances. The girl turned and smiled, while Chuan, with his legs crossed, thought, can't argue with that. The girl then continued, dawn is approaching. Who knows if the next arrival will be a friend or a foe? Chuan hurried and said, I hope someone with a less sharp tongue, poking the girl, who quickly retorted, who the hell are you referring to? In a place quite different from there, a bird flew freely through the illuminated sky. With trees swaying in the breeze and luxurious cars parked in front of a tall building, this was the Celestial City. The building belonged to the Council of the 8 Great Families. Inside, employees watched the cars parked at the door and commented, it's been a while since anyone set foot in this council hall. Reopening today, something big must be happening. Another employee added, I still miss the era under the leadership of Lady Wu Yue. This hall used to shine with the presence of the strongest from each family. Now look who's coming. A bunch of useless freaks trying to represent the 8 great families. The colleague soon warned, these ghosts are espers too. Be careful. The walls have ears. The ghosts in question were tasked by the 8 families to track down Wu Yue's descendant and deal with sudden incidents related to espers. Observing and listening to the conversation, 2 figures dressed in large black cloaks remained above them on another floor. I want to tear out that blabbermouth's tongue. That's what you were thinking, right? A man with a bandaged face said, turning to the woman next to him, also with a bandaged face. How boring, when I've already said that, the woman responded, then thought, letting the man know her thoughts. Stop eavesdropping, or I'll kill you, causing the man to be gripped by a look of horror. Returning to the table where the council was gathered, 2 large screens displayed the faces of Chuan and Shannon as 7 representatives gathered around the table. Let's return to the matter at hand, one of them spoke. This Liu Chuan, as you all should know, his ring test caused quite a stir that day. Another then commented, in terms of raw power, Liu Chuan is almost a divine-level esper. I definitely wouldn't want to face him. Another leaned down, touching the projected screen, and ordered, then let's send the hybrids. We've been keeping these mixed races until now, haven't we? A pity, though. I really wanted to see what the child of a deity is like, the person from the Sai family said, licking their finger with a smile on their scarred face. The representative of the He family spoke up, the problem is not just Liu Chuan, there's also that girl who's going to help him. On the large screen, the image of the blue-haired woman who controlled fire appeared. The representative of the Lin family seemed disturbed by the image, and the entire council looked at him. With a cold gaze, he declared, send someone to bring Shan Yue back. I want him alive. As for her, kill her. Another council member asked, and the remaining 3 loyal families of Wu Yue? They haven't made any moves yet. The master blacksmith Su Ye disappeared 10 years ago, leaving no descendants. As he spoke, the image of a thin-faced man with lavender hair appeared on the screen, then was replaced by the image of a blonde woman and a bedridden blonde man with a little girl beside him, as he said, the Su family is nothing to worry about. One of the descendants of the Han family, Han Shu, has exceptional talent, but has been bedridden for years, unable to fight. Then, the image switched to a man with short white hair. As for Zhou Shi, after that battle, the Zhou family sent him to a monastery and disowned him. I think he's the one we need to be cautious about. Another representative spoke up. Go tell them. Tell them to keep their heads down and we'll spare their lives. But if they try to help Liu Chuan, we'll annihilate them all. They all agreed in unison, saying, understood. One by one, the representatives quickly disappeared from the meeting room. The representative of the He family remained and watched a bird flying outside, as if suspicious of something. The bird followed the direction of the hills with waterfalls until it reached its destination, a monastery. Sitting on a rock below a waterfall, a muscular man in a white shirt and a beaded necklace, with white hair, remained silent, with his legs crossed as the water fell. It was the man who had been mentioned, Zhou Shi. The bird landed on his shoulder and whispered everything it had heard in his ear. With drops of water falling on his sculpted face, Zhou Shi repeated, "So, the descendant of the Leonine family has already joined forces with Ayue. Xenia has also departed." He stood up, making the bird fly from his shoulder to his finger, and looked as the wind swayed his hair in an angelic way. The sun shone on him as the waterfall water drenched his body. Raising his hand, he signaled for the bird to take flight, and then started walking, holding a sheathed sword, saying, "Well then, I can handle this alone." Behind him, emerging from the waterfall waters, was one of the council representatives, a person with a malicious look, a bandaged and hooded face. In the celestial city, the sun was setting, and the luxurious house of the Su family remained silent. In one of the rooms, smoke appeared, making the representative of the Chen family appear. In the hospital, where Han Shu was bedridden, the sun entered through the window of the room where he was alone, but, approaching him, sharp branches were heading towards his face, and the representative woman watched them as the branches emerged from her back like spider legs. Pei walked to the window saying, "There's a commotion out there." Chuan, already near the window, replied, "Let's check it out." The noise outside woke up Shannon, who was still sleeping due to the blow from his mentor. He woke up disoriented, with messy hair. Getting up quickly, he went to the window and asked, "Is it an enemy, Leo Chuan?" Chuan promptly replied, "Not even close." Leo looked down with a disdainful gaze, annoyed by the affront as he thought, "Do all the people in the exile zone have such an exaggerated sense of themselves? Do they think they can take control away from me with just a bunch of people?" On the ground floor, a group of men with the Black Bear Gang symbol on their chests were gathered, holding knives and batons. One of them, with a megaphone, said, "Hey, you up there! How about we sit down and talk about this?" Shannon approached the window and, upon recognizing who was speaking, widened his eyes. "Uncle Qin Tian?" Chuan pushed the protagonist back with his hand on his face and a disinterested expression shared by the blue-haired woman. "Talk? I have nothing to say to him," Chuan replied. Tian smiled and said in the megaphone, "Not you. I want to talk to that pink-haired boy you caught. A chat between us black rings." Shannon let his chin drop a little and, in a low voice, asked, "What?" Standing outside the room, Pei and Chuan were conversing, leaning against the wall and with their arms crossed. "Could you perhaps soften the expression of disappointment?" Pei asked. "Is it that obvious?" Chuan retorted. "Very obvious," Pei replied without enthusiasm. Chuan let his dark aura appear more clearly for a moment and, releasing some bolts of energy from his body, said, "I'm eager for a real fight." "Ah, where are the true enemies? Bring them." Pei remained silent, with a disappointed expression, thinking, "Someone control him." Inside the room, Tian and Shannon were talking, each sitting in an armchair, facing each other. "I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. When I found out the building was occupied by an Esper, I knew it had to be you," Tian said with his arms crossed. "Sorry, uncle. I didn't mean to take your place," Shannon replied with his head down. "That doesn't matter. I'm not here to retake the base. I just want to know why a special-grade Esper would come looking for you," Tian asked, making Shannon avert his gaze. After a few seconds of silence, he responded, "You may not believe me if I tell you." Outside, the other members of Tian's group were sitting on the floor, playing cards and chatting to pass the time. "I wonder what Brother Tian is talking about. I'm starving here," commented one of them. "All you ever think about is food. The Brother Tian isn't complaining about that, so shut up," replied another, leaning against the wall. "The boss is really heartless, sending Brother Tian back and forth between the jurisdiction area and the exile zone," commented another member, as his partner played the last card on the floor, announcing his victory. "I won." Back inside the building, Tian continued the conversation as Shannon explained everything. "To summarize the story, you are Wu Yue's son and are destined to become the enemy of every Esper in the Celestial City. And your only allies are those two out there," Tian said, leaning forward in the armchair and resting his elbows on his knees. "That's correct. But uncle, how do you know about my mother?" "I didn't mention her name," Shannon replied, scratching his head. "Was this the first time you left the exile zone for this tournament? Everyone out there knows her name. But in these years, your mother's name has become a forbidden word, never to be mentioned under any circumstances. I'm surprised you're so open about it, but we only met once. And what if I went out and gave your location to those who were after you? Aren't you afraid?" Tian said, with a provocative smile on his face. "You wouldn't do that. My instinct tells me you're trustworthy. Don't let my looks deceive you. My instincts are quite sharp," Shannon responded, looking at him intently. "Is that so?" Tian said, thinking. His eyes have changed so much in just a few days. Tian then took a deep breath and declared, "As a gesture of your honesty, I have some clues about your mother to share." Shannon immediately leaned forward with an attentive expression, thinking, "My mother?" Tian then proceeded to tell his story. 20 years ago, I applied for a job. It involved traveling to the jurisdiction area to help build a structure. The location and purpose of this structure were top secret. As he recounted, he could remember the way to the site, where they were blindfolded with several other workers in an armored car. "Cover your eyes until you reach the location," one of the guards declared, watching over them with a baton. Over time, I realized what we were building could be a prison intended for just one person. Passing in front of a door with a crack open, he could see something. A large glass cell with a tube the size of a person in the middle, surrounded by a red liquid. Further ahead, a man in a red cloak approached with subordinates by his side. Wearing a gold ring around his neck, the man declared, "You must complete it as soon as possible. The divine cage." Tien heard that and followed without showing much reaction as the guard shouted, "Keep your head down, don't look around." Back in the present, Tien, still leaning forward, said, "My guess is that she may be imprisoned there. Of course, this is just speculation, but if it's true, your mother may still be alive." In the Su family mansion, a hooded ghost appeared through a mist in the library. "I can't sense any living presence," he thought, floating and leaving a trail of mist as he followed the corridors. "It seems I can go back now." Until, passing through a locked door in the basement, he thought, "There's a weak energy in that room." Crossing the door, he was surprised and laughed, saying, "Really now? I thought the Su family had no descendants." He observed a white-haired boy standing in the middle of the room, connected by several wires to a computer-like device on the ceiling. The boy was wearing a gray jumpsuit with a purple cross across the chest and seemed to be unconscious. "What are you then?" he asked, approaching. Suddenly, the boy raised his eyes, revealing a cold gaze and purple eyes with stripes. "Oh, did I wake you up?" the ghost asked, standing in front of the boy, who observed him with a robotic vision. The boy's vision showed a 20% upload and characterized the ghost as an unknown individual. "No ring worn, not even we knew you existed. Who are you, and what is your relationship with Suya?" the ghost asked, with his arms crossed, now closer to the boy. "Hey, are you deaf or something? I'm talking to you here," he declared, while the boy observed him with 70% of the data update completed. When the update reached 100%, his eyes opened wider and shined. The man looked at him doubtfully, not understanding. The boy, still motionless, pronounced only 2 words, "Chen Yan." The man in front of him widened his eyes, incredulous. Covered again by the mist, he assumed a fighting stance and asked, "How do you know my name? Answer me!" Moving through the shadows, he advanced, going around the room and attacking the boy from behind. But the child quickly raised his hand backwards, and a strong purple glow emanated from it, making the ghost step back. Caught off guard, the energy wave shone intensely, causing a power failure in the circuits that held the boy. The wires detached, unplugging from his clothes as he threw his head back, freeing himself. The ghost was bleeding from the mouth and holding his injured arm, thinking, "How can it be? That shockwave emitted from the palm of the hand. It's Luo Xingwang's ability, but he's dead. Why would a descendant of the Su family have this? It doesn't make sense. It contradicts everything we know. I need to inform the others about this situation. Warn them to be cautious. The remaining members of the Wu Yue must not be underestimated." Walking with blood dripping on the floor, he took a few steps until he heard another word, "mist." He raised his head, confused. Surrounded by a purple mist, he looked around, bleeding, until the boy appeared floating from the mist and touched his back with one hand. "No," the ghost said with widened eyes, foreseeing his future, as the boy, with wide open and shimmering purple eyes, said the last word he would hear. Boom! A pillar of purple lightning pierced the place, exploding the ghost's body and flooding the area with a strong light. Back at the waterfall where Joshi was meditating, one of the ghosts appeared, controlling the water around him and making it bubble while the white-haired man watched patiently from afar. "Die!" she shouted, launching water bubbles charged with energy in his direction. The bubbles flew towards Joshi, who observed them expressionlessly, with his delicate and sculpted features. Raising his hand in a single movement, he stopped the advance of the waters. The bubbles came together, floating in the palm of his raised hand, while he held his sheathed sword. His jacket, tied at the waist, flew with the wind. Moving his finger in a circular motion, he transformed the water bubbles into transparent birds that flew around him, dissolving into drops that fell on his face like the rain that descends on a Greek sculpture. After a few moments of silence, he declared, "Blame yourself for coming here." With a disbelieving look, the ghost took a few steps back, wondering, "What?" she thought. "He neutralized my attack with ease?" Joe quickly threw his sword up, making it land on a rock. Then he advanced quickly towards the ghost, who widened her eyes in despair at the speed of her enemy. Quickly he applied a blow, delivering a punch that sent the ghost's head back, followed by another blow and another punch, without giving her time to react. Deciding to resolve things with brute force, Joe alternated between punches and kicks, leaving the ghost unable to keep up or dodge. Charging one last blow, he projected his open palm, throwing her back and hurling her against the waterfall. Flying away, her body hit the rock, making her spit blood and shards of stone fly due to the impact. Joe jumped, grabbed his sword in the air, and landed on top of the ghost. Placing the scabbard and the sword crossed on her neck like a pair of scissors, the water ran as the ghost spat blood. With difficulty, she declared her last words. What ability are you using? With an expressionless look, wet from the water, and with a face of transcendent beauty, he replied, I don't need abilities to fight against the weak, humiliating her and finishing off her target. Inside the monastery, a large statue of Buddha remained before a group of monks. Incense burned, some played drums, and others prayed with their prayer beads in hand. All, in unison, emitted the characteristic sound of meditation as their connection formed. A pure heart, like clear water, reflects all things without distortion, but a heart obscured by worldly desires, like muddy water, cannot perceive the true nature of reality, the Dharma body of Buddha. That was their motto. Meanwhile, at the waterfall, Zhuo stood up with blood staining his shirt and face. His sword dripped a mix of blood and water. Standing on the rock, he remained motionless as the blood from the corpse dispersed in the waterfall's water. In the hospital room where Han Shu was hospitalized, a ghost watched over him, standing by his side, with branches emerging from its back and wrapping around the boy's wrist. The ghost raised his arm with its branches, seeing his limp hand unresponsive, while Han Shu lay still, eyes closed, breathing with the help of equipment. It seems the information was correct. Han Shu is truly a helpless corpse, the ghost thought, arms crossed, leaning over the boy's body. Using one of its branches, it touched the ring around his neck and made a cut on Han Shu's arm with another branch, saying, What a waste for someone like Han Shu to simply be lying here. You used to be a special grade Esper. The drops of blood dripped to the floor for a few seconds and then stopped. One of the branches stuck to the wound, beginning to absorb the boy's blood. The branches grew thicker as it laughed in satisfaction, saying, As expected of a special grade power, how nostalgic. Then, a noise from the room's door caught its attention. Throwing his head back, he looked, searching for the source of the sound. A fruit basket had fallen to the floor at the feet of a girl, the same one who had appeared on the screen next to Han Shu. Let my big brother go! The blonde-haired girl shouted with a brave expression. And what if I don't? The ghost asked with a mocking smile. The girl jumped and grabbed one of the branches with her hand. Golden rays came out of her body as she pulled the enemy and threw it away, living up to the golden ring around her neck. The ghost crossed the room, knocking over the bed and everything in its path. Brother, the girl said, running towards Han Shu, worried about his condition. But before she could reach him, a branch pierced her shoulder, throwing her back as the blood spread in her clothes. The girl was thrown against the wall with force, falling to the floor with an expression of pain, touching her bloodied shoulder. Very careless, little sister, the ghost said, mocking the kneeling girl with her bow in her hair. It hurts, she murmured. Looking up, she was able to see the ghost jumping out the window with her brother's body wrapped in its branches. Brother, she shouted, protesting and running after him, determined to follow her brother and do everything she could to defend him. Stop there, she shouted, landing on the ground with golden rays coming out of her feet, causing pieces of concrete to fly with the impact. Seeing the ghost standing still, her heart calmed when she saw another familiar face. Mom, she thought, seeing a blonde woman in a long dress and an air of high class, standing in front of the ghost, followed by several people. A ghost adorns our humble abode. You should have warned us before. We would have welcomed you properly. Why must you make things so difficult? The woman asked in a passive-aggressive tone. Ha, cut the act, the ghost said, grinning arrogantly. You are nothing but Wu Yue's lackey. As soon as those words left his mouth, the followers behind Han Shu's mother prepared to attack, but the matriarch gestured for them to remain where they were and let the kidnapper speak. You should know better what the Liu family is doing now. I'm here with orders to warn you. Stay out of this if you value your life. We will have Wu Yue's descendant no matter the cost, he declared, tightening Han Shu's body with the wrapped branches. With a cold expression, the woman looked at him and said, I don't care about anyone's descendant. Put my son down. The ghost lifted Han Shu above his shoulders and said mockingly, Just a helpless corpse. Take him back if you want. And he threw the boy's body up in the air, opening his arms with a smile on his face. The little girl watched everything in shock, kneeling, supporting her hands on the ground. You Li! The woman shouted, ordering her daughter to catch her brother in free fall with a desperate expression. The girl jumped towards the falling body, leaving the ground shattered by the impulse. The ghost took advantage of the moment of distraction to disappear. As soon as the girl landed with her brother's body in her lap, hugging him tightly, the woman declared, Don't bother chasing him. take Hanshu back to the medical ward, and her subordinates agreed in unison. Understood. As he approached the girl holding her brother, a subordinate said, Miss, we'll take care of your wounds. After a few seconds of silence, the girl asked, Did my mother really mean what she said earlier? You don't care about anyone's descendant? Does our Han family really intend to sit back and do nothing? Then she turned around with an apprehensive expression on her face and cried, Big Brother once said that Esper abilities emerged to make the world a better place. I don't understand much more, but things are definitely not getting better now. That ugly man hurt my brother in that way, but Mom was being polite to him. The woman averted her gaze, as her blonde hair fell over her face. Mother, the girl thought, still watching her mother who was avoiding eye contact with her. The subordinate leaned forward, supporting herself on her knees, and said, Miss, let's go back inside. Be careful, for the walls may have ears. Finally, the girl lowered her head and replied, I understand. I will finish what my brother started, with a determined look on her face. The window above, which overlooked her brother's room, was broken. Just below it, the mother approached the girl, saying, You made 2 mistakes during the fight. First, you diverted your attention without confirming if the enemy was dead, giving him the chance to hurt you. Secondly, when someone needed to be saved, you hesitated instead of making the right decision immediately. Right? The girl stood up with difficulty, supporting herself on her knees, and replied, Does it matter? With a sad look, the woman declared, No, this is my answer. Back at the hideout building where Shannon and Chuan were staying in the exile zone, the mist covered the place on a cloudy day. Uncle, can you describe this room in detail? Shannon asked, still sitting in the same place. You mean the so-called divine-level cage? Tien asked, leaning forward. Yes, our protagonist replied. The room really looked like a cage, with pillars around a sleeping capsule. Below the cocoon there was a pool. The liquid in the pool seemed to be lava. I still remember the smell, that pungent and nauseating smell. Tien held his own chin as he remembered and described the place, until, looking at the boy, he noticed something was wrong. Shannon? He asked, seeing the boy holding the armrests of the chair with his head completely lowered, staring fixedly at the floor. As Tien's words echoed in his mind, the description of the room seemed to become real. Below him, he saw a lava pool instead of the floor of the room. Shannon looked at the moving lava below him in panic, with glazed eyes, as sweat ran down his face. What can you do alone? A voice said, catching his attention. Looking up, he could see a woman with long pink hair sitting in front of him. For a moment, he doubted who she was, and then said, Mom. The translucent woman, with neon eyes, then spoke, Give me your body. Shannon's face darkened upon hearing these words, and he said, You're not my mother. The woman stretched out her hand with an evil smile on her face and said, You're right. In a split second, the woman transformed into Shannon, the same one with black eyes and neon irises who had previously taken over his body, and who we'll call Shan for now. Shan held a gun in the direction of our protagonist and declared, I am Shannon, and fired the gun, launching a projectile right on the forehead of Shannon, a perfect headshot that made his head fall back. Tien saw our protagonist fall back in the chair with his head thrown back and shouted, Shannon! With a concerned expression, while our pink-haired boy remained motionless with a vacant look. Tien opened the door desperately and shouted, Hey, come in here! The pink-haired boy! Something is really wrong with him! Calling the 2 espers that were in the corridor. They quickly ran inside. The woman grabbed the boy by the shoulders and started shaking him, saying, Shannon! Shannon! Without getting a response. Something about that made Chuan remain silent, remembering when he saw Shan taking care of Shannon's body. The boy remained there, standing with an empty expression, as if in a trance. Inside Shannon's consciousness, in front of the white door through which he had passed the last time, the sky around it was glowing, enveloped in dark clouds. Shan was holding Shannon by the arm. They were dressed in the same clothes and were exactly alike, but Shannon was trying to break free while Shan held him firmly, saying, Give me your body. After the first statement, Shannon fell to his knees on the ground in front of Shan, who held him, emanating a strong aura from his body. His eyes were glowing neon in a frightening way. Shan crouched down, getting very close to Shannon's face while he thought, What overwhelming power. My body. I can't move it. Shan grabbed Shannon by the neck, approaching his ear in a provocative way and said, Don't you remember? It was you who summoned me, when your friend was brutally killed, when you were helpless against your enemy. I took the place of the scared cat you were. Shannon raised his blue eyes and looked at the boy identical to him, with neon eyes, smiling and saying, I am the only one who can win the next war. Give me your body, and I won't disappoint you. Shan stretched out his hand, making his offer, but Shannon struggled to move even slightly and failed. The sweat ran down his face as he thought, His power is so strong that I can't even speak. Getting very close to Shannon's face, Shan spoke in a serious tone, holding his fist. Come on, just say it. Say you'll give me your body. Shannon remained with his teeth clenched and his fist closed without responding until Shan declared, Coward. and hearing repeated knocks on the door, he released him. Getting up and leaving the boy on the ground, Shan said, "There's always someone interrupting us." Shannon slowly opened his eyes, seeing Chuan blurrily with his hands open, emanating electricity and saying, "I told you, he likes my electricity more than your flames." Would this be a new way of saying the protagonist leans more one way than the other? Next to him, Pei was holding his hair stick, from which smoke was coming out, and said, "Let's see if he has any brain left after your little shock session." Right in front of him, Tien asked worried, "Shannon, are you okay? Can you hear us?" In the depths of his mind, our protagonist still heard Shan's voice saying, "We'll meet again soon." With a start, Shannon screamed and regained consciousness, grabbing Leo's arm with all his strength. Tien watched everything with a worried expression. The tension remained in the room until Shannon raised his eyes and said, "Leo Chuan." Promptly Chuan replied, "What?" "Zinnia told me to give you some shocks." And Zinnia clenched her fist, looking furiously at him and saying, "Are you eager for a beating, huh?" What followed caught everyone by surprise. Looking Leo in the eyes, Shannon said, "Fight me!" Immediately, Leo replied, "Wow, maybe I gave him too strong a shock." And Zinnia went to him, putting one hand on his forehead and the other on the boy's forehead, saying, "The temperature is normal." Annoyed, Shannon declared, "I'm perfectly fine. I need my Esper powers, and fighting is the only way to awaken them." And looking again at Chuan, he said, "Please fight me." The two Espers looked at each other expressionlessly for a few moments in silence, and then, leaning towards each other, they began to laugh. "You're delirious," Zinnia said, covering her mouth while laughing. And Chuan said, "More than delirious. It's as if he were insulting me." The two then went to the corner of the room and began to confer as if no one could hear them. Although training with him is not a bad idea, at least it will show him the harsh reality. But be careful, our enemies will be here soon. Don't waste too much energy, Zinnia said, leaning on Chuan's shoulder, who soon replied, "Whose energy? Mine? Do you think I'm going to waste energy on him? He's so weak. I'll finish him off before I even break a sweat." Tien listened to everything in silence, and still sitting, Shannon spoke. "Hey, I can hear you," until Tien spoke up, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. "Guys, I know the perfect place for a fight." In another place near a series of containers, Zinnia was standing while her braided blue hair flew in the wind. Looking at Shannon, she said, "Be careful not to get killed." Chuan watched everything, smoking a cigarette with his usual gallant posture. "That's the point. I need Leo Chuan to kill me. Only when death is imminent can I get what I want. I have to get stronger," Shannon responded with a determined look on his face. Watching the two move away and go to the center of the location, Zinnia thought, "It seems I chose the right side." Chuan remained with his hands in his pockets in a relaxed posture, while Shannon assumed an apprehensive fighting stance. The wind was blowing, and the dust of the place was rising, giving a dramatic air to the confrontation. "Where will your attack come from? Above, distance, or close range? Stay calm, Shannon. Just focus, and you'll see his movements clearly. First, I need to figure out his attack patterns and then think of a counterattack," our protagonist thought, raising his fists and focusing on his opponent. Chuan gave a smug smile and then raised one of his hands, beginning to emanate rays. "Let's make this a little more like a battlefield." Looking up, Shannon saw a dome formed of hexagons cover the space above him and extend to the ground. The purple dome covered the entire space around them, separating them from Zinnia and Tien, who were locked outside. "Damn it!" Zinnia cursed, punching the dome, which returned the same force back to her, not allowing her to pass. It was impossible to see anything from the inside. Zinnia stopped and looked fixedly with her red eyes and scar on her neck, saying, "Shannon," with concern in her voice. From the inside, Shannon remained focused and silent, watching apprehensively, until, with a red glow in his eyes, Chuan stretched out his hand, now with purple rays surrounding him, and said, "Keep your eyes wide open. I'm going to show you what a real Esper is. I'm on a completely different level. Are you ready to change your skin?" Shannon remained focused, trying to predict the next move to dodge. That's when something surprised him, and the tension in his body increased. Chuan appeared behind him in a millisecond, emanating electricity from his body. When did he... Shannon couldn't even finish his thought before being hit by Chuan's blow, which threw him electrocuted across the battlefield. "He's too fast. I couldn't even see what he did. He just..." Shannon fell to the ground, his clothes burned and his skin scorched. The concrete below him was broken by the impact. His eyes struggled to stay open. With just one blow, this had been the result. Chuan approached slowly, with an intimidating aura, saying, "I only used one hand," showing that, just like Levi, who only needed 2 fingers, he also knew how to finish the job effortlessly. "Come on, stay with me. I'm just warming up," he said, smiling smugly and walking in his direction. Outside, Zinnia was trying to break the barrier, throwing fireballs at it, but nothing seemed to have an effect. "I've seen my share of Espers, but that guy, Leo Chuan, he's on another level," Tien declared, observing Zinnia's efforts, who replied, "Don't even joke. They say he's the closest thing to a divine level this world has ever seen. Zinnia stared fixedly at the barrier, while remembering the events that occurred 16 years ago. On the day of the Esper evaluation, a young Zinnia with 2 pigtails in her blue hair arrived at the evaluation site accompanied by 2 bodyguards. The parents gathered at the site waited for their children to be evaluated. The hall trembled with a strong wave of electricity coming from the evaluation station. Some couldn't stay on their feet and hugged their children. "What kind of Esper is this? The pressure. It's crazy. It's coming from inside," one of them exclaimed. On the evaluation screen, Liu Chuan's name appeared, and next to it, his Esper ranking. The monitor glitched for a moment and oscillated between golden and iridescent. "What's happening? Don't tell me we have a divine level!" one of the adults declared from outside. "Look! Even the ring can't classify him! No chance!" another commented. "Calm down! Just be patient!" another requested while they waited. Everyone remained silent with the high tension in the room. Zinnia watched everything in silence as the seconds passed, until the monitor finally showed gold ranking. "It's gold!" someone shouted. "See? I told you! There's no way he could be divine!" someone commented. "Thank God for that! What would the Leo family do with a divine-level Esper?" Then someone interrupted that speech, saying, "Stop talking, he's coming out." Gradually, the door opened, and thick smoke came out of the evaluation room, bringing a smell of burning, of electrocuted things. Slowly, a small Liu Chuan walked out, with a golden ring around his neck, and rays emanating from his body. His aristocratic outfit and serious expression showed that he was indeed from the upper class. Everyone applauded as he walked, children and adults. Zinnia crossed eyes with Chuan, and soon an adult came to get her, saying, "Miss, it's your turn." The young Zinnia smiled and followed the adult, and as she entered the room, she thought, "I'm not going to lose to him." Touching the silver ring on her neck and the scar, Zinnia returned to the reality of the present. "Are you saying this guy is some kind of Esper prodigy? If he's that strong, Shannon won't last a second," Tien commented. "That's not my only concern," Zinnia declared, leaving Tien without understanding. "Our enemies can attack us at any moment. I have to keep this position. If they show up before these 2 are done, the consequences will be terrible," the girl explained. "Leave it to me. I'll guard the entrance. I'll contact you the second I feel another Esper," Tien said, offering to help. "Why are you helping us?" Zinnia asked, looking at the man who, with a fixed gaze, replied, "Many Espers came to the exile zone just because of Shannon. Whether they came to help him or kill him, it means he's important. He could change this world. We Black Rings want to see a different world," our dear uncle responded. "Placing your hopes on this child may be too much," Zinnia said, to which the man replied, turning around. "I'm going. I'll call you if anyone shows up." Inside the sphere, Shannon remained lying on the ground, without strength, with a scorched face, thinking, "Thank God, Liu Chuan is not our enemy." Gradually, his vision was fading, and with just one blow, Chuan had sent him to his death. His eyes slowly closed, and he heard Shan's voice in his mind saying, "You feel it, don't you? You're useless unless you give me your body." Shan then appeared on top of Shannon's body, supported on the ground, smiling. "It's him again," Shannon thought. "I know what you're thinking. You're tired of being powerless, tired of being a nobody. You desire power, the kind of power that Liu Chuan wields," Shan said, bringing his face close to Shannon's neck and sliding his hand down his arm. Again, within his consciousness, the 2 remained in front of a door. "Beg, you are a pathetic coward who cannot face the harsh reality. What's the point of fighting me?" Shan said, circling Shannon with a seductive voice. "Imagine what those Espers will do to you if they capture you. You'll face a fate worse than death. They'll cage you, just like they did with your mother. An endless line of monsters drinking your blood and eating your flesh. Just give up. Surrender to me," Shan said, hugging Shannon from behind with a sweet voice. "I will destroy them all. I will wipe out the last Esper from the face of the earth." Shannon then thought, "All of them?" And, as this thought crossed his mind, still with his head down, he replied, You're not me. Not if you've forgotten what he said." Then memories began to surface. Memories of fire, explosions, and war in the exile zone. But, amidst it all, in a distant neighborhood, a group of people danced around a campfire. Small, hanging lights illuminated the night. People in white cloaks with a cross on their backs and weapons hanging celebrated. It was a moment of joy amidst the chaos. Alvin and Shannon, 2 children, watched everything sitting in the corner of the party, just enjoying the warmth of the fire, until one of the men present handed a piece of bread to a friend who went to the 2. "Here, take a little," the white-haired man said, handing the bread to Alvin. Shannon raised his hand to take it, but his brother held it, saying, "But if we take this, how will the sir be?" And the gentleman replied, "Don't worry about me. I can't eat much at my age anyway. Take it. You can pay me back when you join the faction." Alvin took the bread, and the man stroked the heads of the 2, who had injuries all over their bodies. "Thank you, sir. Alvin replied, smiling, while Shannon had a sad expression on his face. Alvin, maybe we should stay here, Shannon proposed, eating a piece of the bread. No way, Alvin replied, chewing. Why not? This place is nice, Shannon argued. Nice? Listen carefully. The screams, they never stop, Alvin said, drawing Shannon's attention to the world beyond those fences, to the chaos around them, beyond that campfire, the shouts in the streets, the people running and the burning fire, the faction members who selected who could enter the party and who could not, who decided who would eat and escape the explosions, and who would spend the night in despair. A mother and a child were escorted inside while an injured man shouted from outside, "Why can't I enter?" And armed members kept him out. This place, these people, they're worse than the bandits out there. If we stay here, we'll become like them. I don't want to become that, Alvin replied, still chewing his bread. Shannon then looked ahead angrily and said, "This world is messed up because of those espers," and Alvin stretched out his hand, holding the piece of bread while making it levitate slightly. Hate to tell you, but I'm kind of an esper too, the boy said, confident. Not you, you're different, Shannon quickly turned and replied. Alvin looked at the sky and then said, Shannon, what if there was a parallel world with absolutely no espers? Don't you think maybe there wouldn't be bad guys in that world? And after some hesitation, Shannon replied, That's impossible. Then our boy Alvin replied, Exactly. Just like the food you're holding, everyone used to have a share. Now it all belongs to a portion of the powerful factions. I bet those Esper families who donated never thought their charity would backfire like this, huh? Shannon listened to him attentively and looked at his piece of bread, which soon disappeared from his hand. Alvin took it and shoved it all in his mouth, saying, Who would have thought you could hold it without eating? And Shannon protested with wide eyes, Hey, I was saving that for later. Returning the bread to his brother, Alvin said, Just finish eating so we can go back to the real world. Back in the present, in Shannon's consciousness, Shan's power was shining intensely within his chest as he embraced him, ready to take control of his body. That's when Shannon replied, This body, I won't let you have it. In 1,000 pieces, the space broke, bringing Shannon back to his physical body, which now glowed with a strong gray aura inside the dome. Slowly, he got up, with the glow of his aura emanating strongly, and said, Leo Chuan, this isn't over. Raising his eyes, he showed that his irises were now neon, but not like Shan's. Yes, a vibrant blue neon that pulsed with his aura. Leo laughed, excited about the battle, and responded by intensifying his lightning aura. Now things are getting interesting. In the area of jurisdiction, near the gate, a group of people were walking while someone said, Yay, the exile zone, just like the old times. The group was walking, and another person responded, You are very noisy. The group was composed of 5 young people and a child carrying a rabbit. They were all wearing gray uniforms and had black rings around their necks. A government vehicle was parked in an isolated area while 2 men reported to their superiors. We rescued them. The ghost's injuries are worse than we thought. And we found no trace of the assailants at the scene. In the back of the vehicle, the bodies of 2 hooded assassin ghosts were strapped to bloodied gurneys and connected to oxygen tanks. The man continued his report on the phone in the front seat. This means they are likely heading to the exile zone. Our next move should be. The response came quickly. On the other end of the line, the person said, They won't get far. The hybrid unit will intercept them. Meanwhile, in the jurisdiction area, the door separating the outside from the inner area was formed by 3 large layers and a thick wall. The group of young people approaching the gate waited impatiently. This door is moving so slowly, a girl with pigtails and 2 crossed swords on her back complained. Can't you just shut up? It's so embarrassing, another said irritatedly beside her. Yes, sir, we will intercept those 2, one of them said further ahead, while a small child clung to his clothes. 2 guards with gray rings around their necks observed them through futuristic goggles, thinking, Are they prisoners? I don't remember the jurisdiction area having a prison to hold black rings. Suddenly, the pigtailed girl with the 2 swords moved in a millisecond and reappeared, placing one of her swords at the neck of the guard who was watching her. Hey, do you think I don't know what you're looking at? She said angrily. Stammering, the guard tried to apologize. The girl opened her eyes, her round purple irises shining brightly, and a cloaking effect appeared around her face. The same effect appeared inside the man's glasses, and he began to sweat. Increasingly, the glasses heated up and glowed, until in an explosion of colors, he fell back screaming. Want to take another look, huh? Keep looking, why don't you? The girl shouted, stomping and kicking the guard who was now cowering on the ground. The other guard pointed his weapon at her and tried to shoot, but the same cloaking effect enveloped the pistol, preventing him from firing. My gun! Why isn't it working? The guard said, trembling. The girl quickly turned to the next guard, until the young man who had previously been on the phone interrupted her, saying, Enough of the games, Taya. It's time to get to work. A young man with light brown hair and eyes had a communication point in his ear as he spoke. There's been a change of plans. We need 2 of us to go back to the jurisdiction area to prevent the special grade guy from reaching the exile zone. In front of the group, with his hands in his pockets, a young blonde man asked, "So, who's going?" Taya immediately turned the other way and started walking with her hand raised, saying, "Whoever gets there first wins." The scarred boy with messy hair and bandages tried to volunteer, saying, "I will." He raised his hand shyly. The girl with long, smooth purple hair put her hand on her hip and replied, "So eager. Must be nice to be young." Taya and the shy boy ran off in one direction, while the other 4 followed towards the gates. Outside the jurisdiction area, the metro was cutting swiftly through the city. Equally swift, a young man was cutting through the city, leaping across buildings and containers in broad daylight, amidst the noise of construction and fog. Zhou Shi was now wearing a white shirt over a long-sleeved black shirt and gray pants, carrying his sword by his side as he ran through the city. In the building next to him, a group of scientists were working in a lab, dressed in protective gear and packing up samples and experiments. Zhou Shi then stopped, as if sensing something in the air, as if a sudden change in the wind meant danger. He lightly drew his sword, preparing for the worst, and getting into a fighting stance. The sunlight fell on him, and the handsome young man assumed the posture, searching for where the murderous intent might be coming from. Not far from there, in a random building, the shy boy who had left the jurisdiction was crouched on the floor, drawing something with chalk and saying, "Stop. Only an idiot starts a fight with a special grade head-on. I finally got out of prison, and if I die, I just need to delay him a little. Bringing down a black ring should be a breeze for him. If they move faster, then I won't have a problem." On the floor, he had drawn a chalk maze around a stick figure, and finally, with a stroke, locked the figure in the central box. Then he looked at his creation and declared, "Done." His eyes glowed a neon red as he held the chalk. The drawing lit up, and the white lines transformed into neon orange lines that burned on the ground. Soon after, the buildings began to move, and metal walls emerged, enveloping them. Large plates cut off the paths, constructing the maze drawn by the boy and cracking the buildings in half, destroying the ground with the impact of their arrival and launching concrete shards into the sky. "Something coming from underground?" Zhou Shi wondered, feeling the vibration under his feet. "Did you feel that? It seemed like an earthquake," one of the employees asked. "No, that wasn't an earthquake. The building is moving," another one responded, shouting in despair, holding video processing boards that flew through the air as the building shook, destabilizing everything around it. Metal plates emerged and the buildings moved, forming a large maze. From afar, it was possible to see a large explosion in the area. Zhou Shi watched everything, keeping himself standing and alert, firmly planting his feet on the ground as he searched for an exit. "Not this way, nor that way," he thought, looking around. Then he narrowed his lynx eyes and after a few moments of silence, detected a large explosion. The building was engulfed in fire and smoke, while debris flew through the air and birds watched everything from above. "Trying to trap me, huh?" he thought. Landing safely after avoiding the effects of the explosion, Zhou Shi said, "I don't have time to play hide-and-seek with you." The young man leaped wrapped in green energy rays with his sword sheathed. Jumping through the buildings, he followed the path trying to reach the top. Hidden, the young man continued drawing and tracing lines around the chalk doll. "You can't escape," he said, drawing another line and closing the path in front of him. A metal plate appeared, blocking Zhou Shi's passage, who quickly changed his route, jumping through the surrounding structures. He continued the process, jumping and changing direction as new plates appeared blocking his path, until the white-haired young man touched his head dizzily, saying, "Oh my God," and landed on the ground. As he got up, Zhou Shi looked up and thought, back to the starting point. He was surrounded on all sides, trapped by buildings and metal plates. From above, he was just a small dot in the midst of a large concrete and metal box. In the city, a bridge similar to the Golden Gate Bridge was the stage for the passage of a golden youth. Someone with propulsion boots was flying over the bridge when the suit system issued an alert. "Warning, emergency landing of the leg energy core recommended." The propulsion boots began to fail, and seeing that the suit was right, the white-haired young man wearing a gray robotic suit with purple details and points on the cervical spine looked down and saw someone waiting for him. On the bridge, Taya waved up at him with a smile on her face. "Come down here, robot," she said, waving. The boy, who had lavender eyes with star irises, looked at her confused, without reaction. Outside the dome where Leo and Shannon were dueling, Zania was speaking on the phone. "Thank you for the warning. Qin Tian, find a safe place to hide. I'll be fine. You don't need to come back and help me." As soon as she hung up the phone, the woman removed one of the sticks holding her hair and said aloud, "So annoying. I hate looking up to talk to people. I'm talking to you." From the top of one of the containers, the other 4 young people were waiting, laughing. Zania looked at them with a smug and superior smile and said, "Who's going to die first?" Now, a brief pause and the impending confrontation for a moment of education about the world of Evil Ring. Take the opportunity to leave your like, comment, and subscribe to give that little push to the channel. Alright folks, there are two types of gates that connect the three-level zones in Evil Ring: vehicular gates and pedestrian gates. In a world full of people, these gates are everywhere, ensuring smooth movement between the zones. Pedestrian gates are built where the zones are closest to each other. The bridge that looks like the San Francisco Bridge is an example of a pedestrian gate that connects to the jurisdiction area. As for the vehicular gates, they are built where the distance between the zones is greater. This is the type of gate that Shannon used to reach his tournament. Enough with the schooling, let's get back to the fights. Zania stared at the group saying, "So who's going to die first? Or, maybe you want to team up against me? I don't mind facing all of you." The purple-haired girl mocked, saying, "Yeah, right, get serious." Silently, Zania thought, "I just need to buy time until the expected ability of Shan Yue takes effect. Even if he awakens his ability, he will probably inherit some kind of telekinetic ability from his mother. The weaknesses of these types of espers are very obvious. Just like Lady Wu Yue. When it comes to a real fight, it will depend on me and that guy Leo. Speaking of which," the blonde-haired young man who was sitting at the top of the container looked up, saying, "I haven't been here in years, but man, this place, it's even worse than I remember." The purple-haired girl crossed her arms and replied, "Don't talk about this damn exile as if it were a place of nostalgic vacations, okay? It brings back bad memories." The other one replied, "Some things never change." Zania then observed more closely, noting, "They are all black rings, my father was right." 14 years ago, at the Pei family's house, the young Zania returned from her training, drying herself with a towel. 98 wins and 2 losses. Maybe it's time to increase the difficulty of the training simulation, she thought as she walked. Suddenly, the girl noticed that the light in one of the rooms was still on. Approaching the door, she said, "Father, it's me." From inside, her father replied, "Zania, come in." The girl entered his office and went straight to get a cup of tea. Worried and sitting at his desk surrounded by paperwork, the father declared, "You're still growing. You can't train all day and night. Find a little balance, okay?" The girl then thought, "Here we go again." And as she poured the hot water into the cup, she explained, "I'm young, so I recover faster. But you, father, must be careful with the all-nighters. I don't want to lose you when I'm so young." Her father, a red-headed man, laughed and replied, "Sharp tongue as always." The girl approached with the tea in her hands, the steam rising, and said, "You like your tea hot, father, but every time I come here, the tea on the table is cold. How many times do I have to say this?" The man quickly replied, All right. Looking at the paperwork on the desk, the girl could see that it had something to do with the current families of the 8 greats, including the Leo family. As her father drank the tea, the girl asked, "Where do you think they're hiding, Lady Wu Yue? We've been searching for so long." Her father placed the cup on the table and replied, "Yes, exactly where. I wish I knew the answer. Sitting here like this, enjoying the hot tea my daughter prepared. This happiness comes at the cost of Lady Wu Yue's freedom." A few moments of silence followed, and they looked at each other, an uncomfortable atmosphere surrounding them. Then he stood up and said, "Ah, right. Take a look at this. Do you recognize the insignia on that vehicle?" Zania observed the image projected on the wall and replied, "They are special transport trucks from the Celestial City, but this footage is from the Exile Zone." Her father then explained, "Exactly. We intercepted this from the Exile Zone. Lately, the 8 families have been very active, constantly capturing black rings. In just 2 weeks, they've captured more than 1,000. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed in thought, 1,000! Her father then continued with the questioning, "What do they plan to do with all these children? I've examined all the possibilities, and they all lead to a terrifying conclusion. They are being prepared to eliminate your generation." Back in the present, the blonde-haired boy sitting spoke. "You're so rude, ignoring our target like that." The brown-haired leader then responded, kicking the seated boy in the back. "Who was the one who started rambling first?" The purple-haired girl thought, "As expected, only you would dare to kick the tiger's ass." The leader then declared, "Let me take care of this." The girl raised her arm, placing it in front of the young man and preventing his advance, saying, "Making Yao Guang join the fight would be like bullying. I don't want to see a beautiful woman meet a tragic end." The purple-haired girl jumped and landed in front of Zania, bringing her hand to her face and putting her hair behind her ear with a provocative and graceful smile on her face, saying, "But I'm different. I'll make sure you die beautifully." Zania raised her chin and replied, "Oh my god, let's see what you've got." On top of the container, the 3 continued talking. "Leo Chuan and our target Shannon. They're probably hiding inside," the leader declared. "Cowards," the seated boy cursed. "Should we force our way in?" the leader asked. To which the other replied, "Why waste the effort? Wait until Xia Mei beats Peizania to exhaustion and they will come crawling to save their friend. Let's divide the spoils at that moment, Shannon for you. Leo Chuan for me. I want to see who is stronger, the man closest to a divine level, or us, those who have consumed a divine level." On his arm, The boy had a black striped tattoo like Sukuna. Now his eyes were glowing a neon yellow. Similarly, the other boy's eyes were also glowing as he remained silent. Inside the dome, the duel continued. Shannon was rising to his feet, stepping on the debris on the ground, while Leo watched him carefully. Our protagonist had a cayenne blue aura emanating from him, and his eyes were shining intensely as he thought. That was close. For a second, I thought my doppelganger was going to take over again, but thanks to him, now I can see everything so clearly. All the movements were converging before his eyes. It was like seeing everything at once and being able to understand. However, Leo, who was watching from the outside, just stared at him strangely. What's with that scary look? He asked, trying to understand the reason. Shannon continued to think to himself about his twin. You know what? I should give him a name. How about Little Black? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, his left hand slapped his own face, leaving Leo confused. Then another slap came from his right hand. What the hell are you doing? Leo asked, having no idea what was happening in front of him. Shannon remained silent and thought, it seems he didn't like that name. He then shouted, Come on, Leo Chuan, I can handle anything you throw at me. Leo accepted the challenge and launched a series of purple rays towards our protagonist. Just as I saw, he thought, observing that the rays followed the same trajectory that had been shown to him before his eyes. As he fled and dodged, Shannon thought, there's no way I can dodge Leo Chuan's attacks with my original strength, but knowing his attack pattern in advance changes everything. You're right, Little Black. I'm just an ant in this world. Shannon crossed his arms in front of his body, blocking the attack and jumping away. But don't forget, without my 18 years of intense effort, you wouldn't be here today. I don't think you're better at surviving than I am. Don't just show up out of nowhere and belittle my existence like that. Besides, this is the first time. Then, as he lay on the ground, sweating and recovering, a familiar voice emerged. Shannon. Shan's voice spoke as his twisted silhouette gradually appeared. Shannon tried to ignore it and thought, this is the first time someone other than Alvin has come to my side. Leo took advantage of the moment of distraction and delivered a blow, kicking the boy and exploding into multiple rays. Sean, his twin, appeared in his mind, arms crossed and a look of superiority saying, It's not because of you, but because of me. Shannon was thrown back, raising dust and breaking on the ground with his hands and knees. Reaching the wall, he looked up, wiped his face while leaning on the ground and thought, I'll endure everything Leo Chuan can give me. Leo watched him with rays emanating from his aura, saying, Your eyes, they're a bit strange. Shannon then stood up and advanced towards his tutor, thinking, Just sit there and watch, Little Black. I'll show you how I grow. He attacked, but was easily blocked by Leo, who created a purple shield by raising his hand and preparing another attack. Shannon jumped and landed behind Leo. He quickly stretched out his hand to touch Leo's shoulder and attack him, but the Esper noticed and turned quickly, grabbing the boy's wrist and throwing him with rays coming out of his body, immobilizing him on the ground with numerous purple energy chains. It was then that Leo declared, You wouldn't have dodged that if your Esper ability hadn't been activated, so you can see the future, can't you? Shannon gave him a mischievous smile. Outside, the two girls were preparing to start their duel. Pei Zania, right? Before we begin, would you mind answering a quick question? May asked. I refuse, Zania replied with a weary expression. Don't be so hasty. You haven't even heard the question yet. May responded with a gentle smile. We've received 2 tasks. One is to capture the divine-level descendant Shannon. The other is to take your life, Pei Zania. Satisfy my curiosity. Why do the 8 great families want the life of an advanced-level Esper? You're not even of special grade, just an insignificant silver ring. Do they have some grudge against you? Is there really something special about you? May said, biting her lips with a malicious smile. Insignificant, May repeated, consumed by flames of rage and with an insane expression. An insignificant silver ring? I think I said that out loud, didn't I? The girl who knew very well what she had done smiled. A pillar of flames crossed the field in May's direction, which she quickly dodged by turning to the side. After a few moments of silence, she said, You just had to ruin the mood, didn't you? While Zania, with an expression taken by murderous intent, declared, Strange, I was clearly aiming for the head. May advanced swiftly towards Zania, saying, Let's cut the crap and get this over with. Zania cut the air, creating a wave of flames, thinking, Come on, show me what you're capable of. The flames followed May as she jumped from side to side, continuously advancing. As she approached Zania, May extended her hand, saying, Your aim needs to improve, Silver Ring. Zania looked at her angrily, and May delivered a kick. Zania raised her arm to block the attack. May extended her hand and touched Zania's arm, making small pink spheres float from the touch. Zania quickly stepped back, and May launched another series of attacks. Zania grabbed the purple-haired girl's arm tightly, but May jumped and kicked her in the face. Zania defended herself, but May crouched and touched Zania's leg, once again releasing small pink spheres from the touch. May jumped back, doing somersaults. and Zinnia pursued her with her flames, which circled around and attacked May from behind. The purple-haired girl dodged with a smile and advanced again, saying, "I understand how you feel, that uncomfortable feeling of inferior life forms." This time, May touched Zinnia's shoulder, once again releasing small pink spheres. Zinnia expelled May from close range by swinging her arm with her hairpin and said, "Shut up!" May laughed while Zinnia manipulated her flames, but even from a distance, Zinnia could hear the sound of a gun being cocked. She quickly turned her attention and raised her hairpin, creating a whirlwind of flames around her. The flames consolidated into pillars, breaking the ground in front of her and blocking the space around her. With a smile on her face, she then said, "I don't like people who attack from behind, especially those sitting in the audience." Seeing the great pillar of flames rising to the heavens, the blonde boy sitting said, "She has completely blocked the view. It seems your little scheme has been exposed, Yao Guang." The leader remained silent, only observing, and removed his finger from the trigger, lowering the gun. May continued jumping through the flames and advancing towards Zinnia on the ground. The girl jumped and touched Zinnia's belly, releasing the small pink spheres, and approaching her face with a seductive smile said, "There must be an unforgettable story behind these two scars. Let me hear it." She then touched her ear. A wave of flames cut through the two, pushing May and Zinnia apart. Where did she go? Zinnia wondered, losing sight of the other. Then a new pillar of flames emerged, and suddenly Zinnia appeared from within it. In shock, May turned around as Zinnia approached, saying, "Have you finished your last words?" Zinnia raised her two hands, concentrating her energies on her floating hairpin in front of her body, while thinking, "I'm sorry, Shannon. I wanted to buy you time, but now I need to finish this quickly. She made me angry." Then a huge explosion of flames and heat occurred, centered on Zinnia, who opened her arms with her black and red eyes. She advanced with murderous intent, and May remained in shock, unable to react to the speed. The series of explosions followed, raising concrete and dust, and in front of the girl, Zinnia looked at her with superiority, saying, "How does it feel to be brought down by an insignificant silver ring?" May, now full of cuts and wounds, was bleeding while hugging her own body. Kneeling on the ground, she breathed with difficulty and then laughed frantically, saying, "Now this is what I'm talking about. It's been centuries since I've had so much fun. I'll tell you this, Zinnia. You are one of the strongest silver rings I've ever encountered. I think I like you even more now." Zinnia looked at her in silence and with contempt, while the girl continued laughing with an insane expression amidst the flames. From above, the three continued to observe. "Sister Xiamei," the little one clinging to Yao Guang said with a distressed expression. "Don't worry, Dudu. This is how Xiamei likes to put on a show," Yao Guang replied, stroking the child's head. "For whom are you so worried, brat?" the blonde-haired one asked, making the child look at him with an unreceptive expression, thinking, "I hate that brother." He then smiled and said that Zinnia is already dead. In the control room of a Black Ring concentration center in the capital, one of the security guards announced, "We've lost the signal from security camera B313 in the West Wing. Send someone to check what's happening." Promptly, one of the guards responded, "Roger, going there now." The alarm was triggered, and everyone went on alert. The security guard in the alert room said, "Be careful. This is a child who has undergone a successful mutation." In the corridor of the mentioned room, a pair of guards followed to the described cell. Arriving there, they saw that the door was made of glass. One of the guards knocked, saying, "Hey kid, wake up!" There was no response. His colleague raised his silence pistol and said, "Let's go in and take a look." The other agreed. The two unlocked the cell, lifting the heavy glass door. One of the guards approached the child lying facing the wall and said, "Hey?" As he was about to touch the child's shoulder, the child woke up, opening his green eyes, and leaped at the guard, grabbing his head. The other pointed his weapon, shouting, "What are you doing?" As his companion screamed, "Let me go!" The guard moved frantically, trying to free himself from the child, making it impossible to hit the shot. Then the guard shouted, "My ear!" and howled in pain, while the child looked at the other guard with a blood-stained mouth, saying, "Hand over the access card." The guard holding the gun took the card and said, "All right, here, take it." The child extended his trembling hand, but what followed was a sequence of gunshots and red splashes on the room's wall. Later, on a level below, the child's body was wrapped in a green blanket, while an employee watched, waiting for the elevator. Walking and passing by other gurneys with wrapped bodies and children being dragged through the corridors, he continued on his way. Through the corridors, children were executed at the slightest sign of escape. The bodies were transported without care. The elevator descended to the indicated level. Passing through the ramp, he took the boy's body, which was face down. His face didn't matter. He was just another black ring. The number on the back of his neck was what mattered. The children there were just numbers. The employee opened the green blanket and said, Well, another successful experiment, isn't it?" Next to him, what appeared to be the coroner read the report and replied, "Room B313 in the West Wing is truly an ill-omened place. Hurry and burn everything. The guard then turned and placed the child's body inside the large box, lighting the incinerator that burned at high temperatures, saying, "Are you kidding me? Only after hundreds of these black rings have died does the single successful mutant finally appear. And they killed him? Just like that?" The coroner sat down on a metal chair with slumped shoulders and said, "Do you know how long the incinerator has been running here in the basement, too? It's been burning day and night non-stop for over a decade since the day this building was built. The people here have gone mad a long time ago. They killed like crazy. After all, the black rings were too naive. They thought gaining powers would change their destiny, that they could escape this place, that they would be free. A black ring will always be a black ring." Back to the battle between May and Zinnia. The field was burning with Zinnia's flames consuming everything, turning it into a large open-air furnace. May was in the center of pillars of flames that trapped her. She approached, walking towards Zinnia, and stopped in front of the flames, observing her with a superior gaze, and said, "So come, use your precious ability, try to fight me." Zinnia paused for a moment and looked at her more closely, thinking, "All those scars?" May smiled arrogantly, her body covered in wounds and scars and her arm bleeding. Then raising her gaze, she replied, "Who said I wasn't using it?" Zinnia waved her hand in front of her nose with a mocking smile and said, "No wonder the air smells of bad breath. Is that your, special ability?" The girl was shocked by Zinnia's unexpected offense and audacity. Then something surprised Zinnia. She felt something change in her body. The spots where May had touched were different, and the pink aura was present again. Quickly, her bones, muscles, everything that had been touched began to react. A purple infection began to spread, marking Zinnia's veins and climbing up her body. How? She wondered. Then Zinnia fell to her knees, prostrate on the ground, releasing her hairpin. Her flames were extinguished, and small pink flowers and butterflies emanated from her. May's power was taking effect. May got up with difficulty and approached until she stood in front of Zinnia. The girl kicked her hairpin and, panting, said, "You made me kneel for so long, now it's your turn." Zinnia struggled to scream, saying no, but along with her voice, a large amount of blood also came out. In her mind, Zinnia remembered all of May's movements and how she touched her in specific places during the fight and retreated. Then laughing, she said, "Is that it? Is this your great power? Touching people and making their bodies go numb?" The girl then crouched down and sat in front of Zinnia, touching her shoulder and said, "No, if it were just that, I wouldn't be talking about taking your life. My ability is..." From the top of the container, Yao Guang thought, "This is the power of Xia Mei, and hers alone." May now held Zinnia in her arms, with Pei Mei's skin becoming increasingly darker and covered by the purple infection, blood dripping from her mouth as May gently laid her rival's head on her, saying, "Aging." Yao Guang, lowering his gaze, thought, "A deadly ability." In his memories, he saw the day he met May. The two were just two children sitting facing each other, with guards cutting their hair in the midst of many other black rings. They were just two more among many who would try not to die. Jets of water were thrown at them with hoses. Yao Guang covered himself trembling, and May next to him trembled, covering herself even more while the guard in front commented, "Hey, about those marks on your skin. They're not some contagious disease, right? Disgusting." "Like other children," May cried. Other children crouched down trying to protect themselves from the water, but May turned and with a look full of anger and hatred looked at Yao Guang, showing that she was not just another one. In a large auditorium, the black ring children watched a lecture surrounded by guards while a woman spoke on the screen. "Congratulations to all of you selected to participate in the new Advanced Birth Project. This is the place where black rings can change their destiny. These mutation experiments will unlock your true potential, revealing the person you were always meant to be. This is your only chance to escape a life of mediocrity. The best successful mutations will qualify to enter the Celestial City." Yao Guang was sitting watching when he turned to his blonde-haired, yellow-eyed friend and said, "Isn't this just brainwashing?" Trying to get his attention. But the boy kept his eyes on the screen showing images of a black ring child holding flowers being hugged by two golden rings parents. "Tian Lang?" Yao Guang repeated, seeing that his friend was staring blankly at the projection, hypnotized, and that the brainwashing was probably working. Yao Guang leaned in and thought, "That girl, what was her name again?" Then sitting a few chairs away, he saw her and thought, "Xia Mei." Later, the children went to the cafeteria and picked up their trays with the day's meal. Suddenly, Yao Guang felt a hand pull him by the shoulder. May approached, throwing herself at him with a knife and shouting, "Why were you staring at me? Do you think I'm some kind of monster, huh? Look at me again and I'll rip your eyes out." However, before the knife could hit Yao Guang, his friend stretched out his hand, cutting himself and preventing him from getting hurt. "Stop making noise," the guard declared, shocking the girl in the neck, causing her to scream and drop the knife. "Is your hand okay?" Yao Guang asked, and Tian replied, "It's fine. Are you okay?" The guard then said, "The experiments start in an hour. Save your energy for then. Go eat your meal or something. You still have the energy to fight despite everything that's happening. Mei lay on the ground due to the shock, and the two boys remained standing, with Tian's hand dripping blood on the floor next to his friend as they listened to the guard speak. As soon as the guard walked away, Yao Guang crouched down and touched the girl's shoulder, saying, "Can you even get up?" Mei abruptly got up and shouted, "Don't touch me!" and ran away. At the time, her body was already covered in scars that were visible through the uniform she wore, shorts and long-sleeved shirts. The two boys watched her run away, and Tian put his hands on his head, saying, "Judging by her appearance and how she reacted, she was from the Fox group before coming here. Stop staring. I'm hungry. Let's go." Yao Guang just nodded in agreement, and they followed. During the test phase, a liquid was injected into each child with a pistol syringe. "Next!" the guard yelled, announcing as several rows of children formed, stretching from the test chamber to the corridors. "Line up! Enter the chamber that corresponds to your assigned number," the guard announced loudly. Yao Guang encountered Mei again when it was time to return to the rooms and said, "I thought you looked strong, so I was staring at you. Sorry for touching you without asking." The girl looked at him in silence and turned around. Before entering her room, she said, "Survive." Yao Guang replied, "I hope we both get through this mutation." Their rooms were right across from each other, and so they both went in. The guards made their rounds in pairs. One of them yawned and the other commented, "Are you already sleepy? You have a lively night ahead of you." In the control room, at 1:25 a.m., one of the security guards was sleeping in front of the security cameras. In the hallways of the rooms, what could be heard was a symphony of screams. The children threw themselves against the walls, against the glass, drooling. Mei was curled up on the floor, hugging her own body. In some rooms, the children levitated. Others consumed themselves in fire. Others created infinite limbs. Others released lightning, all in complete agony going through the process of accelerated mutation. The guard was drinking a cup of coffee in the control room. It was already past 2 a.m. "Mute the live audio, can you? The screams of these children are deafening. My ears are going to bleed," he ordered. The security guard then silenced it to spare him from hearing the result of what they were doing. After a few more hours, one of the children shouted, "Yao Guang! Yao Guang! Are you dead?" It was Tian standing near the glass door, the walls of his cell completely destroyed. "Yao Guang, hey!" he shouted for a few more moments, and Yao Guang remained silent, lying on his bed, until his eyes opened, this time shining in an intense yellow with a star, and then went out, returning to normal. "I'm here," he answered, getting up with difficulty. The boy continued talking. "Don't tell me you've already kicked the bucket. That's pathetic, even for you, Yao Guang." His friend then responded in a louder tone, "I said I'm here. If your noise doesn't stop, I might actually die," and walked to the door. Tian happily smiled to see that his friend was definitely fine. Yao Guang knocked on the glass and called out loudly, "Hey, Xiamei, are you there?" The girl on the other side was prostrate in the center of the completely messed up room with cracks in the walls. She then gave a thumbs up with her bloodied fingers. "Thank God," he thought, seeing that she had also survived. Then he quickly turned as they had company. 2 guards entered saying, "The results of this sector are exceeding expectations. We have 3 survivors, 310, 312, and 313. Both adjacent sectors were a total failure. No one survived. Tian Lang, Yao Guang, oh, that Xiamei girl also survived." The guards entered the room and turned Mei over, placing her on her back. "Is she the first girl to survive at this station?" the guard who turned her over asked. "Let me see. You're right. She is," replied the standing guard, looking at the reports. The guard looked at Mei with a lustful gaze and then got up, saying, "Wait for me outside, I won't take long." The other replied, "We still don't know what ability she gained. Now is not the time for that." The first one retorted, "Don't argue with me, just wait outside." Mei gradually regained consciousness as the man was on top of her, panting, abusing the girl. The other waited in the hallway, ignoring what his friend was doing, pretending that none of this was happening or needed to be acknowledged. Tian played with his powers, creating black flames in his room, oblivious to what was happening. In the rest of the hallway, the bodies of the other children, failed experiments, were piled up in each room. Yao Guang, on the other hand, saw everything from the front, in front of the girl's room, but was unable to do anything. Consumed by immense rage, he thought, "We survived, but nothing has changed. It was all a lie." The guard left Mei's room, zipping up his pants, and immediately his colleague was startled, saying, "What happened to your face? And your neck?" Without understanding, he touched his neck, which was now dark and covered with pink veins that extended across his face. Opening his jacket, he saw that a huge infection was spreading from his heart. The man screamed in despair and then, losing the ability to speak and breathe, fell to the ground. "Mayday! Mayday! West Sector B313. We need reinforcements. B313. Reinforcements! We need reinforcements!" The other one shouted for reinforcements, while Mei watched her abuser fall lifeless right in front of her. The girl, now with white eyes and cat-like irises, would never be touched without permission again. And to the misfortune of Xenia, who was now in her arms, May declared, "All I have to do is touch your chest, right here, and your heart will stop." Just like that, May brought Xenia close to her with the same tenderness as bringing someone in for a kiss. The lights of the pink spheres rose and the infection spread through her body. Xenia's face became dark, consumed by the ashes of aging. Bringing her face close to hers, May said, "Goodbye, Xenia." And so, touching her chest, May fulfilled her promise. Xenia died peacefully. Han Yuli, the younger blonde sister of Han Shu, walked in front of a residence holding a stone in her hands. Calm, calm, she thought, aiming with one eye and then throwing it toward the garage entrance, right at the security camera. However, the stone hit the pillar beside it. The girl jumped, holding the camera right in front of her face. Oh no, she thought. Inside, several cars were parked. She tried several times to access. Please enter the 6-digit garage access code. Incorrect password, incorrect password. Please try again in 10 minutes. Seeing that she had failed, she resorted to good old brute force. She began to pound on the garage door, bending the steel until she finally cut the power cable and lifted the door as if it were crumpled paper. Then she touched her shoulder, thinking, the wounds haven't healed yet. It still hurts so much. No, now is not the time to worry about the pain. Inside the garage, she looked at the cars, strolling and examining each one until she thought, wait, I remember this car. In the back of one of the cars, a small robot was hidden, transmitting images. In an office, her mother and the nanny were watching her. This girl, first she stole a phone, now she's stealing a car. She's really going to the zone of exile, isn't she? The nanny with a silver ring kept repeating, panicking and pacing back and forth. The zone of exile is very dangerous. I'm going to the garage and stopping her right now, the nanny said, turning and walking toward the door. Calm down, this won't even start. She doesn't have authorization, the girl's mother declared calmly, touching her chin with the gold ring around her neck. The nanny stopped and touched her chest, relieved, saying, Right, I panicked, that's all. I forgot that these vehicles are equipped with Mr. Su's intelligent recognition system. Only you, my lady, and the young master can operate them. Then the girl's mother began typing quickly. It was then that the nanny realized and exclaimed, terrified, Ma'am, please don't tell me you're going to... But before she could finish her sentence, the girl's mother pressed enter on the keyboard, completing her operation. The girl was inside one of the cars, holding 2 wires in her hands. Okay, I just need to rub these 2 wires together. I learned it in a movie. And before she could test her skills at making a direct connection, the car next to her opened its doors automatically. Wilderness system activated. User authorization transferred from Han Shu to Han Yuli, an automatic voice announced. My older brother's car? She thought. Then getting out of the car she was in, she entered the car that had opened its doors, smiling excitedly. This is so cool. The car's system closed the door and declared, user age confirmed, under 18 years, activating wilderness autopilot mode. The girl felt her hair fly with the wind from the impact of the door and exclaimed, You scared me. The car continued speaking. Front passenger seat confirmed. Please fasten your seatbelt, Yuli. The girl buckled up and grabbed a cell phone. Let's see. The coordinates my brother received in the group. The car interrupted her once again. A pre-programmed destination has been detected. Would you like to see it, Yuli? The system displayed a location on the map. The girl watched closely and thought, the zone of exile. Did Mom do this? The car then asked again, Would you like to change the destination? And the girl replied, No, take me there. The car responded, Understood? Wilderness at your command. The vehicle took off at full speed, the steering wheel spinning and maneuvering sharply. Slow down, do you really know how to drive? The girl asked, scared, sinking into the car seat, which continued to accelerate rapidly while the system responded. Wilderness has an extensive knowledge database. Wilderness is currently learning to drive for beginners from scratch. The car left the garage as she screamed, What? The nanny and the mother watched the car drive away, leaving the house behind. Ma'am, aren't you even a little worried? The young girl has never left your side, the nanny asked. The mother lowered her gaze, sad, as memories surfaced in her mind. She remembered Shannon's mother singing a lullaby while squatting in front of her. Little tree, bathing in the sun, growing strong, little arms reaching one by one. She sang while Yuli's mother, still pregnant, sat on a bench on a sunny day. Where did you learn that lullaby? She asked, smiling. It's very popular online, replied Shannon's mother, shaking a rattle and continuing to sing. Little tree, bathing in the sun till growing strong, little arms reaching one by one. She then stretched out her hand and said, You need to come into this world safely. Mommy is waiting for you. They both smiled at each other, but another memory came to mind. A dark moment when they argued. Yuli's mother, irritated, looked at the other and with all her strength slapped her face. Shannon's mother simply accepted it in silence, while the other writhed in anger and sadness, screaming, "I will hate you for all eternity." Back in the present, she leaned against the window as if seeking emotional support from reality. "Ma'am, are you okay?" the nanny asked, concerned. "It's nothing. Just some old memories resurfacing," the woman replied. Recovering, she declared, "We can change the future. I know this. I believe in Yuli." The car sped through the distance, passing by trees, the entrance to the jurisdiction, city streets, and various places unknown to Yuli. The girl watched everything in amazement, glued to the window. "Wow!" Until she composed herself, looked out the window, and returned to her seat, saying, "No, I'm not here to have fun. Besides, this is no longer the old jurisdiction area. Now it belongs to the villains." The girl opened the group chat and pressed the record message button. Bringing the phone close to her mouth, she said, "Brother, sister, are you there? My name is Han Yuli. I'm 14 years old, and I'm Han Shu's sister. Well, something happened, and my brother can't come. Mom sent me in his place. I'm here to help." She then sent the message and took a deep breath, her face flushed and a hopeful smile on her lips. She looked up, watching the illuminated sky as she thought, "Mom, will you forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye?" The girl continued her journey, observing the sky for a while longer. The landscape changed, and she was getting closer to her destination, until her phone lit up with a notification. "You have a new message." The car's system informed her, "This chat automatically shares location data with all members. Wilderness recommends viewing the brothers and sisters' locations directly." Yuli pressed the phone to her forehead and began to plead, "Please visualize." As the car approached the GPS destination, the system informed her again, "Two individuals detected in close proximity. One of them seems very familiar to Wilderness." However, the system's voice began to falter, and the map projection flickered. "Wilderness?" the girl asked, as a system error message appeared. The route suddenly changed, and the car veered sharply in another direction. "Wilderness? Where are you taking me?" Yuli screamed, helpless inside the car. Meanwhile, Yuli was not the only one who hadn't received a response. Crows were flying over the labyrinth of buildings, and a boy hidden in one of the facilities was sending messages. "Yao Guang, I completed the mission you gave me. The special class was even easier to handle than I thought. Hey anyone, can someone talk to me?" The boy was crouched in front of a chalk drawing on the ground, sweating with a worried look. "Ever since we got here, this strange feeling in my spine. Everything should be fine. He hasn't moved an inch. But how long has he been like this?" he thought, staring at the drawing until something broke the window, startling him. He turned around in fear, seeing a flock of birds appear. "This is impossible," he thought, terrified, as he saw right in front of him the beautiful and skilled Zhou Shi, who entered through the window, breaking it with a kick along with his winged companions. Zhou Shi stepped on the glass as he walked toward the boy, who began to crawl backwards, stammering, How did you get out?" Zhou Shi drew his sword while the boy's anxious face was reflected in the blade, and said, "You chose to ambush me in an industrial district without espers nearby. I thought your ability depended on sensing esper energy. So I did a little experiment and found out that I was right." He rested the blade precisely on the boy's shoulder. "So that thing back there?" the boy asked, referring to the energy core he had detected. "My puppet," Zhou Shi replied, recalling the birds flying in circles, forming a sphere of green energy. They were breaking through all the barriers of the buildings, shattering windows and concrete walls. "It looks like something just passed," one of the workers said, leaning in. "Can we go now? I want to go home," said another, shrunk in fear, since they had ended up trapped there in the middle of the fight. "Was that how you got out?" the boy asked. Zhou Shi took the floor again, looking seriously at the boy with sharp eyes. "Now it's my turn to ask the questions. How many of you are here? Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? And how do the Black Rings manage to use Esper abilities?" The boy smiled and thought, "Do you think I would just answer your questions because you asked? What an idiot." Then he raised one of his hands. Monks shouldn't kill, right?" Zhou Shi pressed the blade against the boy's neck and ordered, "Answer me." The boy looked at him with a still suspicious smile, while slowly bringing his hand closer to the chalk drawing on the ground. All right. With a blade at my neck, how could I not answer? Now, which question should I answer first? I'd be happy to tell you everything, but..." He then touched the ground and said, "Do you have time to listen?" A loud crash could be heard, and smoke rose. Zhou Shi quickly looked back, seeing one of the buildings collapsing. The boy in front of him touched the ground, releasing a warm orange energy, and a hole opened up, causing him to sink. As he fell onto a piece of concrete, the boy looked up and smiled, saying, "Well, monk, will you continue chasing me for answers, or will you go back to help those Black Rings? Tick-tock, time waits for no one, see you later." Zhou Shi was silent for a moment, with his birds around him waiting for his decision. Then he turned, climbed through the window, and said, "Let's go." The boy was running down the street when someone answered the phone. "GC, what is it? I'm busy here." On the other side, the sounds of gunfire could be heard. "Taya, there's been a small change." I'm coming to meet you now, replied the boy, running. Change? The girl asked in the middle of an attack on a robot. She smiled, thinking, just say you're running away, don't disguise it. And then she said, come if you want, but don't interrupt my fun. The girl hung up, looked at the robot with her violet eyes and said, by the way, how long can you hold out, robot? The robot, dressed in a gray outfit with lilac line details, continued to block the attacks. It raised its gaze, and its system reported, alert, failure to activate the manual energy core, alert, signal interference detected. The flock of gray and blue birds from Joshi advanced through the skies, following their leader. The boy flew after jumping from the window, moving toward the people. Take the black rings to a safe place, I trust you to do this, he declared, speaking to his winged companions. They crossed the skies toward the crumbling building. Entering the corridors filled with debris, a green ray swept through each hallway in search of survivors. Upon finding them, the figure of Joshi emerged, lifting them onto his shoulders and carrying them out, repeating the process. At one point, a group of workers was pushing against a stuck door. 1, 2, push, 1, 2. Exhausted, they were sweating from the effort. It's no use, something is stuck outside and this door can't be opened at all. We're completely trapped here, one of them said. No, I don't want to die yet, one of the workers said, falling to the ground, almost giving in to despair. What about the windows? Another asked, searching for an escape. No luck, they're well sealed, there's no time, one of them replied after pushing against them. One of the workers approached the door, and something caught his attention. Did you hear that? He asked, then pressed his ear against the door and turned around. Are those birds singing outside the door? Suddenly, a flock of birds burst through the door, freeing them. These birds are here to save us? They asked, watching the winged creatures above them. Each bird grabbed a worker by the hood with its beak and began to drag them. They grouped together, lifting the people and pulling them out of the building. Joshi continued running, rescuing people and leaving a green trail behind him, while the workers were carried by the birds in the air, like in a cartoon. Finally, when the last worker was rescued, the building finished collapsing. Please, take care of him, Joshi said, landing and handing an unconscious person to another worker, who smiled at him and said, thank you very much. A woman who was lying down woke up and asked, Xiao Chu, where is Xiao Chu? I need to find Xiao Chu, he's still in the factory. She propped herself up on her elbow, trying to get up in desperation. Didn't I tell you not to take the child to the factory? A man scolded her. She stood up crying and said, what was I supposed to do? Let him die in the exile zone? The building continued to collapse in front of her, and the woman cried uncontrollably, covering her face as she watched the building crumble and cried out in despair, Xiao Chu, where? It was then that Joshi approached her like an angel, asking, where exactly is your son? The woman tried to dry her tears and replied, stammering, in the storage basement. Joshi disappeared before her, leaving only a green trail. The woman was confused, searching for him. Joshi walked with his long, toned legs, with his sword sheathed, accompanied by his winged companions. One of the birds landed on his arm. He gently stroked it and looked at the animal with a sincere and beautiful smile on his face. I'll be fine, he said, calming the little creature. Then he jumped, advancing as the building continued to collapse more and more. When Yuli sent the message, what were the other 4 in the group doing? Joshi had his cell phone destroyed during the escape from the labyrinth. The robot was in the middle of a duel with Taya. Pei was near death, and Leo was dueling with Shannon. Is anyone there? Someone asked from behind a door blocked by a pillar inside the crumbling building. Water was rising inside, and a little boy was surviving on top of a table floating in the water. If this keeps up, I'm going to drown here. I need to find a way to get to the first floor, he thought, stretching out his hand and trying to reach a hole in the ceiling that led to the plumbing. Mom is still waiting for me, he thought, tears filling his eyes. Then he took a small jump and grabbed onto a stone in the ceiling to enter the hole, but it was already loose and, unfortunately, cracked. The boy screamed, slipping off the table and falling into the water along with the stones and cement. He swam, coughing and struggling to breathe, keeping his hand above the water. As he gradually sank, his thoughts were, help, Mom, someone, help me, until finally something broke through the door. A green ray appeared, shattering the pillar that was blocking the opening. Joshi entered the room and stretched out his arms, swimming towards the little boy who was already sinking. Joshi swam like an angel through the waters, bringing the unconscious boy to the light that pierced through the water. He placed him on his shoulders and cut through the distance to the air. Birds flew outside, the sun illuminated the scene of destruction, and the anxious mother waited, clinging to a tiny hope. One of the birds noticed something, and at one point, an explosion occurred. Someone broke through the debris. Joshi cut through the concrete, emerging like a hero from the rubble with the child in his arms, bathed in sunlight. What's your name? He asked, smiling at the child. Xiao Chu. My name is Xiao Chu, the little one replied. Then placing the boy on the ground, he stroked his hair and said, "Don't worry, you're safe now." The boy looked at him and said, "Older brother, thank you." Zhou Shi knelt down, touched the boy's shoulder and said, "Xiaochu, do you think you can get to the open area by yourself? Older brother needs to go." The boy wiped his tears and replied, "Yes, I can do it." Zhou Shi stroked the boy's hair again, standing up and said, "Xiaochu is very brave." The boy looked at him and blushed. Suddenly a strong wind passed, and a green trail occupied the place where Zhou Shi had been before, disappearing before the boy's eyes. "Older brother?" the little boy asked, searching for his savior among the rubble. On the bridge, the duel between the robot and Taya continued, with quick and relentless attacks. "Alert! Malicious external damage detected. Alert! Reconstruction information." The robot system notified him constantly. Taya struck again with her sword, and he blocked it, crossing his arms and looking her in the eyes, saying, Repeating, primary objective." The girl pushed him away with the sword and laughed, saying, "Damn, you really are tough, aren't you?" Before her eyes, the robot displayed a projection that read primary objective, along with the faces of Shannon's mother and Shannon. "How about we try this?" Taya said, pulling a pistol from her thigh. The robot extended his hand and said, "Sujan warns the intruder to stop the attack and leave. Full warning, no more repetitions." Taya then asked mockingly, "And what if I refuse?" Sujan, the robot, lit up his eyes in a brighter magenta and declared, "Except for Shan Yue and Lady Wu Yue, all other espers are authorized for elimination." Explosion! Sparks flew from his hand, but he retracted it, looking frustrated at his palm and saying, "Failure to activate the manual unit's energy core." He then extended his hand again and spoke. Levitation. Sparks shot from his body, and the system reported, "Alert! Failure to activate the flight unit of the core." He kept trying. Fog. And again the system reported, "Alert! Activation failed." Once more he tried, "Repair," and another message appeared. "Alert! Activation failed." He tried a new command, "Move," but the response was the same. "Alert! Activation failed." Sujan then said, "Failure to activate the energy core. Initiating analysis of hostile Esper abilities." The girl laughed again and pointed the gun at him, saying, "It's no use. I'm your worst nightmare." It was then that the message appeared before Sujan, revealing, "Esper ability, mechanical nullification." Next, another message flashed as the system began to fail. "Warning, imminent shutdown due to immobility." Taya fired at Sujan, saying, "Pew pew, robot!" And the system informed, "Shutdown countdown initiated. 3, 2, 1. But before it completely stopped, Sujan managed to move, caught the bullet in midair, and crushed it in his last movement. His eyes then went dark, and his shoulders slumped. Steam began to escape from his back, and Taya looked at him in shock. As expected, from Master Su Ye's secret weapon, the manufacturing prodigy. Then she walked over to him, smiling with her hands clasped behind her back. "I'm sure a master of weapons like Master Su Ye wouldn't mind if I took you apart to study your structure, right? But why would a dead man care?" Taya placed her hands on the hoses attached to the robot's back and began to push him with her foot, applying force. Meanwhile, Yuli continued trying to argue with the car's system. "Wilderness, open the door." The system responded, "Wilderness detecting severe signal interference. Proceeding further is not recommended." She then ordered, "Accelerate." The car, now on the same bridge where Taya and Sujan were, moved towards the two. Taya turned around, noticing the approach. The car was maneuvering, and the system again informed, while failing. "Wilderness unable to maintain automatic driving mode." Yuli finally managed to get out of the car and said, "Sorry, buddy, you'll have to hold on for now." The car finally stopped functioning, and the girl opened the door with the wind blowing through her hair. Meanwhile, Leo was restraining Shannon with his chains, saying, "You wouldn't have dodged if your Esper ability hadn't been activated. So you can see the future, huh?" Shannon looked at him smiling, but then her expression changed. "Leo Chuan." "No," said the boy, bound by the purple chains. Leo looked at him confused. "Huh?" Shannon's eyes lit up in neon cyan, and visions of thorns piercing Leo's body, explosions and death flooded his mind. The boy turned and began to scream desperately, "You can't go out, no way!" Leo started pulling wax from his ear and asked calmly, "What did you see?" The boy lowered his head and replied, "You're going to die. Leo Chuan, you're going to die." Leo looked at him seriously and coldly, then touched his chin thoughtfully and doubting said, "It seems your Esper ability hasn't awakened yet." Shannon began to struggle and repeat, "I'm telling you, I'm not wrong. I saw it, even if it was just for a second. Don't go out at all." Leo remained silent for a while, and then smiled, freeing the boy. "Oh, really? What are we waiting for then?" Leo said, walking and releasing an aura of lightning around him. "I can't wait to go out and see what's really happening," he declared, unleashing his power and heading towards the exit of the dome. "This is a mess, man. Seriously, a mess." A man lying on top of a container watching the battle between Zinnia and Mei in front of the dome said over the radio. What happened? Tien asked from the other side. Brother, the fight turned. The girl with the silver ring is getting destroyed out there. That girl with the black ring is playing with her. On the other side, Tien asked, What did I miss? How did it get to this point? His informant replied, watching everything with binoculars as a bird flew behind him. Hurry, Brother Tien. If you don't get here soon, something terrible is going to happen. This was happening just as Mei was about to touch Zinnia. Hang in there. If it's that bad, hold them off for a bit. We'll get there as fast as we can, Tien replied from inside a vehicle, from where they were throwing supplies. A crowd of people with black rings was desperately following them, all hungry and trying to gather more food. What? The informant asked, incredulous. The Black Bear faction is distributing free supplies at the shipping containers. It's first come, first served. Follow me if you want more, Tien's assistant announced with a megaphone, while he tossed supplies beside him. Get away, that's mine. Food, give me some too, the crowd shouted. Young people, children, the elderly, men and women, poor people, desperate for a bit of food. Let's take a look. A grim-looking man with skeleton tattoos said to another, who had the same tattoos, probably from the same faction. Brother Tien, if we just leak the location of these materials like this, the older sister will kill us. She'll cut off our heads and put them on display, the assistant said, trembling and sweating with fear beside Tien in the vehicle. Our heads? You mean yours, Tien replied calmly, stroking the boy's head, who shed a tear and then collapsed, laughing nervously. It's true, ha-ha. She would never believe we were trying to help a Esper. Ha-ha. I'm dead anyway. Shipping containers, ha-ha. At the port or the gang, it's all the same. Ha-ha. This has to be a dream, just a dream. Tien looked down, distressed, thinking, Pei Zinnia lost to someone with a black ring? Something doesn't add up. Don't tell me they were pretending to be black rings. If a high-level Esper like her couldn't win, we're all doomed to the same fate. The assistant stood up and raised the megaphone, saying, Everyone stay together. Then Tien hit the side of the vehicle, ordering, Full speed ahead. He leaned back, running a hand through his hair, and said, Whatever. In Zinnia's final moments, Mei still said a few words. She leaned the back of her hand against Zinnia's shoulder and said, I always thought this was the most beautiful moment in a person's life, the moment before death, because it's the only time when things are truly fair. After all, not even the strongest Esper can cheat death, right? Sorry, I forgot you don't have the strength to speak anymore. She smiled faintly. You, Zinnia said with great difficulty. Not understanding, Mei tilted her head and brought her ear closer to Zinnia's mouth. What? Mei asked. Your name, what is your name? Zinnia managed to say with great effort, as her skin was already completely covered with pink veins and patches of decay. Gradually, her vision began to blur. Mei stood up, facing her. Why does it matter? You're already dead, Mei replied with a look of superiority, which was the last thing Zinnia saw before her eyes closed completely. Zinnia, a voice declared. My father's voice, Zinnia thought. Father, where are you? She asked aloud, finding herself surrounded by complete darkness, stepping on a tangle of red threads, until looking down, a specific thread stood out, starting from her feet and extending far away. A memory emerged, a house in the countryside, illuminated by the sun and surrounded by lush greenery. Zinnia, as a child, was lying on a bed covered by a blanket. Slowly, she opened her red eyes and saw the ceiling above her, with a golden dragon symbol. She sat up in bed, rubbing her eyes and trying to recover as the sun streamed through the window. Touching her body, she noticed a series of bandages on her wrists. Looking at the nightstand beside the bed, she saw band-aids and first aid items. I shouldn't be all bandaged up in the afterlife, should I? Zinnia thought with a sad look. Looks like I survived. She went to the edge of the bed and stood up, walking over to the nightstand. There, she found her broken hairpins. She held them in her hands, looking at them with emotion. It seemed unbelievable that they were still there. Suddenly, sounds came from outside. Jaman, did you fertilize my vegetable garden today? A voice shouted. Peiran, are you slacking off again? Why don't you do it yourself? Another voice replied, catching Zinnia's attention. I was waiting for her to wake up. She would be scared if she woke up and found no one around, said the second voice. Stop using the child as an excuse. You're just being lazy. You hardly touched that garden all week, retorted the first voice. Curious, Zinnia approached and slowly opened the door, peeking through a crack. Get out of there, or tomorrow I'm turning this place into a desert. Take that, and go to work. A woman with a silver ring around her neck yelled as she pulled the ear of a red-haired man wearing a gold ring around his neck. The man laughed and held her hand, saying, Wow, so fierce. Zinnia was shocked by the scene. A silver ring? Reprimanding a gold ring? She thought, when the man noticed her. Oh, you're awake? He said, turning to her with a broad smile. The girl approached, still embarrassed and full of suspicion. Do you like gardening? He asked, raising the hoe in her direction. Peyron, leave the poor girl alone. She needs to rest, the woman replied, giving him a slap on the head. I've never seen a golden ring like his before, Zinnia thought. Peyron, the red-haired man, began to walk around the house with a straw hat on his head and a hoe in his hand, while Zinnia followed him. Not to brag, but when it comes to gardening, I'm something of a specialist. All the vegetables we eat, I grew them myself. You'll see at dinner tonight. I'll give you some to try, he said enthusiastically. Zinnia stopped in front of a wheat field in the garden and asked, Why did you save me? Peyron paused for a moment, reflected, and then replied, Don't you regret leaving this interesting world so young? Zinnia turned to him and coldly replied, I have no reason to live. The man stopped walking and looked down, visibly saddened. Then he took off his hat and turned to her, saying, I never had children. So, if you don't mind, would you like to become my daughter? Part of our Pei family? You can forget the past. Start a new life with us. You don't have to live in fear anymore. No one will ever know that you're still in the Celestial City, I promise. He smiled and scratched his head, laughing. Besides, if there's something I'm good at besides gardening, it's keeping secrets. Zinnia was surprised and found it hard to believe. Aren't you afraid I might bring you trouble? She asked, still standing before him. If I were worried about that, I wouldn't have brought you here, Peyron replied, kneeling before her. The girl still carried a certain sadness in her gaze. What do you want me to do for you? She asked, suspicious that such kindness could be genuine. Peyron smiled slightly and replied, Do I need to ask for something in return for you to stay? Well then, protect someone. A child like you with unlimited potential, in a not-so-distant future. The two sat in the garden and Peyron placed his straw hat on Zinnia's head, who was sitting beside him. Here, put this on. The sun is really scorching today. Come on, help me pick some bell peppers and cherry tomatoes, he said, while Zinnia thought, Bell peppers and cherry tomatoes are my least favorite vegetables. Zinnia walked a bit further, holding the hat and looked around. Looking down, she saw a small, bloodied bird fallen at her feet among the leaves. She crouched down and carefully held it in her hands. It looks like it's suffering. Don't worry, little friend. This will all be over soon, she thought, feeling pity for the animal as she covered it with her other hand. Hey, let me take care of that, Peyron said, approaching. He sat down beside her, crossing his legs, and Zinnia handed the bird to him. Peyron then ignited a gentle fire in his hands, setting the bird aflame. What are you doing? Are you going to burn it to death? Zinnia asked, alarmed. Of course not, Peyron replied, a bit embarrassed by the suggestion. So what are you... Zinnia began to ask when the little bird started to glow among the golden flames, which grew increasingly intense. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin-yang, and sound. All high-level espers can control some of these elements to varying degrees, and in the Celestial City there are countless high-level espers. But do you know why only a few can become special-grade espers? Peyron explained, as the bird gradually regained its strength and flapped its wings. I believe the key is mastering both sides of your power, he declared, releasing the bird, which flew away in flames like a phoenix. Zinnia, enchanted, held her straw hat and smiled happily. I've never seen anyone use fire like that. Is it the fire of resurrection? She thought. Flames that don't burn but heal? She asked as the bird flew close to her. Peyron chuckled and standing up demonstrated his flames. It's not exactly healing. It's more like giving a little boost. You see, if you see fire only as a destructive force, then it will just be a weapon to kill people. But wherever there is death, there is also life. The girl looked wide-eyed as a tree beside them caught fire. Embrace the side of fire that also gives life, and it can save you even in the darkest moment. The true potential of an esper lies in the depths of their heart, he said, pointing to her chest. Heart of fire, Zinnia murmured, raising her hand toward the bird flying near the fire. Oh, I like that name. I will call it Heart of Fire from now on, Peyron replied, smiling. Zinnia watched the bird fly away and said, That sparrow is just like me. Peyron looked at her, confused, and she explained, We both got a second chance to live. Then she stood up and declared, I want to learn. Peyron watched her with a serious expression and then agreed. All right, let's see what you have. He led her to a white room surrounded by porcelain. From now on, this is your training ground, he announced. Jiman, no TV dramas here, okay? Go watch in the entertainment room, Peyron ordered the silver-ringed woman sitting and watching TV. Yes, young master, whatever you say, Jiman replied, nodding her head. Hello, Jiman said to Zinnia, who shyly responded, Hello, Sister Jiman. The gray-haired woman looked at her for a moment in silence, and then smiled. Inside the room, Zinnia was sweating and trembling as Peyron guided her. Now, imagine the heat of the flames. Suddenly, a small and weak flame appeared in Zinnia's hands. She lifted her head, smiling, but Peyron raised his hand, asking her to stop, and then provoked an explosion of flames from his aura. It's so hot, Zinnia complained, throwing herself back to shield from the heat. Sorry, Peyron exclaimed, calming the scorched girl near the wall. Days began to pass, and frequent explosions echoed inside the training room. Hot! Zinnia complained whenever the flames hit her. Again, she said with a determined look as soon as the fire ceased. You're quite persistent, aren't you? Fire is not your natural element. If you want to catch up with the others, there are no shortcuts. Just practice. Understood? Perron declared. More explosions, more heat, and the walls of the training room began to show signs of wear. Yes, Zinnia replied, her voice muffled by the flames. I can't hear you, Perron shouted. Yes, Zinnia exclaimed amidst the fire. Days turned into weeks. Jiman watched from outside, silently cheering for Zinnia as the explosions continued and the craters in the ground grew deeper. Let your body get used to the pain of burning, Perron advised, as weeks turned into months. Jiman, always outside, watched hopefully. You can do it, young lady, she thought, encouraged by the girl's strength. Jiman, bring lunch here when it's ready, okay? Perron asked as he passed by the room. Sure, I'll deliver it on time, Jiman replied, giving an okay sign while watching her dramas on TV, carefree, as Zinnia walked determinedly beside her father. More weeks passed, and Zinnia, now appearing at random times, marched through the house with a resolute look. Perron and Jiman, engrossed in the dramas on TV, barely noticed. Oh my god, the Demon Lord is amazing, they exclaimed, enchanted by the protagonists. I'm going to train, Zinnia announced, hoping for a response but realizing no one was paying attention. Annoyed, she tugged at her father's collar. Come train with me, the man protested, being dragged by his little daughter while trying to watch the end of the soap opera. Wait a second. Demon Lord. More and more days of training passed. Sometimes, Zinnia would leave the training room and find Jiman curled up asleep on the couch. Still in her scorched clothes, on one of those occasions, Zinnia took a blanket and covered Jiman. You did well today, young lady, the woman praised, half awake. You too. Thank you for helping me, Zinnia replied softly, sitting beside her. Several weeks of training followed until finally Zinnia smiled when exposed again to Perron's fire. The heart of fire really works. Nothing hurts anymore, she exclaimed. Perron patted her head with an affectionate smile. Don't push yourself too hard. Even if you never master the heart of fire, you can still become an exceptional Esper. Zinnia looked down, a bit sad. Is it something that only special grade Espers can achieve? I'm not even close to understanding its mysteries, but still, it's too early to give up. Please keep teaching me. Perron, smiling, replied. Of course. New days of training came. Now Zinnia trained even at night, running through the fields under the moonlight, facing wind and rain. At least take a break while you eat, young lady, Jiman shouted, as Zinnia carried buckets of water as part of her training, eating at the same time. This is my break, Zinnia responded. Time continued to pass, and Zinnia grew. Even in the bath, she trained, trying to form a flame underwater while sitting in the tub. Young lady, you've been washing for a long time. You're going to scrub your skin raw like that, Jiman shouted from outside the bathroom, calling her attention. New days, weeks, and months went by. Focus. You can do it, Zinnia repeated to herself, eyes closed and hands together, trying to ignite a flame before sleeping, until finally an explosion happened. The girl ran out shouting, Sister Jiman, the fire extinguisher, as her bed was consumed by flames. Over time, the training room was equipped with several extinguishers. All right, this should do it, Jiman commented, scratching her head after lining up all the equipment. Days went on, and Zinnia began to participate in combat training. Fallen on the floor in front of her father, who was extinguishing the flames in the destroyed room, Zinnia struggled to get up. Again, she said, crawling back to the starting position. More days passed, and the flames repeatedly consumed the room. Zinnia's body was calloused from the effort, sweat dripping down, and exhaustion was evident. Again! She shouted after each fall. The flames integrated with her while her gaze became increasingly determined. Again! She murmured, getting up sad but persistent. Again! Another fall, more flames, more repetition. Again, again, again! She exclaimed with a strength she didn't even know where it came from. Dad, one more time. A pause in Zinnia's intense training to talk about the relationship between Jiman and Perron. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe as it helps the channel grow. Here we go. At first, Jiman approached Perron somewhat awkwardly. How about eggplant and potatoes for dinner, my lord? She hesitated, unsure how to address him. I bought a new pair of shoes for the young lady, my lord, she announced again, switching forms of address. Until Perron made it clear that it didn't matter. Just call me whatever feels comfortable for you, Jiman. Nowadays, when the room catches fire during the insane training sessions, Jiman runs with her extinguisher, shouting, Young master, young lady, watch out. In the end, she calls them whatever she feels is right. Not out of obligation, but out of friendship. Now back to the central story. Watch out for the candle, clumsy, someone said in the dark. Suddenly, 2 flames lit up in front of Zinnia, revealing the numbers 1 and 0, forming the number 10 on top of a cake covered in whipped cream and strawberries. Zinnia looked confused, as if she couldn't comprehend the meaning of this display of affection. It's exactly 1 year since you came to live with us. Look, Tilda, your favorite strawberry cake, Peyran said cheerfully, holding confetti. But wouldn't that be your favorite? Jiman asked, also holding her confetti launcher. This is not the time for your sarcastic remarks, Peyran retorted, still smiling. All right, she replied, not changing her expression. Then the two raised their confetti launchers and popped them, showering the air with colors. Happy birthday! Happy 10th birthday, young lady, they said in unison. Zinnia watched the confetti fall on her with a look of wonder. Here, your present, Peyran said, taking a small red box. He opened it, revealing 2 red hair sticks. Remember that pair you always carried? They broke, didn't they? I asked a friend to make an exact replica for you. He's the best blacksmith in town. I had to beg for a long time. Do you like it? He pushed the box toward her. Zinnia lowered her head and said in a serious tone, I won't let you down. I'll protect that child. I promise. Peyran smiled and replied, Silly girl, this is for you to protect yourself. Now, go ahead, take it. Zinnia remained silent, head down and a sad look on her face. Yes, young lady, just take it already. Jiman encouraged her from the side. Go on, take it, Peyran said, smiling. The 3 were sitting around a round table with the cake and the small box with the hair sticks. Young lady, we can't postpone this any longer, Jiman said, reaching out to Zinnia, but then she began to disappear before her eyes. Sister Jiman! Zinnia screamed, falling to her knees. No, please, no! She begged desperately. In front of her, Peyran also began to disappear. Don't be afraid, it's just an illusion, we're out of time, he said, his voice growing more distant. Dad, no! Zinnia shouted, trying to reach him and running in his direction. Take it, Zinnia, he ordered with a determined look while his eyes were the last to disappear. Dad! She screamed, grasping the air where he had been. No! The girl collapsed in despair, holding her head and crying. Zinnia fell to her knees and doubled over. Wrapped in pain and anguish, she began to pound the ground, repeating, no! Black strands began to wrap around her, pulling her higher into the air. Don't you dare run away! She screamed, struggling until the strands stretched to their limit. She ran with all her strength, doing her best to reach them. Finally, she extended her hand toward the small gift box. I got it, she declared, holding the red hair sticks against her chest. Now no longer a child, but the young Zinnia, fighting in her last breaths. What is this? Where am I? She asked, seeing the small hair stick in her hand transform into the red thread she had seen before. Falling to her knees again, she screamed at the top of her lungs, holding that thin red line emerging from herself. With all her strength, she pressed her chest and clung to the line, which then ignited into a flame. You are a force of nature, Zinnia. Like a wildfire, you cannot be contained, her father's voice echoed in her mind. She clenched her fist, gripping the line tightly and intensifying the flame. Your destiny is in your hands now, her father's voice declared. Zinnia rose, shining as she held her lifeline. So, what do you think of your new name? He asked. I like it, she replied, igniting her fist in intense flames with a determined and cold look on her face. Hey, Yao Guang, you wanted confirmation of death, right? Mei said, her back to Zinnia, who was kneeling and prostrated behind her. Suddenly, the girl screamed, Xia Mei, trying to alert her. A hand grabbed Mei's ankle by surprise, and she turned around, confused. But before she could react, an intense brightness erupted, followed by a devastating explosion that sent everything flying. Fire and dust hurled stones into the distance. Inside the dome, Leo and Shannon felt the tremors of the explosion. Zinnia may have already started fighting, Shannon commented, still on his knees. Yeah, it seems so, Leo replied. I can't let Leo Chuan die because of me. I can't allow it, Shannon thought, distressed as he watched him. Don't start imagining my death with that pea brain of yours, Leo said, turning to him with a sharp look. How did he know? Shannon was surprised and thought. The only person capable of killing me while he is already dead, Leo declared, turning his serious gaze back to the dome. The boys, still on top of the container, protected themselves from the explosion. The flames spread, and Mei was thrown away. Yao Guang jumped to soften the impact, holding her as they were thrown against the wall. Xia Mei, can you still stand? He asked, supporting her. Of course I can. Who asked you to interfere? Mei replied, her body covered in burns and blood. Sorry, Yao Guang said, still helping her up. From within the flames, which spread and rose to the sky, a female figure appeared, walking with grandeur. Step by step she approached, stepping through the fire. You still haven't answered my question? I want to know the name of the opponent who put me in this pathetic state, Pei Zinnia said, wiping her face. The two looked at her in disbelief. It was impossible that she had survived. They had never seen anything like it. Xia Mei's greatest weapon is the element of surprise. The moment her opponent realizes her tactics and avoids her touch, she loses her advantage and superiority forever. For Pei Zinnia to escape that deadly trap, she must be incredibly skilled. How can someone so strong be just a silver ring? This might have something to do with why the 8 great families are attacking her, Yao Guang thought, watching her standing before the flames. Yao Guang, Let me go, Mei pleaded, wanting to return to the battle while holding her arm to stop a wound. You can't, he replied, still holding her. However, something changed in Yao Guang's eyes as he watched her. He saw her break free and walk toward the intense flames, smiling with her bloodied face and flowing hair. It was a fight she didn't want to abandon. Amidst the flames, Yao Guang said, Go. Mei walked toward the fire, her drops of blood dripping to the ground and exhaling a fuchsia dust as she spoke. It seems you won't find peace until I give you an answer, Pei Zania. Make sure you remember that this time. My name is Xia Mei. Zania laughed, surrounded by sparks with pink veins spreading across her body, and said, Very normal, doesn't suit you. Mei also laughed and replied, You got me there. She squeezed her arm, feeling it ache, and thought, Every part of my body feels like it's going to break. But why am I so happy? Zania turned to her and said, Hey, Xia Mei, thanks to you, my chest still hurts. Let's finish this quickly. I don't want them to see me like this. And to herself, she thought, especially Leo. In an advanced room within the walls, someone was watching a video on a large screen. A little girl stood in front of a phenomenon, purple lights rising to the sky, while winds stirred the vegetation and her clothes. She held the cap and said, Keep the camera steady, quickly pointed at me. I am currently at the Leo family mansion. And now, a sudden artificial storm has interrupted our interview. Quickly, focus the camera on the center of the descending gust. The cameraman asked, Do you mean that black spot in the center? And she replied, Yes, right there. Incredible. The camera focused, zooming in closer to the black spot in the middle of the purple hurricane of lightning and thunder, revealing young Liu Chuan floating among the bolts. The girl continued speaking. That is a descendant of the divine tier, Liu Chuan. He might very well be the next divine level. Until a voice interrupted them. That boy is really powerful. They turned, and the girl exclaimed, Miss Wu Ye! Shannon's mother observed the storm and said, Precisely because he is strong, the color he wears doesn't matter to him at all. The girl questioned, What do you mean? Wu Ye began to descend the stairs and explained, Who do you think the rings exist for? They exist for those who walk within the walls. And because they exist, we can explore and oppress others openly. That's how we manage to control most of the resources in this society. As long as they exist, distorted desires and senseless murders won't stop. The rings are a great lie created by a small fraction, and unfortunately I am one of them. Instead of wondering if he can become a divine level, I'm more eager to see him break free from here. Instead of becoming the next me. A woman paused the video and standing in front of the screen leaned on the table next to a glass of wine saying, Putting your hope in breaking the rules in the hands of those who benefit from them. Our divine lady is a bit naive. One of the hooded ghosts was present in the room, in front of a wall with photos of the black ring experiments that generated espers like Mei, Tiang, and Yao Guang. He turned and said, And you're not naive either, Qingdai? The woman picked up the glass and asked, What, you don't like me talking about her? And the ghost replied, Why would I care? I'm a ghost, remember? The person we are loyal to, her name is Lin, not Wu. I just want to remind you, no monster after experiencing the freedom of the world would voluntarily return to the cage. Be careful when betting on them. You might lose everything. No matter how many you create, you cannot defeat them. Espers and monsters are fundamentally different. Geniuses like Liu Chuan only reach the peak of their abilities by pushing their powers to the limit, constantly evolving through the very act of using them. But the outcome for your monsters who abuse their abilities is only one, and that is... The woman threw the glass beside the ghost, who was touching the photo of one of the experiments. The photo of Mei became stained with the wine dripping, while Qingdai began to speak uncontrollably. I already told you, give me more time. Your job was to delay those fools in the council, and you couldn't even do that. All you do is make sarcastic comments in front of me. Until regaining her composure, she said, Sorry, I lost my head. The ghost commented, You're acting strangely today, Qingdai. Then he turned, looking at the wall, and said, Could it be you found the special one? Back on the battlefield of the containers, purple butterflies flew in fuchsia flames around Mei. Each butterfly that touched the ground transformed into drops of blood. But Mei didn't give up. She kept repeating, Not yet, and a swarm of butterflies accompanied her as she bled, walking toward Pei Zenia. The place filled with purple feathers and wings, a show of petals. From atop one of the containers, Tian Lang declared, It seems Xia Mei has no intention of turning back. The little one beside him pleaded with his teddy bear, Brother Tian Lang, please, hurry and stop big sister Xia Mei. Please, save her, please. Until he interrupted him, shouting, Idiot! The little one began to cry, his teddy bear taking on the same expression of sadness, and Tiang looked at him saying, How many times do you need to save her before you realize she doesn't want your help? Yao Guang touched the ground in silence. Meanwhile, in front of them, Mei was blooming a garden of fuchsia flowers, petals flying from the sky as Zania covered herself in a sphere of fire, saying, What a beautiful sight. It's a shame. I won't lose to the same person twice. Xenia then set fire to the entire area around her. The petals ignited, flowers and stems, a garden in flames. A large group of people approached in a commotion, heading toward the container area. Above them, it was already possible to see May's petals and butterflies falling. Qintian's henchman announced, "All right, everyone, follow me. I'll take you to the supplies." Everyone continued walking, while a child stopped in the middle and looked up, seeing the petals falling from the sky. A butterfly came towards him and landed on his hand, making him marvel. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan's purple dome remained strong and sealed amidst the chaos. Smoke rose to the sky after the garden fire. Then it became clear that Xenia was lying on the ground, asking, "What the hell is that?" Something large, a giant, jumped ahead, making the ground tremble. The little plush bunny of the child accompanying Tian, Mei, and Yao Guang had grown, multiplying in size, and was dancing, singing, happy, while the little boy laughed. He pulled the bunny by the arm, making it return to its original size, and ran towards Yao Guang, who had picked up Mei in his arms, asking, "Brother Yao Guang, is Sister Xia Mei?" Yao Guang replied, "She's still alive. I'm sorry, Dudu. I asked too much of you. Are you hurt anywhere?" The little boy looked, hugging the bunny, saying, "I'm fine, as long as Sister is okay." The three approached one of the containers, and Yao Guang took a phone, sending a message. "Qixi, find us in the exile zone immediately. Xia Mei is seriously injured and needs treatment. We need to return to the lab as soon as we finish the main objective." Tian looked down and said, "How unpleasant." Yao Guang turned to the little boy and instructed, "Dudu, go check on Pei Xenia." Then a voice shouted, "There, near those containers." The two turned and saw a crowd of black rings approaching, running and shouting, "Get out of the way! Right there, next to those black rings, move aside, don't block the way." Tian's henchman went to one of the doors and said, "Stop pushing, stop crowding," while the crowd argued behind him. "Open the door, I was here first, move aside." People pushed Dudu, and again the henchman shouted, "Don't push, can't you line up properly?" Yao Guang grabbed Dudu, who almost stumbled backward. The crowd advanced desperately while Tian watched from atop the container. For a moment he tried to call them, but received no response. They were all transfixed. The henchman climbed onto the door, thinking, "Don't notice me, don't notice me, don't notice me," while below them, the rush and confusion of people crowding continued. "Why are you all standing there? Stop pushing, do you want to die?" Suddenly, he finally managed to open it, a container full of supplies and food. Everyone surged forward fiercely, grabbing everything they could carry and more, shouting, "Free food, it's true, this is mine, that too, it's all mine." Some stuffed pieces of bread into their mouths right there, while others tucked them into their clothes. Yao Guang saw a little boy picking up some wrappers. He noticed Mei's wounds and began to approach. Yao Guang quickly raised his hand, stopping him and asking, "What are you doing?" The boy then extended his hand, revealing a small candy in his palm, saying, "If she keeps the candy in her mouth, her wounds won't hurt as much." Yao Guang looked silently, not understanding that simple act of kindness that could only come from a child. Suddenly, the brief calm was interrupted by a kick aimed at the boy. A man approached, throwing him far away while others fired their weapons into the air, shouting, "Leave all the food! Don't even think about taking a single bite! From now on, all these supplies are under the control of the cannibal gang." The tattooed man who had kicked the boy began to kick him more and more, saying, "Spit it out! Now!" Yao Guang stood up and walked towards him. The man pulled a gun from his waist, and Yao Guang declared, "Take your food and get out of here." The man aimed the gun at him, placing the barrel right in the middle of his forehead and saying, "Oh? You think I don't know what you're plotting? Hands up, turn around, are you deaf?" A voice broke the silence, and with a single word, everything changed. "Monstrosity!" As soon as this was pronounced, the man exploded in blood and flesh before Yao Guang. Everyone present turned, seeing the blood splatter on the container, and atop it was Tian with a murderous and serious look, surrounded by particles of blood, saying, "I said monstrosity." Yao Guang began to wipe the blood from his face and arms. The little boy nearby stammered, Is that Esper?" He looked at him in shock. Then all the black rings present threw the food into the air, celebrating, "The savior! Our savior has arrived!" Tian and Yao Guang were left speechless, trying to understand what all of this meant. The little boy approached Yao Guang and asked with hopeful eyes, "You're here to save the exile zone, right?" Yao Guang questioned, still unable to believe the reaction. "What?" But Dudu interrupted the interaction, shouting, "Brother Yao Guang, the mission target has disappeared!" Yao Guang turned and cursed. Running between the containers, Qintian was carrying Xenia on his back, saying, "You look pretty miserable. How did you get such a beating?" Xenia maintained her pride intact. Even exhausted, she laughed, saying, "You should see the other girl. If you had arrived a few minutes later, I would have cleaned up this mess." He laughed and commented, "Still talking tough, huh?" He continued running until she said, "That's far enough. Put me down. Hurry up and get out of here." But he replied with a smile, "It's fine. Just listen carefully. That's the sound of that barrier deactivating." Leo's purple dome was slowly dissolving, fragmenting piece by piece. Tien watched from atop the container as Leo appeared with Shannon, walking towards everyone, saying, "Now what's all this commotion about?" Shannon looked around and said, "I don't see Zania anywhere." Leo replied, "Relax. She knows how to take care of herself." Tianlang raised his voice and declared with a challenging smile, "You've been locked up in there for so long. What, were you crying or something?" Several swords made of steel and blood rose into the air, floating toward Leo and Shannon. Leo smiled and said, "The one who should be crying is you," causing an explosion of lightning around him, throwing everything into the air. The black rings began to run in despair, shouting, "Esper's fighting! Run for your lives!" Meanwhile, atop the container, Tianlang stood with his hands on his hips, laughing and saying, "Yes, it's better to get out of here. This isn't an ordinary Esper." He burst into laughter and then said, "Poor black rings. Liu Chuan, we finally meet. You've kept me waiting for so long." Yao Guang looked up and called out to his friend as if he wanted to say something, merely uttering his name. The fact was, he thought to himself, if we face Liu Chuan now, there's no way I can keep Xiamei safe. Beside Mei was Dudu, who looked at Yao Guang, calling for his brother as if also trying to convey some kind of plea. Yao Guang found himself caught in a dilemma until a message from Qixi arrived, saying, "The special tier has been neutralized. We'll arrive in a few minutes." He smiled as if a light had turned on and then raised his voice. "Liu Chuan, we have no intention of starting a direct conflict with you. As long as you hand over Shannon, we will leave this place immediately. The superiors are feeling generous. They won't hold the Liu family responsible. But if you refuse to hand over the child of the divine, you will be declaring war on all 7 major families." Shannon was shocked to hear that. Declaring war was more than he imagined. But Leo seemed prepared. He positioned himself in front of Shannon and said, "Of course. Declare war then. What, do you think I'm here to play house with him? I would expect at least a little gratitude from you guys. You, of all people, should know whose child it is." Shannon didn't understand and questioned, "Gratitude? What does that mean, Liu Chuan?" Leo glanced sideways, thinking, "That ability." And in his memories, he saw Wu Ye, Shannon's mother, with the same black swords of steel and blood floating around amidst corpses, saying, "Don't come any closer." And still not turning, he declared, "Shannon, listen carefully. Any black ring that can still use their abilities, they're only alive because they are feeding on the blood of Lady Wu Yue." Shock took hold of him. Shannon had to repeat, "Feeding on her blood?" Tianlang laughed and said, "Ah, the child of the divine doesn't understand. Want me to draw it for him?" Leo and Shannon shouted, "Shut up!" as if both were saying they were having a private conversation. Shannon turned to Leo and asked, "Liu Chuan, are you saying their abilities came from my mother? And what else don't I know?" And Leo began to explain. "To be honest, I don't know that much. At the time they captured Lady Wu Yue, the Lin family proposed researching her immortality ability to extend the lives of other Espers. Each family, except the Leos, sent an advanced level Esper to participate, but the experiment failed. The 7 who participated received Lady Wu Yue's blood, but instead of gaining immortality, they became neither human nor ghost, barely surviving. After that, the laboratory decided to change focus. Instead of a few powerful Espers, they would experiment on the Black Ring population, a much larger and easier group to control. I never thought those bastards would actually manage to do that. Dazed, Shannon asked, "Where is it then? That laboratory! You must have researched this, right?" And looking down, Leo replied, "Nothing. It's like trying to find a ghost with no traces." Shannon repeated, "Nothing?" and began to think. In the ranking of the 8 major families, the Leo family holds the 3rd place in overall strength. 2 generations of turnover and they've never left the top 3? This is the 3rd most powerful family. And yet, knowing my mother's situation, even the powerful Leo family can't track her down. Powerless to do anything. Just standing by and watching. What kind of power does the city of the Celestials possess? Liu Chuan, Zania, and the other guardians protecting me. Does that make us enemies of the city of the Celestials? Is this the enemy I'm facing? Shannon imagined his mother trapped, chained inside a cage, and clenched his fists in anger, so tightly that when he opened them, there were blood marks where his nails had dug in. Leo looked at him and said, "Shannon, don't let them shake your determination. The reason they sent these guys here is to get into your head, to break you. That's their whole game. No matter what rules govern this world, it's up to our generation to break them." Shannon replied, "Rules or not, I don't understand any of this, and frankly, I don't care. I keep dreaming about her. She's waiting for me. No matter what I have to do, I will get her out of there." Leo smiled and said, "You're not even close to being ready for that. But you said it yourself. We will make it happen." Speaking of which, Shannon looked with a threatening gaze and declared, "Those guys probably know where the laboratory is. Let's grab them and make them talk." And Leo smiled sadistically. "Exactly what I was thinking." Qianlang rolled his eyes, not believing what he was witnessing. until a woodpecker passing by caught Yao Guang's attention. The bird flew by and let out a loud poop from above. Shannon shouted, pushing Leo, "Watch out!" as if something terrible were about to happen, but it was too late. The droppings hit Leo's clothes, and he looked down along with Shannon. A vein bulged in his eyes. He gritted his teeth in anger and then shouted, "Damn it, Zhou Shi!" And Zhou Shi's voice emerged, responding, "Looking for me?" Dudu, Yao Guang, and Tian Lang turned around in concern, noticing the presence of someone unexpected. Leo was filled with rage, and Shannon was surprised. The robot, Zhou Shi, and Yu Li appeared on the battlefield. Back when Zania was barely holding on, Zhou Shi was jumping between buildings surrounded by his birds when he received a message from Yu Li in the group. "Brother, sister, are you there? My name is Han Yu Li. I'm 14 years old, and I'm the younger sister of Han Shu. Due to some unusual circumstances, my brother couldn't come, so Mom sent me to support you." He gritted his teeth and thought, "You have to be kidding me." Then he turned to one of his birds and said, "Where's Yu Li now? Point me in the right direction." Meanwhile, on the bridge, the car was spinning while the system repeated, "Wilderness cannot continue in autopilot." The car was about to flip over when it finally stopped right near the edge of the bridge. Taya had no time to react. All she saw was Yu Li flying towards her, shouting, "Don't even think about hurting him," and throwing a punch. The girl would have been hit. She herself didn't react, and found herself being dragged as a voice said, "That was close." Turning around, she saw Chi Si, the boy who created structures. He held her, saying, "Don't just stand there waiting to get kicked." The two supported themselves on their knees and took a deep breath. Chi Si had raised a stone wall between them, blocking Yu Li's path. Taya asked, "The opponent is just a little girl, right?" And Chi Si replied, "Pretty much." On the other side, the so-called little girl was continuously punching the concrete wall, breaking it more and more. She opened a hole and thought, "Too close." The robot that had been turned off started to spark and suddenly sat up, saying, "The system is back online." She turned and asked, "Are you okay?" The girl approached, smiling at the robot, and he took her hand, saying, "Han Yu Li." She scratched her head and said, Yeah, I'm fine, just Yu Li is fine. Being called by my full name always makes me feel like I'm in trouble." He knelt down, scanned the area around them, and then declared, "Watch where you step." On the other side, the two were arguing. Taya insisted, "What are you doing? I'm not running away. I have this robot totally under control. All we need to do is team up and take down that girl." And Chi Si replied, "If I'd arrived here a minute later, you would be in trouble. Staying alive comes first." He touched the ground, creating a wave of energy, and then in front of them, the bridge split in two, launching concrete into the air. The robot placed Yu Li on the bridge railing and told her to hold on to him, which she did desperately. He ejected hooks from his back and anchored himself in several places, holding the car as well. Part of the bridge fell into the water, creating a tragedy. Chunks of concrete hit the water one after the other. They were barely keeping safe amidst it all. Yu Li looked around and said, "We're stuck in the middle." The car began to slide, and the bridge cracked more. The robot analyzed the structure and declared, "The bridge is severely damaged. This bridge will collapse in 1 minute. If I get within the control radius of that woman, I will be forced to shut down. Their powers will not pose a threat to you. I will throw you to ensure your safety. You need to find a safe place to land. You only have one chance." The robot secured hooks around the girl's waist, and she confidently replied, "Got it." He activated his thrusters, taking off, and said, "Here we go." Yu Li remained in position, thinking, steady as a rock, until the robot system threw him back to the ground, saying, "The load capacity requires improvement." He fell awkwardly and said, "My fault. I forgot about that. It's a long story." Yu Li laughed too, feeling awkward, and scratched her head. More water points burst. The bridge was cracking more and more. Everything was collapsing and sinking. The car declared, "Wilderness hates water. Think of something fast." And that was enough. Yu Li looked excitedly at the robot, saying, "I have an idea." The robot replied, "There's another way to get across." Taya hesitated to leave, saying, "What are they planning?" While Chi Si pulled her by the arm, saying, "No idea." He looked to the other side of the bridge and thought, "That anxious feeling again," and said, "Come on, Taya, let's get out of here." On the other side, the car was accelerating full speed. Yu Li was driving while the robot was on the roof of the car with his hooks attached, saying, "Are you ready?" Yu Li stepped on the gas harder, saying, "Okay." The bridge began to collapse more, sinking. She floored the accelerator, and the robot pointed his hands at the car, charging his energy waves, and declared, "Charge!" He fired a blast that created a boost that, combined with the car's speed, propelled them through the air towards the other side of the bridge. The bridge disintegrated as they soared. The car declared, "Wilderness is afraid of heights." And Yu Li shouted back, "Now is not the time for that." They flew towards the other side while Taya and Chi Si ran, trying to get as far away as possible. Taya looked on in disbelief, saying, "You've got to be kidding me. You won't make it. Go to hell." She activated her ability, shutting off the car's engines. Yuli screamed, "Wilderness!" The robot also powered down and detached from the top of the car. They fell, heading straight for the water, and Taya laughed as Chi-Si urged her to leave. Until something felt different. She looked incredulous, and Chi-Si shouted desperately, "Run!" The concrete pieces were enveloped in green energy. Joshi had appeared, crossing the space of the bridge and cutting through both several times. He sheathed his sword and smiled sweetly, like a guardian angel, as he turned to see the car being lifted by a tornado made of green energy. Yuli held onto the robot, saying, "Good job, everyone." Yuli tied them both up and, pulling the rope with all her strength, said, "Don't even think about getting any funny ideas. Try something sneaky with those powers of yours, and I'll put you out until next week." Taya, even wrapped in the ropes, kept shouting, "Don't get arrogant, brat. Just wait until I'm free. I'll rip your limbs off, drain every drop of blood, and use it for my bath." Chi-Si, bored and tied to her, declared, "Could you just be quiet for a little while?" The robot, standing next to Yuli, suggested, "Should we gag them?" The girl turned to him with a thumbs up, agreeing with a bright smile on her face. Joshi's voice called the girl's name, and she quickly turned, smiling. Noticing a look of concern on his face, she asked, "Big brother Joshi, what's wrong?" Joshi interrupted her, saying, "You did well, but this is as far as you should go. Turn back now." The girl looked at him with wide eyes, stunned. Back in the memories, there was a moment when Yuli was playing with her brother in the snow, playing rock, paper, scissors. The girl had won. They were in front of a snow-covered temple. She ran up the stairs, shouting, "I won again! You're such a fool, brother!" Her brother smiled sweetly as she happily ran. He followed her with concern, saying, "Be careful, Han Yuli, the snow is slippery." Until upon entering the temple, she stopped, surprised by something. Someone was kneeling before a statue of Buddha, praying. She looked at him, thinking, "I always have the feeling that I shouldn't interrupt him." Her brother approached, smiling, and said, "What are you doing standing here? Come on, let's go say hello to Uncle Joshi." The girl hugged him, signaling for him to be quiet, and her brother replied, "What happened? Don't you want to call him uncle? How about calling him big brother then?" Han Shu, Yuli's brother, walked to the front of the statue and knelt next to Joshi, who had his hands in a prayer position and his eyes closed. He placed a small box on the ground and gently pushed it, saying, "Here, some vegetable buns." Joshi pushed the box back, replying, "I appreciate the gesture, but I can't accept them." Han Shu pushed the box again, speaking with a smile. "Oh, come on. Even if your mother made them, they were a gift from Auntie to our family. I didn't even take a bite. I thought that with this freezing weather, poor Joshi must be up there, shivering with cold, so I decided to bring them. I bet Auntie was hoping I'd bring them to you too." Joshi finally opened his eyes and took the box, saying, Okay, you win. You came all this way just to bring me vegetable buns?" Han Shu assumed a prayer position and said, "Don't flatter yourself. Of course, that's not the only reason. I came here to talk to Master Shanji." Joshi questioned, "Isn't that me?" To which Han Shu replied, laughing. After a few moments of silence, Han Shu declared, "Joshi, what if I told you I'm stepping down as guardian?" Joshi's eyes widened as he turned to him, and Han Shu said, "Look at you, scared to the bone. I was just kidding." Joshi turned to him and asked, "You never joke about that. What happened?" Han Shu was silent for a few moments and then revealed, "Yuli's powers are fading." Joe repeated his words as if trying to make sense of them, and then Han Shu began to explain. "Yes, every night after sunset, she's no different from any other ordinary person. We both know that Lady Wu Yue has become a target because of her immortality. Immortality, power, those walls. Every conflict so far has been driven by human greed. And now Yu Li's powers are disappearing for no reason. Power fading away. If someone finds out about this, if they try to exploit it, I can't bear to think of the kind of cruel torment Yu Li might go through. Will she become the next Lady Wu Yue? Will she become another victim of this endless war?" Zhou Shi looked at him and said his name as if he were about to say something, but the boy continued speaking. "Zhou Shi, I've already made my decision before coming here. The day of the prophecy is still 2 years away. Before that, I'll find out what's causing her powers to fade. I need you to keep this a secret. If I discover it before then, I'll continue fulfilling my duties as a guardian." As Yu Li played in the snow, making a snowman, Zhou Shi asked the crucial question, "What if you don't find out?" Han Shu replied, "I'll give up the guardian plan and take my sister far away from here. Call me a coward. Call me a deserter. I don't care, Zhou Shi. To me, the child of divinity is just a stranger. Forgive me, I just want to be a selfish older brother." The girl watched them from outside, thinking how serious they looked and that she needed a tissue. Then a woodpecker appeared, bringing exactly what she had wished for. She thanked it and, smiling, reached out her hand to the animal. Moments later, her brother and Zhou Shi came out to meet her. Facing her brother's friend, the little girl said, "Okay, we're leaving now, brother Zhou Shi." He stroked her cheek, and her brother complained, "Hey, there's only one brother for you. Don't call him that." They both pinched her cheeks while she smiled widely, and Joshi said, "You can call me Big Brother," Yuli replied. "Okay, Big Brother Joshi." Then she pushed her brother away, saying, "Let me go, big fool." And he declared, "Ah, our little Yuli is getting so strong." Joshi looked at his friend and with concern said, "Stay safe." Hanshu silently agreed and said, "Let's go." As they left, Hanshu asked his sister, "Straight home or do you want to go somewhere else?" And the girl replied, blowing her nose, "Let's go shopping." Joshi watched the sky lit by sunlight amidst the snow while his friend's words echoed in his mind. Seasons passed and the snow was no longer there. The woodpecker brought a letter directly to Joshi, who thanked his feathered friend. It was a message from Hanshu containing a simple phrase, "Take care of her for me." Back at the bridge, the robot was trying to communicate with the wilderness car's system, saying, "Quiet." He tapped the car's hood and turned back, looking at the two talking in the distance. Reading the system, he thought, the conversation isn't going well. The mood is low. Better not interfere. He got into the car along with Wilderness. Joshi looked at the horizon, saying, "You can't go back the same way we came before. You'll need to come with us through this gate. Then Wilderness will take you out another way. Stay in touch with me the whole time until you get home safely. Get in the car." He turned to leave, but the girl pulled him by the arm and said, "Big Brother Joshi, do you even see me as someone? I know what it means to fight and understand the consequences of losing. I thought long and hard before coming here. Please don't treat me like I'm just the younger sister of a friend who needs protection. I am Hanyu Lee, a special grade Esper. I want to take on the role of a guardian in place of my older brother." In that moment, he saw himself in the girl. He remembered when he had spoken similar words. "Please, let me go in place of my older sister." Joshi looked at her, lost in thought. Yu Lee bit her lips, her eyes filled with tears and determination, until she lowered her head and declared, "I'm no longer the little girl hiding behind my brother. It's not fair." The wind blew. Joshi took a deep breath and then held the girl by the shoulders, saying, "Promise me that every day, after each sunset, you'll be by my side." In his mind, he spoke to his hospitalized friend, saying, "I'm sorry, Hanshu. Keeping her by my side can count as a way to take care of her, right?" In the car, Wilderness asked the robot, "Were you listening to their conversation?" The robot, who had an open dialogue content analysis window, hid behind the seat and replied, "No," and Wilderness shot back, "Liar." Yu Lee and Joshi were standing in front of the car doors while the android waited inside. Due to the soundproofing, Yu Lee wondered what the two AIs were discussing but couldn't hear. When she opened the door, the girl could hear an exchange of commands occurring. The android commanded, "Activate autopilot," and the Wilderness responded, "Deactivate autopilot," repeatedly. The little girl asked what was wrong, and the car replied, "The Wilderness doesn't want to drive anymore. I almost drove into the ocean and drowned. Doesn't anyone care about the emotional well-being of the Wilderness?" Yuli leaned into the car and stated, "It's okay, we can just switch to manual, right? Now that the big brother is here to save the day." She then stood up and turned to Joshi, saying, "We're counting on you, big brother." But our bird boy just looked at her mortified, while his little birds flew nervously around him, knowing the cruel truth. He didn't know how to drive. Then, in a comedic twist, the young adult sat in the back seat, holding his prayer beads, while the android boy and the child sat in the front. Everyone buckled up, and the android declared, "Driving Basics 2.0 successfully loaded. Driver Sujan, countdown to launch initiated." The word launch echoed in Joshi's head, and Yuli excitedly asked, "Wait, you have the internet in your brain? You can instantly research any knowledge you want?" Sujan, the android, replied, "Yes, of course." And the girl exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, that's amazing. You're like a walking supercomputer." The car felt jealous and asserted that it was nothing. The Wilderness could do that too and was Daddy's proudest creation. At this declaration, Joshi wondered if the car was talking about Uncle Sue. It was then that Joshi had an idea. He asked if Sujan could unlock Chisi's phone that he had. The android leaned back and replied, "Leave it to me, that's much easier than driving." Concerned about the android's posture, Yu Li began to shout and asked Sujan to look ahead, keeping both hands on the wheel, and they continued their journey, crossing the bridge, aiming to find Leo and Zania. The scene slowly faded, and the consciousness visualizing that moment in the past returned to its body in a luxury residence. The boy with green hair and neon green eyes took the sound blockers out of his ears, finishing the use of his clairvoyance ability, while saying, "These hybrids are so weak. Chi-Ching Dai spent so much of our money and only managed to produce this junk? What a waste. I expected to see some carnage." Behind him, in a bathtub full of ice, a man was sitting submerged with a boy rubbing his arms. The man with a golden ring around his neck had wrinkled skin, full of burn scars. Calmly, he declared, "Just be patient. The scene the patriarch was waiting for hasn't occurred yet." The boy with green hair and a stone-filled smile turned and asked, "Hey, you know something, don't you? Come on, share it with me." The man with the scarred, eyeless skin remained silent for a few seconds and then replied, The patriarch personally chose these 6. The big brother never makes decisions without certainty. There must be something more about these 6 that I don't know, some hidden abilities or connections. Holding an ice stone in his hand, he played with the water and then broke the stone, clenching his fist tightly. At that moment, a sudden anger took over him, and he punched the water, thinking, "He never tells me anything, making me guess and guess. He even gave control of the lab to a non-relative." The boy with green hair and a silver ring around his neck turned and put the sound blockers back in his ears, saying it was better to keep an eye on them then. Meanwhile, the man with the burns raised his head and observed himself submerged in ice through a mirror on the ceiling. And then, he ordered the assistant to arrange for someone to get rid of him. Back on the battlefield in the container area, Zhou Shi, Yu Li, and Sujan approached. Shannon watched them, thinking they must be the other team members. Sujan declared, "Protection target found. Aside from slight weakness in the limbs, the body shows no significant abnormalities, and the mental state is relatively stable." Zhou Shi looked serious, with sharp eyes, thinking, "This isn't the time for meetings." It was then that Shannon noticed something that caught his attention. He saw Leo standing with a confused expression. The fact was, he was surprised by the rescue team. A robot, a monk, and a miner? Shannon looked at him, even more confused, asking why Leo seemed more confused than he was. The 2 who had faced the trio were lying on the ground, tied up with ropes. Qixi's eyes widened upon seeing his companions. Yao Guang observed the 2 seriously and ordered Dudu to find Pei Zania. The boy responded affirmatively and turned with his teddy bear in his arms. Yao Guang looked up in the direction of Tianlang and made a series of discreet hand signals along his body. Tianlang signaled with a clenched fist, and the communication between the 2 was sealed. Yao Guang turned back to where Shannon was, now with eyes glowing in an intense golden hue, and immediately Leo, Zhou Shi, and Shannon realized what the look meant. It was a killing intent. As the tension grew, Yu Li looked innocently, thinking, "This is Shannon. I finally met the person my brother always wanted to protect." Suddenly, the girl noticed the change in atmosphere and turned to Zhou Shi, calling him. The boy had already drawn his sword and responded by ordering her to keep an eye out and not let go of the rope. To Sujan, he ordered him to help Yu Li and keep Shannon and Leo safe. Yu Li affirmed that she understood and prepared herself. Leo looked at Shannon in silence, and our protagonist wondered what it was about. For a few moments, he refused to believe it was what he was thinking, until Leo pushed him back and he stumbled, shouting. Leo made a hand signal, and a cage of purple lightning formed around him. Shannon looked irritated at Leo and asked what that was supposed to mean. Leo simply continued walking and replied, "It's perfectly safe in here. Don't overthink it. I'll be back in a moment." The cage closed with more lightning left by Leo as he moved away, and the battle began. Tianlang activated his black dust, and several shapes made of black and red mass flew toward Zhou Shi and Yu Li, as if evil ghosts were haunting the place, covering the entire visible area with black mass. Zhou Shi cut through the dust with his sword, clearing a path, and Sujan went on alert. Yu Li held the rope tightly in the back and noticed, as she turned, that one of the shapes was heading toward Qi and Taya, while Sujan shot lightning at the figures. She then advanced, breaking the ground beneath her feet, and threw a punch at the approaching shape, shouting, "You won't take them anywhere!" Tianlang smiled maniacally, excited for the long-awaited battle. He directed his black dust toward Leo, completely surrounding him with the black shapes. But Leo quickly activated a surge of lightning that pierced through the black mass, creating holes in the layer and clearing a path for him. The crackling of Leo's hands echoed, and he lifted his gaze, seeing another wave of dust approaching. Tianlang smiled. This was what he expected from that opponent. Leo advanced, dissipating the layer of black dust with his lightning that exploded in the area. He approached Tianlang, ready to attack, and the latter welcomed him with a smile, saying, "Come at me with everything." The black shapes clustered around the lightning prison formed by Leo, all crashing against the electric walls. Trying to reach Shannon, who watched everything, thinking about how he couldn't do anything, Leo charged into the fight, smiling, while Tianlang responded with equal intensity. The two became lost in a flurry of punches and displays of power. Leo dodged the blows until he paused for a moment and taunted, "If you have tricks, use them now. Don't waste my time, it's extremely valuable." He then buried a punch surrounded by lightning, and Tianlang dodged, shouting back, "Who do you think you are?" The two exchanged blows, one after the other, without pauses. Tianlang called upon the black dust, and the malevolent shapes came toward them. Leo noticed the approaching hostile beings, spun around, swept Tianlang's legs, and then kicked him in the face, sending him flying to the opposite side of the battlefield. Leo smiled and said, "Don't think you can fool me with your ghostly dust." Tianlang looked to the side in silence, arms raised in front of his face, and then formed a sphere of black dust around him, blocking Leo's attack, which exploded with lightning in his direction. Leo caught his attention and told him to keep his eyes on him. Leo advanced with all his fury, lightning exploding around him, heading toward Tianlang, and buried a punch into him. Tian Lang was thrown against a wall that shattered into several pieces. A huge hole was opened, and the wall collapsed, revealing a storage structure. Tian Lang had been thrown against a metal rebar that pierced through his abdomen. He leaned forward, bleeding, and with a look full of rage, thought, "If I weren't dividing my attention between controlling the black dust and dealing with those three, do you think you could have hurt me?" He reached for the rebar and pulled it out, then threw the object behind him and stood up. Leo was flying high in the sky, while Tian Lang stood surrounded by dust, thinking, "I'll let you have this small moment of triumph for now, Leo Chuan." Meanwhile, Taya and Chisi remained tied up on the ground. Taya had woken up and saw the black dust intertwining around them. Yu Li and Sujan fought side by side when the girl warned about a threat to the left of the android. The girl turned, noticing movement, dodged an attack, and then the android noticed it too. An explosion occurred near the two prisoners. Yu Li clung to the rope that bound them and was dragged across the ground. The girl might be just a child, but she was tough. She gripped tighter and gritted her teeth. Then, planting her feet on the ground, she pulled the rope with all her strength, yanking two of them out of the black dust cloud that was carrying them. They wouldn't take them away while she was watching. Sujan moved closer and began shooting lightning beside her, providing support. She pulled the rope again with all her might, and the movement took its toll. The wound on her shoulder opened up and began to bleed, staining her clothes. "You?" Lee gritted her teeth, feeling the pain, and Sujan turned to her saying, "You have a serious puncture wound near your right shoulder, and it's getting worse. That happened back on the bridge. Please unbutton your shirt and I'll treat the wound immediately, activating healing mode." Yu Li replied, "Not now." And the android halted the action. Yu Li tied the rope around her waist and made a strong knot, ensuring she wouldn't let go. Then, with a determined look, she declared, "Just before we send our enemies away, you have to promise to keep this a secret. Can you do that?" She turned, smiling with a child's innocence at him, and Sujan replied, "I understand. I will respect your decision. Let's finish this quickly then." He turned to Yu Li's back, each facing aside and ready for combat. Zhou Shi continued to cut through the black dust with his sword, strike after strike, dissipating Tian Lang's attacks. He thought of Yu Li. The girl was alone and he needed to go to her. Meanwhile, the dust intertwined around the lightning prison where Shannon was. Zhou Shi observed everything, trying to reach him while defending himself from the ghostly forms surrounding him. A sphere of black dust formed around him with shapes writhing, but in Zhou Shi's mind, only Yu Li's name echoed. On the other hand, inside the electric cage, Shannon listened to his other self, Shan, leaning against his back, saying, "Pathetic. Leo Chuan, that arrogant bastard, looks at you with total disdain. He has trapped you in this 1-meter cage, turning you into a mere spectator. What are you waiting for? Don't you want to prove them wrong? You know I'm right. Just let me out and this farce ends. Right now." Our protagonist listened to silence for a while before responding. "He hasn't shaped me into anything, it's simply the truth." Sean looked at him with disdain and, arms crossed, asked, "What?" Shannon touched the cage and explained, "I'm the weakest one here, there's no denying that. I must be their main target." Shan looked at him as if questioning whether he was proud of that, but Shannon ignored it and continued speaking. "Even though these people know I'm the weakest link in this fight, they still focus on facing the stronger opponents head-on, leaving me here. Isn't that incredibly foolish?" He then looked closely, seeing Yao Guang standing amidst the black dust, his eyes shining with a deep golden hue, and thought, "I have a bad feeling. Something is wrong here." He remembered the conversation he had with Leo before leaving the sphere. Worried, he said, "Leo Chuan, you really are going to die." Leo turned to him, touching his forehead with his finger, and replied, "I want to trust what you see with those eyes of yours, but open your eyes wide and look closer, look more carefully, and stop talking about death. Don't curse us." Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Shannon found himself inside a corridor with glass prisons and alarms ringing incessantly, with red lights and sound alerts. He looked around with eyes glowing in neon cyan and saw that the corridor stretched infinitely into the darkness, with a crimson atmosphere, stains, and broken glass. The place seemed abandoned, as if it had been attacked and destroyed. He sat down and wondered where he was. Touching the ground and observing it more closely, he saw that the place was covered in black dust. The material, composed of dark red particles, trickled between his fingers like sand, and he thought, "Black dust? Damn, I must have accidentally entered some strange space because I'm still not completely familiar with controlling my powers. I need to find a way out of here." Our protagonist stood up and began to walk quickly in search of an exit until he noticed something. Turning his face, he saw a boy curled up, hugging his legs on a bed inside one of the glass prisons. The red alarm light flashed incessantly as he wondered what a boy was doing there. He turned to the child and walked over to him, saying, "Hey, buddy, this is an Esper zone. It could be dangerous for you. Come on, we have to get out of here. Hey, to get out of here. Hoy, are you okay? Can you stand up, little brother?" Shannon shouted, trying to get the boy's attention, but he didn't move, even when Shannon touched his shoulders. He cursed the alarm in his mind. The sound must have been drowning out his voice until suddenly it stopped. He turned and saw the lights turned off. It was then that the boy spoke, saying, "For you to have reached the 5th level of my consciousness, you're clearly not as weak as you seem." Shannon let go of the boy's hand and stepped back, asking, "Consciousness? Who are you?" The boy lowered his legs and his feet touched the ground. The light brown-haired boy then raised his bright golden eyes and replied, "Yao Guang, remember this name." Shannon immediately recognized those eyes, and the boy continued, "Because we are both children of the divine. Come on, let's talk somewhere else. I don't like being here." The child version of Yao Guang took Shannon by the hand. Our protagonist tried to protest, saying that he needed to explain, but the environment around them changed, surprising him. The entire area around them became multicolored and translucent. The boy sat on a sofa that appeared behind him, and Shannon fell to the ground as everything around them transformed, changing into a bright glow and suddenly becoming an ordinary warehouse with concrete walls and floor. Shannon looked around and recognized it. The old lockers, the sliding door with a coat rack beside it. This was the same warehouse where he had grown up with his brother, the same warehouse where his brother had been murdered. Yao Guang sat on the sofa and declared, "I see. So this warehouse is the safe haven in your consciousness." Shannon looked on with a mix of anger and sadness in his eyes as the boy caressed the upholstery, saying, "It's not much different from mine. A perfectly square space, like a box to store toys." The boy swung his legs as if he were playing and feeling comfortable. Shannon replied, "Get up. Don't sit on that sofa. At least, don't touch that sofa." The boy remained seated, with Shannon in front of him on the floor when suddenly a sound pierced our protagonist's ears, grabbing his attention. He turned, worried, wondering if it was gunfire. The environment around them became translucent again for a moment, but Yao Guang stood up from the sofa and brought his attention back to him, saying, "Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up bad memories. Let's go somewhere else and talk." Shannon took the boy by the hand, holding him tightly, and asked, "What exactly are you doing with those eyes?" Yao Guang replied that he didn't understand, but Shannon wasn't joking. Angrily, he questioned, "You're lying. You're just buying time, trying to trap me here, aren't you? That place before wasn't your consciousness, and this isn't mine either." The boy looked at him with a tearful expression, resorting to his childlike appearance to evoke sympathy, and asked why he would trap him. Shannon replied, "Because you know I'm the only one who can see through your illusions." Upon hearing those words, Yao Guang's face hardened again, as if malice returned. A shimmering mist began to envelop the entire environment, while Shannon held the boy's wrist and said, "I'm not exactly sure what your power is, but if what my eyes see isn't real, then I'll trust my other senses." Our protagonist closed his eyes for a moment and thought about everything he could perceive. Gunfire, a metallic taste of hydroxide, and was that the smell of blood? The entire environment around them disappeared and transformed into a blue area, like clouds, as if they were standing in the sky. He knew. Yao Guang was the enemy. It wouldn't be hard for him to know about Shannon's past. He had created that place based on his memories. And frankly, for Shannon, that was low, very low. The boy lifted his gaze and said, "You caught on quickly. Where did I go wrong?" Shannon remained silent and then began to disappear, his body fading like clouds blown by the wind, while with a sad look, he replied, "My safe haven has been lost for a long time." Shannon transitioned to a completely white, empty environment, and to himself he thought, "I need to tell Leo Chuan and the others the truth as soon as possible." Outside, the ghostly forms of the black dust crashed against the prison. Leo advanced, fighting with Tian Lang, with lightning crackling around him. The prison was covered in more black dust, and Shannon returned to himself, lifting his head. He approached the walls of lightning and stepped out, saying, "What the eyes see is not real." The black dust began to stick to his body, intertwining like sticky ropes, trying to prevent him from passing. Our protagonist gave it his all to declare a message in a single shout, "It's not real!" Everyone turned to him and Leo shouted his name. They had to realize. At a distant point, Pei Zania was sitting against a wall, her hands on fire placed over her heart. Qintian sat beside her, thinking, "It's the first time I've seen a flame with a healing effect, and that's rare." Zania paused, and with the flames burning on her chest, she looked at Qintian with a serious and mysterious gaze. He quickly noticed and asked, "How long are you going to be panting like that?" She turned her face away and replied, "Healing naturally takes time. Do you think I'm made of iron?" Qintian soon thought that yes, her mouth was made of iron. He then stood up and declared, "At this distance, they'll find us soon, and my men's car is right here. I'll get you out of the battlefield and you can heal your wounds when you're safe. Come on, give me your hand." He extended his hand to Zania, but she didn't move, continuing to look ahead and replied, "I'm not going anywhere. That dark-haired guy with the black ring will send someone to make sure I'm dead or alive. I'll stay here to distract the enemy. You should go. Don't interfere with my healing." Qintian looked at her and wondered if she was trying not to drag him into the whole situation, but the questioning didn't last long. Both of them, at the same time, turned their eyes to the same side, thinking, "Here it comes." Something was approaching, a threat that both sensed. Tian took off his jacket, revealing the scars from the fight scattered across his arms, and threw it in Zania's direction, who asked, "What are you doing?" He smiled and replied, "Don't try to be brave all by yourself." That's when Dudu, the little boy with a teddy bear in his arms, came running in saying, "I found it, I found it." Tian was utterly disappointed to see a child as a threat and shouted, "Damn, are you kidding me?" Zania, on the other hand, just laughed and sat back down saying, "Well, I'll leave this to you." Shannon stumbled, finally freeing himself from the binds of the black dust, while Leo and the others shouted for him. The area around him was multicolored and translucent, but it wasn't just that. The physics of the place was also altered. Containers were flying suspended in the air. He looked around, trying to understand, and saw his companions standing in the air, frozen in an area that rejected gravity and contradicted reality. They spun completely oblivious to everything around them. So that was it. A dream. Yao Guang appeared floating upside down in front of him and said, "You realized it was a dream, that's smart. The world is crumbling before your eyes and you're not afraid?" Shannon, keeping his composure, replied, "If it's a dream, there's nothing to fear. I fear that your power is to create dreams for others, and if they don't realize they're being manipulated, they can't escape it. And when they realize it's a dream, they're out of your hands. I just think there must be a limit to how many people you can control to enter the dream world. That's why you created the dream within the dream, to intercept me alone, using your supposed space of consciousness to interfere with my realization of the truth, to try to prolong my stay in the dream. Did I get it right?" Yao Guang floated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and said, "That's not right. I didn't intend to trap you in this superficial dream for long. I'm just trying to buy some time to save my companion from you. You, on the other hand, I'm surprised you have such perception after only 2 days of awakening your powers." Shannon replied that it had nothing to do with powers. Even if he wasn't a psychic, he would still be able to see through those dreams. Yao Guang smiled mischievously and asked how. Our protagonist looked at the companions trying to protect him and declared, "Because I don't want to drag them down with me." Yao Guang smiled and said, "Arrogant boy. This dream world is coming to an end, Shannon. It's a pity that until now our conversations have taken place in a dream world. I look forward to having a conversation with you in reality. It's time to return to the reality of our confrontation." The multicolored reality stretched up to the sky, stretching further and further, defying the limits of logic, and suddenly it broke apart. Everyone's consciousness returned to reality. Shannon and his protectors touched their heads, feeling pain, as if they had been hit by something with full force, generating an excruciating headache. On the other side, Tian Lang also touched his head, next to Yao Guang, complaining, "Shit, my body was pierced by steel, it couldn't be anything else?" The boy, with his arm covered in black dust stains, smiled and said it was fine. There was no need to be angry. Beside them were Qixi and Taya, freed from the ropes. Taya crouched next to Xia Mei and asked if she was dead. The girl's body was covered by a coat and leaned against a container. Qixi commented on the air, but before he could finish, Yao Guang stretched his hand toward Taya and ordered her to return his weapon. The girl reluctantly handed it back, saying, "Why are you so serious? I'm just joking." "Here, you cheap bastard." Yao Guang reminded her not to make decisions on her own. The perception of reality hit Leo and the others like a shock, all surprised trying to understand what was happening. Zhou Shi turned, urgency in his gaze. He didn't want to believe what he saw. The fallen rope on the ground, drops of blood dripping, Yu Li talking to herself, asking, "When did they manage to free themselves from the ropes? I definitely didn't untie them." Zhou Shi shouted her name, running towards her. She widened her eyes. Shannon was running towards her, and Leo was in shock until he disappeared in a burst of lightning, shouting, "I'm going to kill everyone." She turned her gaze back to Zhou Shi. He was running towards her, trying to reach her, the lightning left in Leo's wake behind. All she wondered was, "Brother Zhou Shi, are you mad at me?" It was then she realized, lowering her gaze to her hands, a piece of rope and blood trickling from her abdomen. The girl fell backward, toppling, and the android nearby rushed to hold her head. He supported her with one arm and touched her belly with the other hand, saying, "Don't panic. Sujan is here, activating healing mode." The bullet passed through the lower left side of the abdomen, and now we're going to stop the bleeding. Yuli spoke with difficulty. "The rope was just tied to my body." And the android replied, "I know. Please don't talk for a while." Taya laughed, saying, "I should have shot again." But Tian Lang and Yao Guang just exchanged silent glances. A few moments earlier, when Zhou Shi, Sujan, and Yu Li arrived at the battlefield, Yao Guang turned to his friend and made a series of gestures. That was the secret code they had invented as children. It meant, "We are at a disadvantage, so I will send you into a group dream to hold them." Tian Lang's clenched fist meant, "Okay." Yao Guang's eyes ignited with a deep golden glow, thinking, "Although it's a pity you have to deal with 4 of them alone. Don't die in your dream, Tian Lang." That was his ability, Dreamfall. It could be used on a single target or a group. Tian Lang, on the other hand, didn't care how many came. At that exact moment, the group dream was opened. The aura of those sent glowed in different colors, and a countdown of 5 minutes began. Yao Guang walked over to Shannon, who was standing with his head bowed, eyes closed. He reached out to touch him and said, "Child of God, you seem more ordinary than I thought." However, before he could reach our protagonist, a burst of lightning struck him. It was Leo, standing in the same position ahead, eyes closed, but with a crackling lightning aura surrounding him. Yao Guang looked back and said, "You can use that power even when you're asleep? This Leo Zhichuan really keeps bringing new surprises." But that wasn't all. In addition to the lightning prison that had formed around Shannon in reality, he also moved a finger. Even if it was a small thing, it should have been impossible. Yao Guang looked at him and thought, how? He too? What a difficult duo. There were 4 minutes and 12 seconds left. Yao Guang walked over to Yu Li and Su Zhan, heading towards Qixi and Taya, tied to the ground. When there were 3 minutes and 51 seconds left, the bindings were released, and he woke them up. Qixi struggled and called for help, but he calmed him, saying, "Wake up, it's okay now, get up." 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. The auras continued to glow until he thought, this is it. He turned and informed the two on the ground. There was a little accident with the group dream. It can't last long, so get up and move away from them. 3 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. Taya couldn't accept it. Would he really just let them go? Yao Guang insisted she follow him, but the girl replied, "Of course I will. Shoot her before we leave." She grabbed the gun from Yao Guang's waist and fired. Inside the dream, our protagonist heard the gunshot and turned, searching for the source. From there, the dream continued until it reached its end. Qixi finished drawing on the ground with his chalk and said, "Yao Guang, it's ready." He stood up, and with the black dust of Qianlang surrounding them, Yao Guang declared, "Let's begin." The drawing of a multi-story structure lit up on the ground, and everyone turned their attention, trying to understand what was happening. What would happen next would be a fair fight. Zhou Shi approached, filled with fear, and picked Yu Li up in his arms, saying, "Yu Li, don't be afraid." He asked Su Zhan, who was kneeling beside him, tending to his wound, how the injury was, and the android replied, "Emergency hemostasis treatment has been performed on her abdominal area. She is not in immediate danger of death for now. Next, I will treat the penetrating wound in her shoulder. Please do not move her yet." Zhou Shi lamented. Even his shoulders had been injured. The girl called out to him, and he pulled her closer, saying, "I'm here, brother is here." The girl tried to speak, stuttered, but before she could form a sentence, Shannon appeared, shouting, "Are you all okay?" He was running toward the three with urgency in his eyes, and the girl finally managed to speak, saying, "Brother Zhou Shi, it seems I made a big mistake." Before Shannon could reach them, a dust tentacle wrapped around his waist and pulled him into the air. Zhou Shi and Yu Li looked up in disbelief. Su Zhan saw Shannon being thrown into the sky, and his eyes lit up with the words, "Primary mission, target in crisis." Shannon was pulled toward a tornado of black energy, the same structure that Qixi had drawn on the ground. Yu Li watched, refusing to believe, as the black dust spread beneath them, and Zhou Shi shouted for Shannon. Meanwhile, between two warehouses, impacts were shaking the ground. Qin Tian was thrown away and spat out one of his teeth after taking a hit. He gained momentum and ran back toward the giant bear that had hit him. He jumped, striking the bear and pushing it to the ground, saying, Hey, be careful. How dare you break my teeth? Today I'll show you the strength of my 8 consecutive championships in the King's Tournament." However, before he could continue throwing punches, Xenia interrupted him, telling him to stop. He turned to her and she said, "Look over there." He redirected his attention to the little boy, Dudu, who was standing silently, watching everything, but with bruises appearing on his face. This was his ability, to amplify love, and his skill trait, damaged as one. Qin Tian questioned, confused. "What's happening? My hand didn't hit him." Looking down, he saw the bear repeating, "Happy, happy." Qin Tian looked confused at the bear, and then turned to Xenia, desperate, saying, "Hey, he has some kind of connection to that hippie thing. I punched the rabbit and he gets hurt. What are we going to do?" Xenia kept her gaze fixed and serious on the child, while letting her flame burn, healing his wounds, and thought, no wonder they sent the child alone. They thought we couldn't handle a child, and he didn't seem to feel anything from that punch. Is the pain absent? The bear walked up to Dudu, and the boy hugged it, asking if it hurt. The bear replied, "Happy," as usual, and Dudu held its arm. Xenia turned to him and raised her voice, asking, "Hey boy, what's your name?" The question triggered a memory in the boy, the moment Xenia walked toward her friend in battle and said, "I want to know the name of the person who got me into this mess," and then destroyed her. The boy flinched, hugging his bear with a fearful look. Xenia smiled, noticing his reaction, and said, "Oh, don't worry. I don't hit people every time I ask their names." The boy replied that he was Dudu, and Xenia asked, "Dudu, what's your last name?" The boy replied that he didn't have one, and she thought, another one without a last name. Then she declared, Dudu, you just saw how I hit your friend, Jia Mei. If you don't want to end up like that, get out of here before it's too late. The boy hugged the bear's arm tighter and closed his eyes, saying, I can't leave. Brother Yao Guang told me you have to die. I need to finish this mission. Zinnia found that comical and asked, Oh, only one of you can take care of both of us. Qintian crossed his arms and added, That's right, boy, don't think you're too young for me to mess with you. However, we know he felt guilty about messing with children. The boy hid behind his giant stuffed animal and replied, Anyway, I'm not going away. Zinnia was silent for a few seconds and then said, If I'm not mistaken, if you overuse your powers, your body will experience a strong rejection reaction. It's like a disposable plastic cup that can't hold boiling water. Do you really know what you're doing? Dudu shouted that he knew that. And Zinnia replied, You'll risk your life to kill me. They must have promised you a very bright future. The boy held his bear's arm tightly and then said, As long as you're dead and that older brother is willing to come back with us, the Celestial City will recognize us as the new high. We will be adopted by the family and can live in a city full of other dimensions. The city of celestial beings. Please cooperate. We promise we won't hurt anyone else. We won't hurt. Qintian and Zinnia listened in silence to the boy's plea, who in the end was the most innocent there. But what came next was unexpected. Zinnia let out a light laugh and then burst into intense and scandalous laughter. Qintian and Dudu looked at her in confusion. Zinnia ran her hand through her hair, grabbing one of the hairpins she used as a weapon, and said, There's no point in talking. Let's go. Qintian tried to protest, saying, Pei Zinnia, wait a minute. This child looks like he's under 10 years old. He has a lot to do with your upbringing. But she didn't listen, continued walking, saying, Get lost. My companion is suffering because of me, and I should sympathize with this child? Just because he's a child? I'm not in a position to save either of them. Zinnia walked toward Dudu, and on the horizon, the tornado of black dust could be seen rising into the sky. She activated the ability Heart of Fire, and flames surrounded her. Dudu ordered Happy, his teddy bear, to kill her, but it stood still in front of Dudu, arms wide open, trying to protect him. Zinnia raised her hairpin, creating a wave of flames, and then hurled the fire toward the teddy bear, completely consuming it. Dudu screamed, No, don't hurt Happy! But it was useless. The bear burned before him as he himself was engulfed in flames. The fire surged high, surpassing the rooftops of the warehouses, and Qintian watched in complete shock, until he walked to Zinnia's side and looked at her with a mischievous smile on his face, thinking, This woman is terrifying. The flames burned, consuming everything in front of Zinnia, and she watched the fire spread. Finally it extinguished, leaving only smoke rising above the roof. Dudu's tears fell to the ground. In the end, he was just a child who had lost his friend. He knelt down and asked, Why? Crying as he looked at the small, charred bear before him. Zinnia picked up the bear and placed it against Dudu's knees, then pointed her hairpin at him and said, Dudu, there's a limit to how many times you can gain sympathy because of your age. Don't make me regret letting you go here. She stood up and began to walk away, and Qintian ran to the boy asking where she was going. She paused for a moment and replied, I'm leaving the child with you. He shouldn't be able to use his powers until the pupa is repaired. It's useless to say nice things with your mouth to save a child with a wicked mind. Do something about it. Qintian tried to call her back, but she simply responded, Go. Zinnia continued walking and then started to run, laughing, heading toward the battlefield and saying, Hang in there, guys, I'm coming. Sujan declared, activating Energy Core Attack Mode, ending Healing Mode. Both were holding Yu Li, trying to keep her stable. A lightning bolt sliced through the area, heading toward a concentration of black energy. It was Leo, running swiftly, dissipating the dust with the lightning and trying to reach them. He cut through the black mass with a precise electric strike, shouting for Zhou Shi, and the area ahead of him revealed itself. Zhou Shi emerged, his body enveloped in black dust, and saw Leo approaching, shouting for him, stretching out his hand and trying to save him. Zhou Shi shouted for Leo to be careful and threw his sword to him. Leo caught the weapon in midair and drew the sword as lightning crackled around him. He unsheathed the sword and made a cut, slicing the tentacle that held our protagonist while shouting, Shannon, come back here! Shannon fell, his body wrapped in strips of black dust that entwined like chains, immobilizing him and covering his mouth. Leo cut through the remaining tentacles and freed Shannon, who plummeted toward the ground, screaming. He would fall directly onto the concrete. Leo shot forward like a lightning bolt, closing the distance between them and landed safely, holding Shannon by the waist. Our protagonist turned his gaze to the area of black dust attacks and widened his eyes. The entire black mass had been blocked by Leo's lightning, which formed a shield. Shannon could hardly believe it but soon turned to Leo, saying, I just caused problems for others. I only stepped away for a moment, that's all. I'm sorry for making you worry, Leo replied. Who's worried about you? Don't think it's all okay, we're still not out of danger. Shannon agreed, but the conversation wouldn't last. Leo turned his attention to a movement that surprised him. He pushed Shannon away, and a series of black spikes pierced his body. He only had time to look at Shannon, who returned a shocked gaze as he dropped his sword. Zhou Shi shouted for his friend, trying to free himself from the black threads, while Yu Li tried to do the same, thinking, "It's all my fault, I need to try to fix this." Sujan held the girl and said, "Yu Li, you can't push your shoulders too hard. Push your shoulder." Suddenly, a red explosion occurred, gray smoke rising into the sky, and Shannon stood still, thinking, "So it's now, what I saw is now." He tried to run toward the explosion, but a hand grabbed him by the chin, preventing his advance. It was Tian Lang, who appeared wrapping him in black ropes and saying, "Where do you think you're going?" Shannon threw his head back and saw Tian Lang's nose bleeding. Tian licked the blood around his mouth and said, "You can't waste it. It's divine blood, don't you think?" And Shannon looked at him with anger, not understanding his remark. Sometime later, rain began to fall in the container area, increasing until it became torrential. The tornado structure remained in the same place, and the battle debris made the environment apocalyptic. Zhou Shi's sword lay on the ground under the rain when Zinnia found it. She bent down and picked up the sword, putting it back in its sheath. She raised her voice and began to call out, "Liu Zichuan, Shannon, respond to me." But only the sound of the rain returned to her ears. She stood still, looking around, until she noticed a movement. There was someone else there. She took a defensive stance, preparing to draw her sword, and looked seriously, trying to discover who it was, until her expression softened upon seeing who it was. Leo was there, standing in the rain, his clothes bloodied. He brought his hand to his chest and pulled out a shard of glass, throwing it away. He walked through the rain with his blood-stained shirt, carrying his folded jacket on his arm. The glass fell to the ground, stained with blood, and Zinnia walked toward Leo, who welcomed her, saying, "I thought you were dead, Pei Zinnia." Zinnia questioned if he was disappointed that she hadn't died, and he replied that yes, a little. The fire-controlling woman responded, "You're a mess. You couldn't handle just a few people?" And Leo claimed he was only upset that his clothes had been scratched. The two stared at each other in silence as the rain soaked their faces, and then the question arose. What would they do now? The two headed to a nearby building where they took refuge in a room. Zinnia was looking out the window after Leo updated her on the events that had occurred when she asked, "Sister? How old is she, 8?" Leo replied, "Have some sense of time, okay? She's 14. Zinnia exclaimed, "Wow, that's a brave little girl." Leo dried himself with a towel sitting on a mattress and said, "She was shot. We don't know if she will survive." Zinnia remained silent, looking outside, and one of them declared, "She's in that suspended building. So we have Shannon, Zhou Shi, and Uncle Su's life work. Sujan." Moments passed. Zinnia stayed quiet, walking around the room and sat on a sofa near the window. She looked outside and commented, "I hate the rain. It reminds me of the day of our psychic test. There was a mushy, rotten smell in the air, too. Do you remember that day after the test?" Leo remained silent, the towel over his head, and then he pulled it off after drying his hair, saying, "It's been so long. How could I remember?" His wounds were covered with small lightning bolts that seemed to be trying to heal him. Zinnia looked down, then crossed her arms, smiling, and said, "Thank you for forgetting that." Leo lay there for a long time, facing away from Zinnia, turned toward the wall. Finally, he asked, "Our companions are trapped, and I'm still here wasting time. Why don't you ask me why?" Zinnia was sitting on the sofa next to him, with her arms and legs crossed and her head resting on the window. When she replied, "You've already said they're our companions. That shows you care about their situation as much as I do. In this situation, if you still want to rest, then you must have your reasons." Leo revealed the reason. He was scared. Zinnia grimaced and commented, "Huh? Did I hear correctly? Even you, Liu Zichuan, are afraid? How disgusting." But it was more than that. Leo remained still, his back stained with blood, and explained, "I'm afraid of the person I become when I lose control." On a normal road in front of a beautiful sunset, a luxury car passed by, while in the back seats a butler was speaking on his cell phone saying, "Yes, master. We'll be back soon. The young master has been particularly good today. While I was taking care of things, he kept following me, keeping himself busy with everything. Everyone is praising him for being cute. He's quite tired today." The butler stretched out his hand and touched the boy's forehead in front of him, a memory of Leo. He smiled but soon noticed something different. He called out to Leo saying, "Young master?" And he sensed a change in the atmosphere. Lightning began to crackle around the child, and Leo opened his eyes, revealing crimson irises. The sky darkened above them, and lightning descended from the heavens, exploding the car. The vehicle caught fire, and the butler was thrown out. Leo emerged unharmed from his safety seat and ran toward the butler, shouting, "Uncle Tai! Uncle Tai, let me help!" But the butler interrupted him, shouting, "Don't come here!" Leo stopped near the flames and watched the bloodied and scorched man, eyes filled with fear, screaming, "Don't come near!" Leo stood still before the flames consuming the car and tried again to call for the butler, but the response was, "Don't come here, I beg you, young master." That was it. That had been the moment the shackles had appeared. From 100% power, they restricted Leo's power to 10%, and the boy found himself chained, restrained, unable to be free. Leo revealed to Xenia, only those who can control their powers can be considered true ability users, while those who are controlled by abilities are slaves. Leo's moment of self-pity was interrupted when Xenia's foot flew and hit his shoulder. He stood up, lightning crackling from the bruise formed by the kick, and asked in shock, "Why are you kicking me?" Xenia laughed and said, "I really can't empathize with you. This is like someone who eats delicacies every day complaining, 'Wow, I'm so full. I really don't want to eat at a fancy restaurant the moment I wake up.' What's the difference? Controlled by abilities? How much is suppressed? 90%? Let me also experience the feeling that abilities are infinite, that they never run out." She started kicking him again, repeatedly, and Leo pleaded, "Hey sis, my wound." And like a mother, Xenia replied, "It's because of your behavior that you got hurt. Reflect on yourself." Leo looked at her closely as if trying to understand the situation, while protecting himself with his arm. Xenia stood before him, clenched her fists, looked at the ground and said, "Are you the only one living with guilt? If you don't want the people important to you to get hurt because of you, shouldn't you work harder to protect them? Why hold back? Shannon is absolutely certain that we will risk our lives to save him. How much courage does it take to trust your life to a stranger you've only known for a few days? And us? What have we done right?" I got furious just over a few swear words from the enemy. In battle, I had countless flaws and almost died. And here you are, living in the past, standing still. What do we have to do with this situation? In the end, how can we arrogantly assume we will win? By the colors of the rings. If results are judged by rank, I should be able to bring everyone back to our hometown alone. But Liu Jichuan, if we still believe that rank determines everything, do we still have the right to change this world? 10%? Yes, it's not just you. I feel the same way. In the end, maybe the one who gave 100% effort is the weak one, Shannon. Pull yourself together. After the sermon, Leo could only stand there looking at her. Meanwhile, on the highest floor of the floating labyrinth, Chi-Si was coughing uncontrollably, holding his throat and trying to compose himself. Yao Guang approached him and asked how he was, but before he could touch him, Taya pushed him away, saying, "Get out of here. Stop with that fake sympathy." Tianlang coughed and cleared his mouth, asking, "Taya, are you going crazy?" The girl looked at him with a smile while supporting Chi-Si and said, "Oh, going crazy, Tianlang. There are things I didn't want to say. I recommend you don't trust this friend who claims to be so close to you. Otherwise, you might not live to see the end of this year." Tianlang wiped the blood from his mouth, leaving a trail, and asked what she was talking about. The girl bent down to support Chi-Si, who had fallen, and replied, "The lab is full of surveillance equipment and no corner can escape my eyes. I know Chi Qingdai contacted you many times in private. Since you met with Chi Qingdai, you've been convincing Chi-Si and Tianlang to research the fusion of abilities, claiming it's for emergencies, right? What's the point of that nonsense? You are the only one who knows better what you were planning, creating a labyrinth of this scale. Didn't he tell you about the meeting with Chi Qingdai in particular? By your look, it seems you don't know. Xia Mei is still dead. Where is Dudu, who arranged all this?" Yao Guang remained silent, looking away until Chi-Si pleaded, "Stop it, Taya. I already promised Yao Guang that I would do this. Besides, this floating labyrinth is entirely supported by Tianlang's black dust. In fact, Taya interrupted the boy and declared, "I can't worry about you anymore. Anyway, I don't even know who he is really loyal to." Tianlang remained silent for a few moments and then called for Yao Guang, as if expecting a response. But all he received was, "I'm going to check on Shannon and the others." Taya wasn't going to let it go. She saw the boy walking away and declared, "You always make a fuss, but the moment we get to the important part, you run away." That was when a voice emerged saying, "Let me." Everyone turned to the girl lying on the ground and saw Xia Mei sitting up. With her body stained with blood and burns, the purple-haired girl spoke with difficulty, "Let me answer you." Back in the room where Leo and Xenia were taking refuge, Xenia was standing in front of Leo, who was still sitting on the mattress, and said, "In my fatigued state, the probability of losing control is very high, especially since I didn't sleep the night before." Xenia crossed her arms and said, "How long? Just tell me how long you need to sleep. I don't have the patience for this." Leo replied, "I don't know. You should stay away from here for now. I don't know what might happen after I sleep." And with the delicacy of a flower, Xenia resolved the situation by giving Leo a slap on the head and saying, "Go to sleep, you're talking too much." Leo toppled to the side, unable to react, and closed his eyes. He turned to the corner, facing away from her, who had sat on the sofa, and asked, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Xenia stomped her feet on the floor, mimicking a walk, and said, "I'm leaving!" Leo smiled at the girl's persistent and stubborn behavior, and then fell asleep. 10% of power transformed into 11. The rain intensified, becoming stronger, 15%. Xenia closed the window, watching the rain increase, 17%. She wondered if Leo was already asleep, and he continued to fall deeper into a deep sleep. The power began to be released faster, reaching 22%. The window started to open, the strong wind and rain crashing against it. Zania put it back in place, closing it unknowingly, but Leo's power jumped from 28% to 42%. At that moment, the effects began. Purple lightning crackled through the room, tearing off the ceiling. The rain poured in and the wind made her hair fly. Zania turned to Leo and shouted, "Leo Ji Chuan, stop sleeping!" She fell back, leaning against the wall as the lightning intensified. 44%. An explosion of electricity formed, revealing a bright purple sky, a storm of lightning. 45% of the power had been released. Zania realized Leo couldn't hear her voice at all. The increase was exponential. It rose to 49%, and then Leo slowly opened his eyes, revealing his red irises. In the floating labyrinth, after Xiamei woke up, Yao Guang turned to leave and said, "Let Xiamei rest well. The answers you want will be personally provided by me once this issue is resolved." However, Tianlang exploded, shouting with an aura of black dust around him, saying, "Don't even think about leaving here without a clear explanation." He then turned and told Xiamei to keep talking. Yao Guang fell silent, and his eyes lit up as the black dust enveloped him. At another point, Yu Li was asking how Shannon was doing. Sujan stretched out his hooks, crouching beside him, and replied, "He was struck by lightning earlier and still has burns from the flames on his body that haven't healed." Yu Li commented that lightning and flames sounded somewhat familiar and continued, "They are just superficial injuries, not serious," but Yu Li encouraged him to finish his thought after "but," and he declared, "As an adult man, his muscle mass is very low. Conclusion, a weak man." The girl sighed and said, "Don't scare me like that. My blood pressure even went up." The android turned to her and replied, "The scary person is you, the black shadow from before. The more we resist, the harder the situation will become. When it touches your body at that moment, you should understand the gravity of the situation. Using your superhuman strength to free yourself will only worsen your injuries. Next time you face an emergency, please make sure to act within your limits." The girl pouted and said she knew all that, then looked up and declared, "Even if the injuries become more severe, even if it's a meaningless struggle, I need to try to find out. I don't want to just sit and wait doing nothing." Suddenly, a hook from Sujan appeared, pinching her cheek, and she turned her attention to the ground, where he was with Shannon. Our protagonist began to murmur, and she soon called out to him, trying to get a response. Shannon leaned forward, resting on his head and knees, and murmured until he leaned up, headbutting the android and shouting, "Guys!" Obviously, the headbutt hurt Shannon more than the robot. He shrank back, holding his head, and Sujan told him to be careful, something that, according to Yu Li, was probably too late to say. The little girl called, "Brother Shannon!" and he turned to her, looking up. In his field of vision, he saw the android and her, with the tall tower expanding. Then, after a few moments of silence, his imagination concluded that everyone else was dead, and only the three of them remained. He coughed and cried, lamenting, while the two watched him in confusion, until Yu Li questioned, "Didn't you scan his brain?" And Sujan replied, "Oops." Sujan forgot that the brain is also part of human physical well-being. Yu Li asked why he always chose to ignore important things. Sujan positioned Shannon sitting in front of him and began to scan his brain with his hands while recounting the events. With tears in his eyes, our protagonist said, "Is everyone still alive? Really? But I saw with my own eyes when Liu Zichuan was thrown out of the factory area." Sujan explained, "At that moment, the enemy's abilities were almost entirely focused on creating glowing buildings and tying the four of us up. The attack that hit Liu Zichuan had no lethal power." Sitting on a floor above, Yu Li commented, smiling, "Yes, Brother Shannon, don't worry. Sujan's analytical ability is very impressive. If that's what he said, then there won't be any problems. Besides, it's been more than half an hour since we were brought here. It's still so quiet." The spiral staircase intertwined, revealing a complex interior. That's when he realized. The image of Tian Lang with a bleeding nose came to his mind, and he thought, so that's it. That person at that moment only managed because of the excessive use of his powers. A concern took over Shannon, and he got up, stepping away from the robot and saying, "Yu Li, let me take a look at your injuries." Shannon ran towards the stairs, and the girl tried to stop him, shouting, "I'm fine, don't come." But it was no use. Shannon ran into a mass of pixels that the staircase had transformed into. "You." Lee covered her face and said, "You're okay, right, Brother Shannon? I can't even watch." Our protagonist was lying on the ground, touching his back and forehead when he asked, "What's happening with these stairs?" Sujan floated on a rising stone and said, "It doesn't allow you to leave your designated floor." Shannon asked what he meant, and the android explained, "It's simple. You can understand it as looking like stairs, without the function of allowing people to pass. The structure here can sense your movement. Only Sujan can move freely." Yu Li smiled and said that thanks to Brother Zhou Shi, they managed to discover that rule. Shannon commented that he hadn't seen him yet and asked where he was. Yu Li's expression changed, becoming sad and worried. After everyone was captured and taken to the labyrinth, Joshi appeared in an explosion of green energy, cutting through the labyrinth at full speed and exploding floating rock fragments. In every possible way, he struggled and advanced, trying to find an exit. But with each attempt to break through a floor, the structure collided with him and exploded into various pixels. Joshi finally landed on his knees on the ground, panting and sweating profusely from the effort, thinking, this building is completely different from the previous area they controlled. The current situation is as if we're inside a monster's belly. Joshi punched the ground, venting all his anger and frustration. But at that moment, a voice emerged, bringing him back. Yu Li shouted his name and he followed her voice, seeing her on the floor below. He called out to her and the girl replied, "It doesn't hurt so much now. You don't need to worry. Just seeing you, when I look up, it reassures me a lot." Yu Li smiled with a certain innocence, and Joshi smiled back, still with a deeply worried expression. Sujan was beside her, hands on her belly, performing healing while speaking. "It's strange, the enemy really allows us to heal and rest here. It's hard to analyze their intentions." Joshi looked up and said, "I'll try to find a way to the upper floor where there might be an exit. Sujan, take good care of Yu Li." Sujan replied, "Okay, please be careful." Yu Li tried to ask him to wait, but he disappeared, leaving only a trail of green lightning behind. She questioned if Joshi was avoiding her, and the android responded, "Your judgment is incorrect. Daddy once told me that adults' hearts are fragile, and they cannot cry in front of others to show an unbearable heart full of guilt. However, Sujan believes that saying I'm sorry sincerely is enough. Perhaps relaxation is maybe a human nature." Shannon listened to the whole story and observed the pixelated stones floating high in the structure. A sound caught his attention. Someone was nearby, someone carrying a string of prayer beads and watching everything in silence. Joshi was observing their movements and listening to the conversation from the higher floor. Yu Li asked, "Sujan, I want to ask, why are you able to use healing abilities?" And the android explained, "There are many types of energy cores within my body that I can use." She didn't quite understand what an energy core was, but there was no time for further explanations. Shannon stopped and questioned how long it had been since Joshi left, and Sujan replied, "It's been 20 minutes. He should be back by now." A long hook extended to Joshi's hand and grabbed him by the wrist in surprise, saying, "Got you. What are you doing there? Hurry up and come." Sujan floated to the floor where he was, and Joshi remained silent, in complete shock from being discovered. Shannon lifted his gaze in his direction and declared with a sweet smile, "Joshi, I finally have the opportunity to talk to you. Have we met before? Although it's very vague, it always seems to be a very happy moment." In his mind, he remembered a time when the children were gathered around their mother. He, still a baby, rested in Joshi's arms, a child, while the others played around him. Leo covered his ears to avoid hearing him cry, and other children ran around asking to hold him, a scene of hope, joy, and light long before Lady Wu Yue's fall. Joshi turned his gaze to our protagonist with a gentle expression on his face and declared, "Shannon, we're late." Shannon returned an equally gentle smile and replied, "No, you're not." However, before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying sensation struck him like lightning. His knees buckled, hitting the ground, and tremors took over his body as thunder roared in his mind. Joshi called his name repeatedly, but there was no response other than the groans the boy emitted as he held his head. He insisted, trying to figure out what was happening to Shannon, but the sensation overwhelmed him, until a vision formed before his eyes. He saw Shan, his other self, standing in the middle of a blood-soaked field, holding someone by the neck. Shan noticed that Shannon was watching him and turned his dark eyes toward him, speaking in a threatening voice. "Who gave you permission to spy on me? Go back now." Shannon's eyes widened, now emitting the characteristic cyan glow of his powers. But before he realized it, Shan approached, standing inches from his face and saying, "Don't feel flattered. They're not here for you. Trash doesn't deserve to have friends," Shan whispered in Shannon's ear, and then the boy was expelled from his own consciousness. Sujan appeared before him, kneeling on a floating cube, and called Shannon's name. Our protagonist continued holding his head and replied that he was fine. The headaches he felt were probably due to the dream they had been thrown into. The android insisted that he take another look at him, but Shannon replied that it wasn't necessary. His eyes returned to normal, and a certain sadness appeared in his gaze. He remained silent for a while and then leaned back down, saying, "I have to tell you something. I'm afraid I won't have the courage to say it later if I don't say it now." Shannon stood up and looked at the three who were above him, continuing to speak. "I'm not what you expected. Great immeasurable power and the ambition needed to save everyone. I don't have any of that. I'm here because my destiny forced me to be." The three remained silent, looking at him and listening to every word, when Shannon spoke again with a determined look on his face. "But now that I've chosen to be here, I won't run away from the fights. I will keep trying. I will become the son of the goddess that everyone wants me to be." Xia Mei had woken up and sat up. She lifted her gaze, her face haggard and dirty, her body marked by Paisania's burns and bruises, and said, "The advanced level is an illusion." Taya, still holding Chisi in her arms, replied, "Don't tell me. Anyone who believes that can only be an idiot." The black mist of Tianlang materialized beside her, passing very close to her face, and Taya gave a teasing smile, saying, "Bad memories just came back. We have an idiot here." The mist gathered behind her and continued to swirl until Tianlang spoke. "I'll aim for your head next time." Taya fell silent with a serious look, and Jia Mei spoke again. "I thought I could stay sober if I unraveled this trick of the advanced level, but what is one more lie after countless lies and an endless desire?" Taya questioned what those countless lies were, and Tianlang urged her to continue speaking. Jia Mei sighed and asked, "Do you still remember Carter Stewart?" In her memories, she could see herself during the time they were trapped in the lab. The day after the three had undergone mutation, a boy named Carter appeared in the lab. One day, Tianlang and Yao Guang were playing basketball, while Xia Mei chatted with the younger boy, both sitting on a side bench. Carter said that the next day it would be his turn, and Xia Mei smiled, telling him not to be afraid, as she believed his mutation would be successful. Carter replied that he wasn't scared. He knew he could do it. He was just anxious about not knowing what kind of superpower he would get. Xia Mei asked what kind of power he wanted. He made finger guns, mimicking the sound of lasers and saying he wanted to shoot them. He said it would be really cool, and asked if Xia Mei didn't agree. Perhaps because of the similarity in their last names, Xia Mei treated him like a younger brother, so they were quite close. A guard appeared and began dragging Carter away, arguing with him as he said, "Carter, you ran away again. How many times have I told you this area isn't for you? Go back now." Carter struggled, asking what the problem was since he could come here to have fun the day after tomorrow. Unable to break free, he waved to Xia Mei, giving a smile, and said he would see her the next afternoon. Xia Mei waved back and asked him not to forget to come. The boy asked her to wait for him and was dragged away. The two friends stopped playing basketball and turned to her. Yao Guang called her name and said, "You shouldn't have connected with that boy through your emotions. It will only make you suffer greatly when you lose him." Xia Mei knew he was right, but replied that it was okay. They needed to have hope for the future of their lives after all. She longed for connections, to build relationships, even if they were just like a fragile bubble that could burst at any moment. However, what followed was not hope. The next afternoon, Xia Mei waited for Carter sitting on the same bench in the court, but contrary to what he had promised, he did not show up. She watched the door remain closed throughout the period, and the next day, she decided to approach one of the guards about the matter. She asked if Carter had survived the mutation, and the guard replied that yes, they had been told the boy was fine. Xia Mei then questioned where he was and why she no longer saw him. The guard responded that he had been taken for more precise examinations. The exams would continue if his mutation wasn't finished. Those exams continued for 4 more days, until Xia Mei was sitting at the cafeteria table for lunch when the boy appeared, crouched beside the table. She was surprised to see him, and he just smiled, saying her name. Xia Mei smiled excitedly and asked where he had been all those days, and if he knew how worried she had been about him. Carter, however, surprised her by saying he had come to say goodbye. The girl leaned toward him and asked if saying goodbye meant he was going to try to escape. Carter continued smiling and said he was going to change and control the world. Xia Mei got irritated and asked what nonsense he was talking about. He just kept smiling and replied, "I can see now. The insides of everyone with powers are rotting. It doesn't matter if they got their powers through mutation or were born with them, but my body is special. That's my superpower, seeing through bodily structures. Do you know what that means?" Xia Mei didn't understand, a look of doubt on her face, and asked what. He gave a wide smile, saying, "I have a perfect power. I have both the health and longevity of the Black Rings and a superpower. This is evolution." Fear spread through Xia Mei's heart, but she had no time to understand what that meant. Her only response was to say Carter's name. The boy stood up with his shoulders slumped and leaned in close to her, saying, "Okay, Xia Mei, Yao Guang is just like me. You need to be careful." The boy pointed to his head, signaling to keep his intelligence active, but he had just dropped another bomb on Xia Mei, who barely understood the previous one. She turned and saw 2 scientists walking through the cafeteria side by side, talking about recipes. One of them said they had managed to get new recipes and that the children could try them out next week. Yao Guang replied that they needed to please the children as much as possible. A little further ahead were Chen Lang and Yao Guang sitting and eating. She saw one of the scientists turn and look at Yao Guang, who immediately averted his gaze. Before Xia Mei could decipher what those looks and expressions meant, Carter announced that he was leaving. She turned, worried, and grabbed his arm, pleading him not to go. If he stayed, they could both leave that place when they grew up. Carter stopped and replied, "Xia Mei, I can't waste my time here. I'll come back and get you as soon as I change the world." Those words and a gentle smile were the last things he gave her in life, because the next time Xia Mei saw him, his gaze was empty, with dark circles under his eyes, and his body was no longer breathing. His body was hanging, swaying from the ceiling, exposed for all who passed through the corridor to see. Xiamei watched the boy's body through the glass when Tianlang appeared behind her, hands in his pockets, wondering why she was still there. Tianlang looked at her and declared, "Stop staring. Standing here won't bring him back from the dead. This is the consequence of trying to escape, and he knew that." Xiamei's response was just a 3-word comment. "It's so light." Tianlang was surprised and didn't understand the statement, so he walked away, continuing on his path, asking if the shock had driven her crazy. Xiamei clenched her fists and lowered her head, still pressed against the glass, thinking, "I'm not crazy. I'm waiting for a chance to confirm my suspicion." A few hours later, Carter's body was taken to the basement, wrapped in a green bag on a metal stretcher. The guard who passed in front of another asked, "Is that the organizer of the desertion of those 15 people?" The other confirmed, and then the first commented that he was brave. The one closing the door told him to be careful with his words because he didn't want to get involved in that, and they decided to leave Carter's body there and take care of it later. The guards left the room without realizing there was a living child inside, hiding. Xiamei. The door closed completely, and Xiamei emerged from her hiding place, walked toward the metal stretcher, and lifted the green bag to open it. What she saw etched a look of terror on her face upon seeing her friend's body. She realized he had been opened, and repeatedly asked where his organs were. The perfect boy had left nothing behind. Xiamei left the room and ran through the corridors until she found Yao Guang. She stopped, panting in front of him, and demanded that he tell her everything he knew. Yao Guang replied, "Did you go to the underground? Go back and take a shower. Don't let the guards notice that something is wrong with you." The girl shouted, insisting that he not try to deceive her any longer or push her away. Yao Guang responded that if she wanted to know why Carter had died, he had to tell her it was because that's how traitors ended up. She replied that wasn't what she wanted to know. Yao Guang sighed and asked, "Xiamei, why do you think they continued researching and experimenting with black rings in times of peace?" Xiamei only showed a doubtful expression, indicating that she didn't understand, and Yao Guang smiled, saying, "Because the increase in their power means more instability. They always want to escape the laboratory, but the research didn't stop, and technologies were developed. What do you think is the reason? Can't you figure it out yet? Powers don't want to create killing machines, but medications that can prolong their lives. Obedient killing machines are just a byproduct. Essentially, we all become servants of the power monopolizer. The more perfect someone is, the more they have to pay for the people in power, and the weaker they will be to gain freedom. Carter believed he had the power to leave here until his death. He is like grass dreaming of becoming a great tree." Xiamei slapped Yao Guang in the face and then took a step back, distancing herself and asking, "How can you say something like that?" The boy touched his face right where he had been hit, and Xiamei looked at him filled with distress, asking, You are whose medication?" Yao Guang lowered his hand and replied, "It doesn't matter whose I am. You should ask whether I am an antidote or a poison." The girl asked what his answer would be to that question, and he remained silent. She concluded that he didn't want to answer and asked if he was hurt. Yao Guang touched his face again with a sad look and replied that he wasn't. Xiamei stopped asking more questions because she realized that not knowing what she wanted was true ignorance. But what she didn't want was to lose more people. Xiamei took Yao Guang's hand and held it, saying, "Let's grow together, okay? Do your best to survive, okay?" The boy nodded, and together they went to their quarters. A guard passed by the corridor in front of where Carter's body had been hung and saw that below the window there was a bundle. He wondered who could have left it there, but soon thought it must just be a prank by one of the children. However, looking more closely, he could see that the bundle was an origami flower bouquet positioned as a memorial. In the days that followed, inside her room, Xiamei did push-ups, training tirelessly. Yao Guang was talking to Tianlang when the blonde asked, "You mean increase my powers in my dreams?" Yao Guang confirmed with a smile, and Tianlang replied, "You lunatic, what if I can't wake up?" Yao Guang said he would manage. The friend agreed and asked how they would work together. Xiamei and the boys were sure of one thing. The laboratory could lock their bodies, but not their minds. Xiamei kept an eye on Yao Guang and saw that he constantly met with the scientist in charge of the place, Qing Dai. It would take time to merge their minds with their bodies, but if they didn't, their lives would just pass through the world and disappear, just like Carter. Qixi and Tianlang were slumped against the benches, unconscious. Yao Guang stood in front of them while Xiamei watched the door. She warned that the inspector had arrived and asked them to wake up. Later, sitting at the table, the three boys watched a cube created by Qixi float in the air with Tianlang's red mist. Qixi looked astonished and commented, "It worked. 2 superpowers were combined. Even a natural power wouldn't be able to do this." Tianlang crossed his arms and asked, "No one can stop us from reaching the advanced level, right, Yao Guang?" Qixi asked what they should do next, and Xiamei, sitting in front of Yao Guang, watched him lie on the table, observing the cube and whispering with a mysterious look, "We will play other people's games only while we are trapped in their rules." Qi leaned in and asked what he had said, and Yao Guang turned to him with a smile, saying, "Nothing! You did a great job!" But Xiamei had heard and watched him closely, looking at him silently with a judging gaze. Moments passed, and now a packed auditorium was applauding Tianlang, who was now the mutant representative of the laboratory. The blonde, now a young man, entered the stage with a satisfied smile on his face and stood tall, receiving the ovation. Qi commented that he was handsome, and Taya, now part of the group, leaned over one of the chairs, wide-eyed, saying, "To some extent, Tianlang qualifies better than Yao Guang to be the representative. But still, I was surprised that Yao Guang wasn't chosen. Did he lose the favor of the voters?" Xiamei looked seriously at Yao Guang, who was standing beside her, and he remained expressionless, looking ahead. She wanted to know what kind of rules Yao Guang was creating in his mind, but he didn't seem willing to share them. On the day the mission was announced, the group gathered, now with Dudu present and very attached to Yao Guang. Taya pulled out a golden card and handed it to Qi, saying she had pulled some strings and gotten something for him. Qi started jumping with happiness like any good pop music fan and said, "The ticket to Tyla's fan meeting. Taya, you are my angel." Tianlang turned to them and asked who had given them permission to have fun during the mission. And, taking advantage of the fact that the rest of the team was lost in trivial conversations, Xiamei approached Yao Guang and said they needed to talk. The two moved away and went to a projected tree where they could converse. Xiamei stopped in front of Yao Guang and said, "How could Qingdai allow you to participate in such a dangerous mission? After all, you—" The girl remembered the conversation they had in that corridor when they were younger, but quickly composed herself and continued, "You are more important than us. How could she be comfortable with this?" Yao Guang closed his eyes and replied, "Qingdai is just a silver ring. Many things, both internal and external, are not for her to decide. We are all puppets, merely serving different people. Without her, I can't get much time to do what I want." Xiamei placed her hands on her hips and responded, "Even if important decisions don't come from her, you should have been excluded from the list unless you insisted on going. Why? Did you decide to go to protect us?" Yao Guang replied, "Don't be foolish. You don't need my protection. You, Qi and Tianlang, can protect yourselves. The advancement and combination of superpowers can ensure that you won't be replaced for now. I joined this mission just to satisfy my curiosity. I want to see if the son of the goddesses living in exile had his identity erased by the sinful city. Xiamei, sometimes I had dark thoughts. I hoped the son of the goddess would fall and become who I imagined he would be. When people expected him to change the world, he became one of the criminals. The hope that everyone tries to seek was just a soulless ship. We won't have problems if things are like this." Xiamei admitted to herself that she had similar thoughts but didn't say anything to Yao Guang, remaining silent. The boy plucked a leaf from the projected tree, and it rustled as a new one appeared in its place. Yao Guang let the leaf go, and it fell to the ground, disappearing as he said, "I won't endure finishing my life here." Xiamei silently looked at the group chatting, while Qi rubbed the ticket on his face, admiring what he had won, and Taya smiled, watching him. Xiamei then turned to Yao Guang and said, "Finish? Capturing the son of the goddess is our last chance to prove our worth, Black Rings." Yao Guang asked, "Is it really? I should have realized that. It wasn't hard to see. At first they used the Black Rings in experiments because their bodies had a strong rejection to the goddess's blood. However, on the day they were trying to break the sealing of the Black Rings, another breakthrough occurred. The scientists observed a body on the stretcher, with tests scattered and surgical clothes, and celebrated that whatever they were doing had worked. Back in the present, Xiamei finished telling the whole story and said that was all she knew. Qi and Taya were dumbfounded, in complete shock over the revelation. Tianlang asked Yao Guang why he had hidden all this from him. Yao Guang didn't answer, just turned to Qi and said they didn't have time. He needed to send him to Shannon now. The boy obeyed without questioning and raised his hand, which glowed with energy. An orange door appeared behind him, but before he could cross it, Tianlang vented all his frustration, shouting a single question, "Did you ever see me as a friend?" Yao Guang walked to the door and held the doorknob, saying, "I will apologize to you when this is all over." The green-haired boy, with the headphones around his neck, opened his mouth in shock, his expression one of disbelief. He got up from the pot and began to struggle to close his pants while thinking, Qingdai is a servant of Dao Sheng, so this special body is meant to be Lin Dao Sheng's? Wait, something here doesn't make sense. I've never heard of Lin Dao Sheng having any health issues. He ran out of the bathroom door, cursing, not noticing that there was a thin layer of water on the floor. He ran to the entrance door, still stepping through the water, thinking, and why would Lin Dao Sheng hide this from his younger brother? I need to get this information to Lin Daoxi as quickly as possible. However, a light surprised him, making him look down. The water beneath his feet began to freeze rapidly, covering his legs with ice. His outstretched arm froze, and the cold spread until his entire body was encased, becoming a statue of ice. His terrified and horrified expression was frozen in time as he looked at the door, and heard someone snap their fingers. And so, with that signal, the green-haired boy exploded, shattering into thousands of pieces of ice. His body had now been transformed into a puzzle of frozen limbs scattered across the floor. Shannon stood still while the other three watched him from their respective floors. Suddenly, Yuli shouted to Shannon, warning him that something had appeared behind him, the same orange door that had appeared for Yao Guang. Joshi immediately turned and saw that the same door had appeared behind him and Yuli. The enemy had arrived. The doors opened, revealing a long corridor leading to another door. Sujan urged Shannon to keep his distance and observed the door still floating. Shannon looked silently, thinking, until Joshi's voice cut through the air, saying, "Shannon, you stay here. I will go in and assess the situation. If I don't come back after—" Before he could finish speaking, Shannon interrupted him, asking him to wait. Joshi questioned Shannon, and our protagonist said, "We can't just walk straight into the enemy's trap unprepared." Shannon looked around, observing the door and the environment while thinking, something is wrong here. If they wanted to, they could have attacked us all at once. Why create something so elaborate? The ceremonial hall, the doors, the staircase, they are deliberately not giving us time to exchange information? No chance. Shannon began to ascend the stairs while thinking, to experience the despair of seeing each other but not being able to reach out? No, it can't be that complicated. Stones flew towards him to prevent him from climbing, but they stopped just before touching him, a few centimeters from his face. Shannon watched this, thought for a few more moments, and then smiled as he discovered what the opponent's true motivation was: arrogance. He turned to the three, and with a smile on his face, said, "Guys, let's turn this maze into our playground." They asked how, looking at their respective doors, and Shannon replied, "Are you good at playing hide-and-seek?" Outside, a massive storm was forming. Lightning and thunder exploded, painting the sky a purple hue. A rainbow formed amidst the clouds, and the rain fell torrentially. Tian looked at the sky in complete shock, while his colleague called him in front of a truck. "Brother Tian, we need to get out of here! This place is terrifying! Brother Tian!" Tian didn't seem to respond. Instead, he smiled up at the sky while thinking, is this the power of Liu Chuan? Is he even human? There must be some kind of absolute limit to what a human can do with their powers, right? His colleague called him again, warning that hail was falling. Ice stones rained down from the sky and hit them. The heavens seemed to have opened, collapsing in a torrent of lightning, wind, and water. Tian couldn't help but think that it was as if the entire world was responding to Leo's call right before his eyes. A demonstration of absolute power that he had never imagined he would witness. Still inside the room, at the center of the storm, Peizania shouted for Leo as the wind hit her face forcefully. A ball of lightning flew toward her, crackling, and she quickly jumped, leaping out of the way of the impact. Landing atop the wall surrounding the room, she could see the energy sphere growing and wondered, thunder, winter, and fire. How much exactly has Leo progressed with his power? 100%? The energy sphere flew toward her, thundering, and she blocked it with a shield of flames. A loud boom was heard as the two energies collided. Peizania planted her feet firmly on the ground and resisted the impact. The wave of energy shattered the windows of the room, and another thunderous sound followed. While holding her shield of flames, Peizania looked around and realized that her safety wasn't the only one in danger. If Liu Chuan didn't regain control of his power, he would be consumed, let alone saving Shannon. The flames burned intensely, but Leo's power was growing and massive. Cuts began to appear on Peizania's arms as she sustained the shield, but she didn't give in. With a determined look on her face, she stood firm, wishing that Leo would also hold on and show his determination to protect his friends. The pillar of energy continued to discharge onto Peizania with full intensity. She kept holding her shield of flames with lightning crackling until a massive blue bolt descended from the sky, splitting the pillar in half. The entire area filled with clouds and smoke. The lightning diminished in the sky, and Peizania ceased her flames. She looked around and saw the area covered in debris. A huge hole opened before her, revealing the intensity of the power that had struck the place. Looking at the sky filled with gray clouds, she realized that the rain had stopped. A noise caught her attention, making her alert. She turned and saw the debris starting to move, as if something was stirring beneath it. Then an explosion occurred. Doors and stones were thrown away, opening a passage. Peizania smiled and declared, "Look, you can control it." Liu Chuan emerged, wielding a sword in his hand, walking through the debris and smoke. His arm trembled, small lightning bolts forming and blood trickling down. He then looked at her and replied, "Let's go." Inside the structure, Qixi, Yao Guang, and Tianlang closed the door behind them, leaving the two girls and Qixi sitting among the three doors. Taya began to pull her friend, shouting, "You must have gone crazy with the experiments. Do we at least have a normal human here? I wish this planet would just explode. Mission, my ass. Come on, Qixi, get up and come with me." Xiamei remained silent, sitting on the floor. Chi-Si didn't get up but replied, "Where are we going? We have no name. We are not recognized either by powers or by being black rings. Following any of the paths will just be a waste of energy. But it doesn't matter, at least I will die with my faith." Taya buried a kick in the boy's shoulder, shouting, "Ah, get real!" But the boy just kept his hands on his chest. She turned around and saw that Xia Mei had opened one of the doors. Taya asked what she was doing, if she was thinking about killing herself again. Xia Mei held the doorknob and said the name Peizania. Taya didn't understand, and Xia Mei continued, "Hasn't she done this once? Hasn't she already broken the rules of the game? Why can't we?" She then opened the door, and Taya kept shouting, "Ah, yes, sure, go ahead. You're crazy." Suddenly Taya was grumbling from inside the hallway of the door. "I'm the crazy one here, damn it. Why should I care if she lives or dies? Sooner or later, all these idiots are going to get us killed." And there she was, crossing the hallway in place of Xia Mei, whom she knew was too weak to fight. Finally reaching the other doorknob, Yao Guang opened the door, but was surprised by a dense fog on the other side. Tian Lang opened the door and was also surprised, looking around. Taya finally opened her door and covered her face with her arm, complaining about the density of the smoke. The smoke invaded the hallways, and in the middle of the room was Sujan, crouched on her knees and emanating mist from her body. Her eyes glowed a bright fuchsia as she became denser and denser. A few moments earlier, when Shannon noticed the arrogance of his opponents, Yu Li asked if he really said hide and seek. After all, it was something disconnected from the situation. Shannon replied, "Yes, Sujan said earlier that one of her energy cores contained a mist ability, right? Sujan, I need you to create a mist, one that guides us. This mist can only appear in the next 3 battle zones. It cannot spread anywhere else, especially where the Labyrinth Master can see. Can you do that?" Sujan replied. "Of course." Joshi spoke up saying, "Shannon, the mist can block their vision, but the moment we move, our sounds will give us away." Shannon replied, "That's exactly what we want. Sujan, an advanced model like you must have that function, right?" Sujan was surprised and didn't understand what he was talking about, but it didn't take long for Shannon to explain his plan. Already inside the mist, Shannon looked at his hands thinking, powerful espers tend to rely too much on their abilities. They forget a simple fact. They are still human. Shannon clenched his fist with anger and determination, and then closed his eyes, repeating to himself that he didn't need to worry. He could do this. His opponents were no different from him, and what humans do best is use everyday skills to survive. Shannon moved forward seriously, and Sujan started the playback. The sound of footsteps from Zhou Shi, Yu Li, and Shannon began to be played back. The audio was turned up to the maximum, and the spatial audio mode was activated. Tian Lang listened to the sound and stayed alert, but soon the sound seemed to increase, to double. He looked around, confused. It was coming from all sides. 4 people, no, 7, 11, 14. He looked around anxiously, unable to predict where the attack would come from. Zhou Shi emerged, advancing through the mist, and jumped toward him. He landed a punch on Tianlang's face, sending him flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Zhou Shi jumped away again, watching the smoke from the impact rise. He paused for a moment and thought, if only I had my blade. Well, this works too. He then looked seriously at Tianlang and proposed, let's play a game. Elsewhere, Taya was on her knees on the ground, holding her bleeding stomach, coughing. She lifted her gaze and shouted, come here, you disgusting brat! Do you think you can play these games with me? The sound of footsteps echoed again. Taya looked back and forth frantically. Right? Left? No, neither. There was no way to know where she was. Until Yu Li's voice echoed through the mist, saying, who are you calling a disgusting brat? I have a name. Yu Li wrapped a cloth around Taya's neck, and the girl toppled backward, coming face to face with Yu Li, who spoke in a serious tone. Now we're going to settle the score for that bullet you shot at me. An explosion occurred. The impact sent a huge amount of smoke upward while a scream could be heard. Still standing in front of the door, Yao Guang observed the whole situation. Shannon began to run with all his might towards him, throwing a punch, while one thing was on his mind. In this game of hide and seek, they were both the prey and the hunter. The sound of footsteps intensified. Yao Guang looked around fearfully, his eyes lit up as he detected Shannon's punch approaching. He quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the collision course of our protagonist's fist. His powers activated. The dense smoke formed a fog that made everything harder to see. The sound of footsteps continued to echo. He scanned the surroundings carefully, searching for the source. His eyes lit up again, but before he could detect it, Shannon appeared right in front of him with his fist inches from his face, saying, stop searching, I'm right here. The blow landed squarely on Yao Guang's face, sending him flying backward. Shannon returned to his combat stance, guard up, and then, in an anticlimactic move, he held the hand that had thrown the punch, a desperate look on his face, thinking, that hurts like hell. Yao Guang propped himself up on the ground, holding his own face that had been struck. He touched the impacted area and thought, it doesn't hurt at all. He wondered why it didn't hurt, and then stood up, raised his voice, and began to shout, is this all you have? Weren't you supposed to be the child of the divine? And to think you believe you're worthy of being her son? Why you? In his mind, he recalled the comments he had heard throughout his life, comments that said, Yao Guang's ability is quite similar to that woman's. More than just his ability, even his appearance resembles hers. He is the closest thing to Wu Yue. What a precious child. What a shame he is a black ring. Yes, so what if he looks like Miss Wu Yue? He is not the true child of the divine. Yao Guang clenched his fist in anger and declared, That kind of power can't protect anything. The sounds of footsteps continued to echo, the fog growing around him. Shannon maintained his focus, breathing with his fist raised and preparing for a new strike. Then he charged again, telling himself, a weak fist, no matter how many times you swing, it's still pointless. Elsewhere, Tianlang's black mist condensed and formed long spikes. Tianlang concentrated, his expression filled with rage, and a red aura ignited around him. Then he unleashed his power, launching black spikes in all directions. A series of black swords with red flames embedded themselves in the ground around him as he coughed. Tianlang covered his mouth, gasping, and felt blood come with his cough due to the effort. He then smiled arrogantly and thought, So what if those golden ring experiments were a success? I will prove it. We will... Before he could finish his thoughts, a voice invaded his ears saying, Don't celebrate too soon. Tianlang's eyes widened as he saw a series of green energy chains pulsing above him. Looking up, he saw Zhou Shi sitting on one of the swords, looking at him, completely unharmed and preserved from his attacks. Outside, a flock of birds circled the red tornado structure where they were trapped. Gray smoke covered the area as Peizania and Liu Chuan, wearing clothes provided by Qin Tian, tried to carve a path through the mist. Liu stretched out his hand, and when he was about to unleash a burst of lightning, Peizania grabbed his hand, igniting his arm in flames and asking him to wait. She questioned, What if you hurt Shannon and the others by destroying that thing? Liu turned to her in silence and then lowered his hand. She continued looking at the structure, holding Zhou Shi's sword, saying, We can't keep acting recklessly until we know their exact locations. Let's think of another way. Inside, Qi Si and Xia Mei were on their knees as they felt a tremor shake the ground. Xia Mei asked if it had been an earthquake, and with a worried look, Qi Si replied, No, it must be the side effect of using so much black mist. He then began to think. This was strange. Was Tianlang's fight that intense? Xia Mei took out her phone and tried to contact Taya. The only message she received back was, Go find the robot, and the transmission was interrupted by static. She looked confused and called out her friend's name. Her phone floated, surrounded by lights, and Taya shouted again, Haven't you realized the trap they set for us? Qi-Si, you idiot! Go find that robot! Damn it! Yu Li stepped on the phone, shattering it completely. Then she walked back toward Taya, approaching the girl who was trying to crawl away, step by step. Her hands trembled as she supported herself on the ground, her legs no longer responding. She managed to drag herself, but reached the limit of the room. Taya leaned against a wall, curled up and gasping while thinking, That damn brat, she broke my ribs. She's stronger than an ox. What the hell does she eat? If I had known, I would have trained some skill combos too. Taya gave a provocative smile with her bruised and battered face and said, Oh, so you finally decided to show up. Yu Li stopped in front of her and replied, I never needed the mist to deal with you in the first place. Taya let out a brief laugh, but quickly stopped when she realized how much it hurt, responding, What a hypocrite! Why didn't you show your face from the start then? Look at you, acting like you're all-powerful. You natural espers are always crawling in the dark, scheming behind the curtains. Yu Li grabbed the girl by the collar and pulled her close. Taya screamed, Ow! Ouch! That hurts like hell! Just kill me already if you really have the guts. Stop torturing me, damn it. Yu Li kept looking at her closely in silence, while considering something in her mind. Taya noticed she was hesitating and said, laughing, What's wrong? Never killed anyone before? Oh right, what a coward. Yu Li remained silent until she let her go back to the ground and said, No, I won't kill you because for me, this punishment is already enough. Taya asked, confused. What? And Yu Li replied, With your marksmanship, that shot could have killed me. But you missed, didn't you? I'll spare you today. Yu Li withdrew her hand and with a serious and threatening look declared, But if you dare point a gun at one of my friends, I will erase you from this world so completely that not even the ashes will remain. Finally, Qi Si sensed something was wrong. Flying on one of the platform's cubes, he cursed himself for not noticing sooner. He observed from above the entire battlefield covered in mist, trying to understand what was happening. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, the bright fuchsia eyes of Sujan emerged from the smoke, approaching him. Explosions covered the place as Sujan advanced, leaping and dancing through the air with his cables while firing laser beams from his hands. The area was being demolished by the series of blows the robot delivered. Explosion after explosion, more fire, flames, and stones falling from above. Chi-Si could only flee and try to dodge, panting terrified as he floated on a rock. Sujan jumped onto another boulder and raised his hand again, locking his target on the boy. He flew with a focused and intimidating look, heading straight for Chi-Si, who was crouching, dirty with blood and afraid, watching the robot approach, thinking, I can't take this anymore. Am I going to lose my life here today? Chi-Si fired at the boy, who used his last resort. He closed himself in a sphere of stones like a turtle retreating into its shell. Sujan poked around the area, seeing there was no way to get through. Chi-Si panted inside, sitting, curling up with a terrified look, thinking, that was close. I almost got blown to pieces. Where is the robot? Why is everything so quiet? He approached a small gap where light was coming in and tried to peek outside, holding his breath in fear. Only the light outside was visible until Chi-Si's fuchsia eye appeared, watching him and saying, get out! Chi-Si shrank, hugging his head and prostrating himself while shouting, no, I'm really falling apart. If I can't beat one person, how am I going to fight a robot? Why am I always the unlucky one? Then he took a deep breath and leaned on the stones, thinking, wait, I don't need to fight him, do I? I just need to let the fog dissipate, right? When the fog clears, Yao Guang and the others will take care of them one by one. Then I'll go back to Xia Mei, and she will protect me. I'm a genius. Outside, Sujan waited, walking around the area as he heard a noise that caught his attention. Something like the creaking of the structure. Holes began to open around the place, light from outside starting to enter. The crimson tornado forming the structure where they were trapped was slowly dispersing and losing strength. Meanwhile, in the governed area, heavy rain was falling. The city was lively with building lights and billboards. Cars circulated the street, bringing honks and engine sounds. Inside one of the cars, a woman with short hair watched the city through rain-streaked windows. She partially rolled down her window and peeked at a conversation between two buyers and a seller outside who said, 500,000 for one and 900,000 for two. Buy two and get a chance to enter the lottery. The prize includes VIP tickets to the club games. One of the buyers commented on how clear it was, and the seller replied, of course it's expensive, ladies and gentlemen. This is the same style as Battlesuit number 4, owned by the Son of the Goddess. Also, we have life-size dolls of the Son of the Goddess as our prize. Want to try your luck? The woman asked, is he really the Son of the Goddess? His performance in the game seemed very convincing. The young man who was part of the couple of buyers told her not to talk nonsense and said he would take 4. The seller asked if the items came with the Son of the Goddess's autograph, and he replied yes. On the walls of his stall, there were several pink t-shirts with the number 4 and Shannon's image. Small dolls, posters, umbrellas, everything possible was for sale. The city was a parade stage for fans of our protagonist, with photos of him glamorously displayed on the big screen. Elsewhere, a seller swiped a card on a machine, buying a ticket. At the bus entrance, guards gathered, while people wearing Shannon's shirts lined up, full of anticipation, as the guards announced, a full tour of the Son of the Goddess's game route for only 80,000. Get on the bus now and experience it immediately. A bus leaves every 2 minutes. We will take you directly to the Living Dead Club game location. Don't miss this opportunity, folks. In the car, the woman commented on how lively the city was and started the car when the light turned green. The car moved through the rain-soaked streets, and she ordered the car system to open the Locker app, a very popular short video app among young people in the governed area. The rain kept falling as she crossed the bridge, and the video on the phone played the sound. As far as we know, the Son of the Goddess is trapped in that building. Hey, did you see the building shake just now? On the screen, a young man was standing in front of the black tornado where our heroes were trapped. The woman asked to skip to the next video, and there was the young man with the black ring, number 1, who had fought Shannon in the Living Dead tournament area, being interviewed. You had a draw in the game against the Son of the Goddess. Could you share your thoughts on competing against the Son of the Goddess? Number 1 replied, actually, it wasn't a draw. I barely defeated the Son of the Goddess. I know everyone is curious about him. Folks, you can watch next week's game where I will also participate. Then I will reveal more about... The woman asked to skip to the next video, and a hooded man with a mask and glasses appeared under the title, The Family Power Struggle Behind the Hunt for the Son of the Goddess, Revealing the Protector's Identity. Again, she asked to skip, and the next video showed an angry man alongside images of destruction in the governed area saying, the governed area is home to all of us. This is not a battlefield for superpowers to act recklessly. The Celestial City must compensate us for all our losses. She also skipped that video, and the next was a montage with an image of Shannon's mother reading, I miss the days when that person was here. My heart left with her. Her son's performance was deeply disappointing. The woman asked the AI if there were online discussions about the Black Ring powers, and it searched, returning the following information found. Black Ring power refers to the Son of the Goddess, Shannon, who suddenly appeared in public a few days ago. Before finishing the report, the woman asked to turn it off, and the system promptly responded. With an angry expression, she stepped hard on the accelerator and sped through the bridge area under the torrential rain. She headed toward the Celestial City's special challenge, crossing the path over the bridge until something caught her attention. Standing in the rain on the sidewalk, a man raised his voice and gestured openly like a preacher, shouting, "We're only a bridge away from there, why can't we lend a hand?" He held his hood, protecting himself from the rain, while she slowed the car to listen. When will the era of being ruled by a single family finally end? Are we going to stand by and watch as that child's life is merely treated as entertainment? How can you be so cruel to a child? These so-called celestial beings wouldn't even spare the son of an old friend. Rise up, and if one person rises, more will follow. Printed flyers beside her began to fly, until one passed by the silver-ringed woman, who watched it fly through the rain and clouds. It was an image of Shannon with a bloodied face and the pink number 4 shirt he had worn in the tournament. The woman stopped the car in front of the preaching man and asked what he wanted to do. The man walked up to her, lowering his hood, revealing that he was actually a golden ring. The white-haired man looked at her through the rain and replied, "As long as more people with ideals rise, there will still be a tomorrow for us." He then extended his hand toward the woman, who silently watched him. Seeing the light shine on his face just as the sky cleared, the clouds dissipated, and a new hope arose in her mind. Inside the tornado, still closed in his shell, Chisi shouted, "The fog has dispersed. You are doomed. Show me all the tricks you have left." Sujan simply thanked in response. The boy was confused, and Chisi smiled, explaining, "This isn't some trick to fool you. Shannon once said that the fog serves to guide our companions." At that moment, Sujan remembered Shannon's words, "Even if the fog dissipates, don't be afraid because they will come." Chisi panicked and shouted, "Guiding? What do you mean?" Unaware that outside cracks invaded the floating tornado's shell, lightning broke the walls, revealing Leo and Zania crossing to rescue their friends. The day was clear. The blue sky accompanied the trees sheltering butterflies in the upscale area of the city. The woman's car arrived at her destination, parking in front of a luxurious building. The valet approached and asked if he could park in Zone B, addressing her as Mrs. Ballard. The woman confirmed and thanked him, while a waiter served coffee to a customer at the nearby cafe. Mrs. Ballard entered the building, which immediately announced her arrival. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, seeing people seated, gathered around someone reading a book aloud. The man reading was accompanied by 2 bodyguards. He was an elderly man with white hair and glasses. She approached and sat in one of the chairs. The reading proceeded normally, with everyone silently paying attention. She pressed her lips together and then turned to the side, saying, "Mr. Molina, I have something important to discuss." But before she could finish, the young man beside her signaled for her to be quiet, saying she should listen first. He kept his red eyes fixed on the elder, attentive to the reading, with blonde hair and a golden ring around his neck. The woman simply agreed, though she clenched her fist in anger. The doorbell rang as the last person left after the reading, and Molina ordered the bodyguard to ensure the professor got home safely. The elder bowed, and the bodyguard confirmed the order. Then he turned and walked beside the professor, saying, "Professor, our family head would like to invite you to organize another book sharing session next week. Are you free next weekend?" The professor replied, "Of course, it would be a pleasure to share my reading ideas with Mr. Molina." The bodyguard carefully guided him, asking him to be cautious when descending the stairs, and Molina went to a separate room with Ballard. After they sat down, a servant approached with a teapot while Ballard said, "Let's get straight to the point, Mr. Molina. I know you used my experimental potion to create a new team in Celestial City. Are they the silver rings or the perfect gold rings? Judging by your character, I guess your test subjects are at least silver rings. Since you have better options now, why not use your own people? Bringing back the son of the goddess is such an important mission and requires the team with the highest chance of success, right?" The woman wore a sad and worried expression, then paused her speech and raised her gaze, seeing the servant looking at her seriously and silently. Molina remained silent, adjusting the cup in front of him, perfectly aligned with the book. Then, with a satisfied look, he authorized the servant to serve the tea. The man quickly responded with a, "Yes, sir," and carefully poured the tea into the cup. Ignoring all the bureaucracy of her companion, Ballard resumed. "You want to capture the son of the goddess to see if his body can, right? Anyway, I will complete the experiment for you. But the black ring powers are different. Their abilities are far more significant than innate powers. This is the fruit of humanity challenging fate. Mr. Molina, you will ensure my creation returns intact, right?" She looked at her reflection in the tea before her, and Molina asked, "Is that how you ask a favor?" She slightly bowed before him and said, "Please, Mr. Molina." He in turn started laughing. Then he pushed the book he had left on the table toward her and asked, "Do you like fairy tales? Why don't you read?" The woman hesitated, saying she wasn't there to read, but he was emphatic in ordering her to open it. She hesitated again, but found herself with no choice. Ballard opened the book, but there was nothing, only blank pages. When she questioned him about this, Molina ordered her to look closer. He kept his eyes fixed on the pages, which began to turn with golden flames covering them, until images appeared printed on the paper, and he began narrating. It's about a brave knight who, after overthrowing a foolish king, becomes the king himself. Shortly after becoming king, the knight realizes a serious problem. To protect the kingdom for a long time, a few decades of life are not enough. He needs to live much longer. No, he needs immortality, just like the previous king's immortality. Only then can he protect the land forever. For that, the king needs many perfect bodies to switch to when one fails. Once the desire takes root, it becomes uncontrollable, but the king's condition keeps worsening. He discovers there is a humble foreign apothecary skilled in pharmacology, and he makes an exception to bring her to his kingdom. The king gives her everything she needs, entrusting her to make the medicine for him. However, the apothecary does not value all that the king gives her. The image now showed a woman with long lilac hair, the same shade as Ballard's, whispering into the ear of a brown-haired boy, saying, "Trap him in an eternal dream, kill his soul, and take his place, to become him." Then the brown-haired boy stood before the king, who invited him to join him. Melina continued, "Instead, she plans how to kill the king. The king knows about the apothecary's evil plan, but does not intend to kill her because he thought of a more entertaining punishment." The boy extended his hand, accepting the king's offer, and Melina, placing his cup back on the saucer, concluded, "The apothecary fails because she forgets that the king knows everything." He then looked at her, smiling with an air of superiority, and the woman lost control. She slammed the book on the table forcefully and started shouting, "You call this a fairy tale? It's a completely made-up story, full of lies. Protecting the nation is merely your excuse to pursue personal desires. And the king gave everything to the apothecary, huh? You mean by killing her entire family? Or by cutting off her parents' heads and giving them to her as gifts? Or by pushing her family's name into a ranking she didn't care about? Do you think that means giving everything to her? Have you ever asked her what she really wanted?" The servant beside Melina was about to take something from his suit when he signaled him to stop. He then rested his chin on his hand and said, "Madeline, having useful members in the family is already more than enough." Head down, Madeline asked, "Would you rather not have this special body but punish me instead?" Melina replied, "No, how could I bear to give it up? I just wanted to see your desolate expression like now." Madeline then asked, "Now that you've seen it, just put an end to this farce, right?" The servant leaned close to Melina and whispered, "Sir, our people are on standby at the Pei family house gate. Shall we proceed?" The blonde young man's cell phone vibrated and he looked at the screen, saying, "No need, there's no one there." He then answered the call and said, "It's been a long time since we talked, old friend." On the other side, a gray-haired man with a golden ring around his neck, Terrell Pei, spoke. "Almost 20 years, my good friend. Well, I've missed you a lot." Melina replied, "If you miss me, come see me." "Why do you hide what I threw away? What do you mean?" Terrell hung up shortly after, leaving Melina speechless. The blonde lowered the cell phone and, calmly looking out the window, ordered, "Take down the Pei family house." The servant immediately passed the orders via cell phone. Elsewhere, Terrell sat in a room, talking to a man in front of him, placing the cell phone on the table, saying, "That old man must be furious. Have you contacted Simone Hahn?" The man in front of him, brown-haired with slight gray, Horatio Hooper, replied, "She doesn't answer my calls. Forget it. Simone can take care of herself. She doesn't need us holding her back. That boy really looks like Wu Yue, huh?" On the television, Shannon's image appeared along with the news, while Terrell said, "Yes, he looks a lot like young Wu Yue. I still remember when she threw weak punches at the beginning. Ha ha, who would have thought she'd become so amazing later?" Horatio laughed and said, "Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing how much he can grow." Terrell replied, "Oh, if Shannon grows faster than Leo, that would be interesting. I really want to see the expression on Leo's face when he's defeated." Horatio commented that he had very strange interests. During the conversation, an explosion occurred, blowing a house into the air. At the He family mansion, a hooded figure watched everything happen. At the Han family mansion, Yu Li's mother waited silently, sitting beside her son's bed. At the Zhou family mansion, the two leaders watched the explosion light up the sky, embraced. The two who talked saw the flash, and Horatio said, "It's in the direction of your house. Congratulations on being homeless." They raised their drinks, and Terrell replied, "I've been waiting for this moment." They toasted, celebrating, and Terrell turned with a mocking air, saying, "Boo-hoo, my house is gone. Good luck. Weak punches." The other commented that he was childish and took a sip of his drink. Whatever the case, they could only wish Shannon good luck, who held everyone's fate in his hands. A hole was made in the Black Tornado's metal shell, and Zinnia and Leo landed near Sujan, saying, "I was struggling to find the entrance. Who was kind enough to point it out?" Sujan replied that it was the one inside the stone shell, and Chisi shouted irritably that it wasn't his intention. Leo looked at his hands, with lightning crackling, and smiled, feeling he could control his power effortlessly. Sujan looked at Zinnia and asked what he was doing. She answered it was just a post-evolution effect that should be ignored. Leo continued laughing maniacally, feeling the power run through his veins. Then he stopped and asked Sujan where Shannon was, and the robot pointed toward the door leading to the combat area. Chisi realized this was a problem, quickly activated his powers, and made the door disappear. Then, an infinite number of doors appeared before them, and Leo laughed, saying it was just a display of power. He turned toward the stone shell and raised his hand, firing a lightning laser at it. The shell began crackling with electricity running through it until it exploded, revealing Chisi curled up. The boy fell to the ground, sweating nervously, and saw Zania drawing her sword, Sujan with his hand pointed, charging a shot, and Leo smiling at him. In his mind, only one word echoed: help. At a different point in the structure composing the prison, amidst the vast hall supported by countless columns rising like ancient and imposing pillars, Yao Guang walked with firm and determined steps, traversing that tense and silent scene. With each step, his voice echoed off the stone walls, reverberating intensely as he shouted loudly, calling for Shannon, as if expecting an immediate response. "Shannon!" Gradually, he approached one of the many columns forming the hall, and touching it with his palm, he appeared behind the pillar thinking he had found his target. But Shannon was not there. The young man then turned quickly and shouted again, now with more force and impatience in his voice. "Now that the fog has dissipated, what do you plan to do next? Or do you have no plan at all?" Meanwhile, in a darker and more remote corner of the hall, out of Yao Guang's direct sight, our protagonist remained as still and silent as possible, carefully hidden behind a pillar. The sound of his quick and heavy breathing betrayed the effort he was making to keep control of the situation. He thought, reflecting silently with visible concern on his face, "I thought Yao Guang, being a mental energy manipulator, would be weaker in physical skills, but it turns out his physical aptitude and reflexes are at the same level as Qin Tian. No, even better than his," Shannon continued thinking, while tension pressed on his chest. "If I go out now, there's a good chance I'll fall into the dream trap again. He's already on guard against me and won't use simple dreams to deal with me anymore." While these thoughts churned in his mind, on the other side of the hall, Yao Guang kept walking slowly among the columns, with attentive eyes and controlled posture, while calling out, "Come on, hiding like that is pointless. Shannon, my patience is running out." Shannon then raised his gaze, staring at the top of the pillar. His chest rose and fell in intense gasps as he reflected. "Besides, he has a weapon. Even if I can dodge bullets, the dream world is full of traps, and I'm not completely confident I can stay lucid. Given my current situation, losing control of this body is only a matter of time." A small spark of boldness ignited in his chest. A slight smile appeared on his lips, almost like a challenge, as he made his decision in his thoughts. "No matter how I think about it, this is a dead end. In that case, I'll try my luck." Shannon turned and raised his voice, saying, "Hey Yao Guang, tell me where Mom is being kept." Yao Guang turned to him thinking, "You're in trouble and still worrying about her?" And then walked, speaking out loud. "Shannon, stop trying to rescue her. She chose this fate herself. Otherwise, your companions wouldn't have made it alive to you, and you would be completely alone today. That's the reality. Even the most powerful god must bow before sinful humans. It's a god's mission and the price of being powerful." He walked slowly towards Shannon until our protagonist said, "Yao Guang, I've been thinking about what you told me in the dream. You said we are both children of the goddess." Yao Guang replied, "That's true, my blood." Before he could finish, Shannon stepped out from behind the pillar with an intimidating look, saying, "No child would have the heart to see his mother in trouble and do nothing." Shannon charged at him, shouting, and Yao Guang just waited, thinking, "That trick again? No matter how many times you try, it won't hurt." However, it was different. Shannon threw himself on him, knocking him to the ground and mounting him while holding his head. Yao Guang started yelling, ordering him to let go and asking what he was doing. Shannon replied, "Since you won't tell me where Mom is, I'll find out myself." Yao Guang began pushing Shannon's head away, but our protagonist bit him hard to make him remove his hand from his face. Yao Guang shouted for him to let go, and Shannon concentrated his power in his hands over Yao Guang's head while biting his opponent's hand with all his strength, thinking, "I only have one chance. Help me, Mom. Let me see you." Yao Guang understood what he was doing and took his hand, ordering him to release. Shannon slammed the other's head hard against the floor and began forcing open Yao Guang's consciousness, who screamed, "Don't snoop in my memories!" Yao Guang managed to free his hand and slapped Shannon's face. Blood splattered on the floor from the blow. Shannon's fingers were purple and hurting. He trembled from the effort but wouldn't give up. He persisted and advanced again, grabbing Yao Guang's head, who could hardly believe it. It could only be a joke. He buried a kick in Shannon's chest, pushing him away, and Shannon spat blood. Yao Guang took the opportunity to mount the boy and grabbed his neck, strangling him. He raised his fist, threatening a blow, and declared, "Give up! If you raise that hand again, I'll end your life." Shannon replied with difficulty, "End it then, it's okay," and raised his hands, grabbing Yao Guang's head. That was enough. Yao Guang snapped, burying his fist in Shannon's face with all his strength, again and again shouting, "Give up! I told you, give up!" Shannon's hands gave way. His body couldn't take it anymore, but Yao Guang had already passed the point of no return. He kept punching, again and again, burying blows with all his might in Shannon's face and shouting, "Why don't you just give up? Why don't you seem to have lived in the land of exile? Why are your eyes so clear and innocent?" Shannon remained awake by a miracle. Blood and bruises spread across his face, while his blood dripped from Yao Guang's fist, who began to gasp. Tired from so much punching, he finally stopped, exhausted, and wondered what he had done. Shannon's purple fingers rested beside his body, motionless, until they moved with difficulty, and Shannon raised his hands, grabbing Yao Guang's head again, in one last move. Our protagonist gave a satisfied smile amid the bruises and, with a mocking look, said, "The White House." He had discovered it. No matter how much Yao Guang tried to subjugate him, he couldn't. Frustration took over him, and he did what was left. He lit his eyes in an intense gold and declared, "Fall of dreams. Just stay in your sweet dream forever. Never wake up again." Shannon fell into a darkness deeper than ever, as if his body and mind were dissolving in that silent abyss. His thoughts scrambled, and consciousness slipped through his fingers like sand. In the midst of this void, a figure passed through him, someone he always tried to keep locked away. Shan. He swam steadily toward the surface, seeking control. Shannon tried to stop him, grabbed his clothes with what strength was left, but his fingers trembled, weak. It was too much. He could no longer hold the reins. Shan turned with disdain, called him an idiot, and went on, heading toward the consciousness that was now all his. Outside, Yao Guang struggled to stand, still gasping, eyes confused and full of pain. He saw Shannon's body lying motionless and took a hesitant step toward him. But before he could touch him, a laugh cut through the air. A laugh that didn't seem to be Shannon's but came from his body. Yao Guang froze. He called the opponent's name uncertainly. The boy on the ground began burning with intense blue energy, spreading like flames over his body. He slowly raised his gaze and stared at him with disdain, his eyes carrying something Shannon never had. With a tone full of irony and superiority, he replied, "Shannon, so much fuss. Why are you only using your ability now?" Shannon sank into the sea of his own unconsciousness, the water enveloping his body and entering his lungs. He knew he needed to reach his own dream. It was the only way to break free from the control of that dreamlike world and finally return to reality. The reality around him crashed like waves into an empty hall. Slowly, structures emerged around him, rising from the water. Suddenly, Shannon stood up, struggling for air, breathing with difficulty. As if the air was cutting his throat, he looked at his hands, unable to believe they were really his. Everything around him seemed too real. The sensation still weighed on his body, as if he had really drowned and life had left his body. He massaged his throat and looked around. He didn't recognize the place, but if it was his own dream, then it should be somewhere he knew. He got up and walked to a curtain. He pulled it aside and saw an empty operating table. Just for a moment, in the next second, he saw himself lying on the table, being restrained by a man while another asked them to hold tight, wearing a surgeon's gown. He raised a syringe and a scalpel and walked toward his younger self, who was struggling, crying, and screaming for help. Shannon watched everything as the man made the incisions until, suddenly, just as it had appeared, everything became empty again. His attention turned to the corridor when he heard a voice ordering a search. He peeked through the blinds and saw guards running, saying, "The target is wearing a gray t-shirt, jeans, and canvas sneakers. No idea how this black ring kid got in. Just eliminate him on sight. Let's split up, yes." Shannon thought for a moment about the target description, and then realized it was him. He widened his eyes in fear and turned, running to the window, thinking, "Damn, why am I being hunted everywhere? Okay, I'll get out of this building first." He opened the sliding window and saw a long drop below. He was at least on the 7th floor. He was sure he would lose his life horribly if he jumped, something even worse than drowning. So he concluded it was better not to do that. There had to be another way. In the corridors, nurses were arguing. One complained that her locker had been broken into and her limited edition lipstick stolen. A few steps away, someone walked by wearing a pink nurse uniform and a scarf tied around her neck. This nurse walked to the elevator and past the guards, who paid her no attention. One elderly patient tried to call her, but this someone, Shannon, just waved gently, smiling with lips covered in lipstick, and let the elevator door close. The old man commented on how beautiful the nurse was, and Shannon, who had never seen a hospital before, leaned against the elevator wall thinking, "This must be a clinic. These patients have golden rings and the guards looking for me have silver ones. How could a place like this appear in my dream? Instead of a dream, it's more like..." His thoughts were interrupted when the elevator door opened, and he was forced to turn to the wall, avoiding eye contact. 2 nurses entered talking. "Can a black ring enter the Celestial City? Seriously? I don't know, but we have an important person here today, so we can never be too cautious." That information made Shannon shrink and a chill ran through his body. He was in the Celestial City. One of the nurses touched his shoulder, saying, "Hey, are you new here? I don't think I've seen you before." He turned, sweating cold, trembling and stammering, unable to form a response. It would have been his end if the elevator door hadn't opened and the nurses left, leaving Shannon behind, shrinking as he thought about how much he hated dreams. Finally, he reached the back door, walking cautiously, looking from side to side. He approached the door, thinking, "I'll try this door. I'll wake up after opening this door. I'll wake up after opening this door." He focused on these words while holding the door handle, trying to induce some kind of self-hypnosis. But after a few seconds, he opened his eyes and was still in the same place. It hadn't worked. He walked through the outdoor area, crossing corridors that led to a beautiful sunlit garden. While he couldn't help but notice that, perhaps because it was a dream, the air there felt completely different from the exile zone. Shannon kept walking until a figure caught his attention. He stopped and hid behind a pillar, seeing two women sitting on a bench. The sweet breeze carried leaves around. The sun rays illuminated the beautiful place, and he soon realized it was his mother. He hid again and panicked. He started fixing his clothes, not knowing how to react. On the bench, a blonde woman was sitting next to Wu Yue, saying, "When are you going to tell Simone and the others that the baby isn't growing well?" Wu Yue replied, "Kason has been moving lately. The affairs of these families have already caused them a lot of headaches. I don't want them to worry more. I believe my little one will overcome this, and I will be there for it." The woman sighed and lowered her gaze with some sadness, saying, "Wu Yue, you know this, don't you? In this situation, this child will only be a burden." Shannon listened silently, his blue eyes lit up, trying to pay as much attention as possible, until Wu Yue interrupted her, saying, "Looks like I left my phone inside. Can you get it for me?" The woman started to protest, but soon gave in and asked where it was. Wu Yue said she thought it was in the exam room, and she got up to get it, leaving her alone. Wu Yue remained silent, waiting for her to walk away, until she turned her eyes toward the pillars. She stood up and walked through the garden until she got closer to the corridor and said, "Come out, I know you're listening." Shannon was seized by nervousness. He wiped his face, rubbing his hands, tried to compose himself, and took off the scrunchie he was using to pass as a woman. He clapped his hands on the uniform, trying to look more presentable, and stepped out into the garden, walking toward the mother he never knew. Shannon kept his head down, not daring to look up. A breeze blew lightly and their eyes met, a moment he had waited and dreamed for. She remained silent, watching him, then made a slight finger movement that made the scarf on her neck fly. Her identification ring was exposed. She looked at it puzzled because it was a black ring, then looked at his purple fingers, saying, "Your hand, is it okay?" He hid his hand behind his back and touched the ring on his neck, diverting his gaze in shame while replying that he was fine. But he wasn't. She hadn't recognized him. The boy standing in front of her was just a loser in trouble. Back in the building, the hall was reduced to rubble. Pieces of concrete and metal were scattered everywhere. Shan walked slowly through the chaos, his aura burning intensely, while whistling calmly. He dragged Yao Guang by the hair, the boy's body completely covered in bruises, unconscious, too weak even to moan. Shan stopped and looked at him with disdain. He said thoughtfully that maybe he should finish him off right there. He commented that if he did, maybe the other would awaken. Yao Guang let out a weak moan. Shan stared at him, grabbed him by the neck with one hand and declared he was going to finish him off once and for all. He started to choke him, his fingers sinking into the boy's skin with frightening ease. That's when the door burst open. The group ran in, Zania screaming Shannon's name desperately. Leo stood in front of them, blocking their advance. He asked them to wait, saying that this was not the Shannon they knew. Shan heard and turned around, laughing mockingly. He repeated the phrase ironically, and then threw Yao Guang brutally to the floor, saying that if that was the case, then no one deserved to be Shannon. His aura intensified, like a flame about to become uncontrollable. He pressed his chest hard, as if trying to contain something, then gave an insane smile to the group. He said that this made his blood boil and challenged them all to come at once. Shan waited for them with his energy burning around him. Sujan noticed the sudden change in behavior and began an analysis, starting to scan our protagonist, eliminating the possibility that Shannon is faking this behavior. Here are some common factors that can lead to significant behavioral changes: psychological issues such as mental illness, bipolar disorder, or schizophrenia. This could explain the sudden change. Physical health problems. We need more brain scans of the target to check for injuries. Pressure. People who suffer multiple strong blows in a short period may experience sudden behavior changes. Other special causes can only be ruled out after in-depth communication with the target and corresponding data analysis. Leo listened silently to the analysis, watching Shannon in front of him while remembering the first time he had met that personality, when he hadn't even been able to speak, much less react. Sean provoked the group, asking, "Are you deaf or something?" But what Leo really wanted to know was if he could speak back then too, or if he had just gotten stronger. Suddenly his attention shifted to his feet as Zania was stepping hard on his foot. He turned to her and asked what she was doing. Zania smiled at him with a fake smile, saying, "Is that what you call interesting things?" Referring to the moment when Leo had said there were actually some interesting things about Shannon, but without specifying what. Zania stepped again and continued, "Oh wow, why not keep something so important to yourself until next year?" Then Leo stomped on her foot, saying, "Surprise." The bickering between the two ceased when the three turned their gaze forward and noticed a sudden and fast advance toward them. The three created shields, blocking the attack that caused an explosion, and bullets flew immediately afterward. Leo dodged easily, but the bullet curved and returned toward his head until it was frozen, hung in the air for a few seconds, and then shattered into several pieces of ice. Sean clapped his hands with an enthusiastic smile and said, "Wow, that was good. Come here." Leo shouted, "What?" A burst of purple energy covered the area, and Zania rolled her eyes, thinking, "Here we go." Leo looked at Shannon with a look full of anger, saying, "You're giving me orders now?" His strength level was at 49%, but his rage was at 2,000%. Shan crossed his arms and smiled disdainfully, saying, "Got a problem with that? That's what you're for, isn't it?" Zinnia called Leo, trying to bring him back to reality and already anticipating his reaction, when Sujan raised his arm in front of him, saying, "Wait, remember, Shannon is under our protection. No excessive damage is allowed. Please guide him back to normal gently." Leo smiled and replied, "Sure, I just want to talk," while storing excessive rage in his mind. Zinnia grabbed Leo's arm and called him, making him turn to her while she said, "You know Shannon is hypersensitive, right? As long as it's still his body, the pain he feels can be dozens of times worse than a normal person's, or even worse, so take it easy on the hits." They stared at each other for a while. Then he took a deep breath, saying he understood. Leo took a few steps forward, smoke drifting through the hall, signaling an upcoming confrontation. Sujan scanned Shan and said, "I still can't detect Shannon in this body. Compatibility failure." Zinnia asked if he could find a way to bring Shannon back to normal, and the robot began calculating a method. Zinnia remained silent, watching everything, worried about how this would unfold. Leo advanced fiercely, lightning crackling in his hands, while an excited smile appeared on his face. He crossed the hall like a lightning bolt, determined to reach Shan. In response, Shan planted his feet on the ground and raised pieces of concrete into the air, creating a suspended path. He jumped from one fragment to another, dodging the electrifying blows and explosions Leo launched with precision. Leo charged again, and Shan remained alert, waiting for the right moment. For an outside observer, it was impossible to follow the exchange. All that could be seen were trails of energy and a sequence of explosions cutting the space between them. Meanwhile, Sujan scanned the area with attentive eyes and announced he had detected life near the combat. He located Yao Guang lying on the ground and did not hesitate. He quickly advanced, picked him up in his arms, and carried him in a leap to a safe spot where Zinnia was already waiting, ready to help. Zinnia asked how he was, and Sujan replied that there were 7 comminuted fractures caused by mental energy. Zinnia gave a series of slaps to Yao Guang's face, saying, "Hey, wake up. Tell me what happened here. Where's Shannon?" Yao Guang opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "Ah, so you didn't know he could become like this either." Zinnia planted the sword sheath on Yao Guang's fracture, making him scream in pain, and said, "Answer my questions if you don't want to get burned." The boy answered that he had used Fall of Dreams on him. Suddenly, he saw a bright light in front of him and asked what she was doing. Zinnia had her hand extended over him with a flame lit, saying, "Of course I'm healing you. You put him to sleep. It's your responsibility to wake him up." The battle continued unfolding, explosions and lightning bursting everywhere while Yao Guang explained, "I can't. It's an irreversible ability when used on an individual, so he won't wake up even if you kill me. Shannon's soul left the moment he fell asleep. Or maybe he can perform another miracle and come back to life. Isn't that a good thing for you? The Shannon before you now contains everything you expect from the Son of God, right?" The two remained silent and looked around. Leo unleashed another sequence of lightning with his hand. Shan jumped, appearing behind him with a manic smile, shouting, "Amazing! You're way better than those losers." He raised his hand toward Leo and activated his mental energy, causing a pile of stones to fall on him. The stones trembled and shone until they completely shattered, revealing Leo intact beneath them. He turned as he sensed an approach, and Shan appeared holding him by the ring on his neck, getting close to his face, saying, "Join me with your powers to eliminate the others." Leo smiled, finding it all ridiculous, and struck, exploding a wave of lightning. Shan stumbled as he felt a wave of ice on his foot and turned confused, not noticing what was coming. Leo's purple chains wrapped around his wrist, and Leo pulled them, saying, "Don't say such disgusting things," using his face. Then he looked at him intimidatingly, ordering, "Go back," as if trying to reach the real Shannon. A lightning explosion happened, and Leo shouted, "This is Shannon's body!" Zinnia covered her face, shielding herself from the light, until she looked back intrigued and surprised, seeing that in front of Leo there was nothing left, only Shan laughing, wrapped in dark energy. He dispersed the black sand waves and looked seriously at Leo. The environment around them began to shake, red sand covering the entire area. Leo launched a next attack and threw his chains around Shan's neck, pulling hard, saying, "If he's the real Shannon, he can definitely feel my presence." Shan tried to break free, but his body was taken by the chains. He turned, looking angrily, and saw Leo watching him with the same intensity, thinking, "I'll apologize to you personally when I return, Shannon." The chains crackled, and waves of electricity ran through them, electrocuting Shan, who let out a scream of pain and agony. Chisi heard everything and shrank terrified, then stood up and began pacing back and forth, thinking, "Isn't that Shannon's voice? Why would they do that to one of their own?" The door remaining in front of him slammed hard, and Taya appeared shouting, "Put me down! I'd rather you kill me! Did you hear me? Put me down!" While Yu Li carried her on his back, saying, "Make more noise and I'll break your other leg." Chisi called for Taya, who immediately lifted her head, intrigued. Chisi began crying desperately, saying Taya's name, and Yu Li handed her into his arms, saying, "Keep an eye on her. She broke her leg." Chisi asked if she had done that, and Taya complained, asking them to be gentle with her. Yu Li punched the wall angrily above the two and then declared intimidatingly, "Hey, I heard you. Don't talk bad about them, got it?" The two shrank before the girl and she turned, calling for Zhou Shi. Someone appeared walking through the door. Yu Li questioned if it was really him, and to his relief, Zhou Shi appeared, walking with clothes stained with blood, adjusting the collar of his clothes as the blood marks on his neck disappeared. He walked step by step and introduced himself before her, saying, "It's me. We have to go. This place is about to collapse." The black tornado that held everyone was unraveling in the air. Pieces of the structure fell to the ground while a news crew covered everything in a broadcast, saying, "It's collapsing. Guys, did you see that? It smells horrible. Even from here." Comments popped up one after another saying, "I think I saw a person. Hey, someone just flew by. Look, you can catch the virus being this close. LOL, show us the Son of God. Nobody wants to see that crap. Don't you think this is a magnificent moment? It looks like we're really going to witness a war. Dude, there's someone right there in front." One of the reporters ordered the cameraman to zoom in upon spotting someone coming out, and looking closer, it was possible to see someone jumping over the rocks carrying another person. It was Chi-Si carrying Taya on his back. The group of reporters was shocked to see that they were black-ringed children. Not far from there, people knelt praying before the possible catastrophe. Others gathered on the street, coming out of their buildings to watch the black dust flying in the sky. Inside a car, Qintian held Dudu, who was crying, watching everything. Even Wilderness, the AI system of Yu Li's car, seemed to be watching intrigued. In his quarters, calmly drinking tea, Molina also watched the events while a servant held the monitor in front of him. Inside the tornado, Yao Guang lay injured on the ground, listening and watching the black ashes disperse into the air. Until suddenly, the broadcast channel was disconnected and shut down. Chi-Si placed Taya beside Xiamei on the ground near the structure and said, "Take care of yourselves. Never separate. I will return with Tian Lang and Yao Guang." He turned to leave, but Xiamei grabbed his arm tightly, asking him to wait. He turned, asking what it was, and she asked him to be careful, to which Taya added, "Yes, learn to improvise." Chi-Si was silent as ashes flew through the air, then touched his chest with one hand and pointed to himself with the other, smiling and saying, "Of course, leave it to me. A capable man can clean up any mess. Xiamei, Taya, I promise we will survive this together." He ascended, floating on a crimson Sioux, looking at the two, and Taya waved her hand for him to go quickly, saying, Yes, just go, Mr. Hero." Chi-Si dashed across the stone toward the building, his face red with embarrassment, thinking, how could I say something so embarrassing? I really want to disappear." Taya watched him go, his body dirty and full of bruises, while saying, "Are you sure you want to keep babbling here? They could be crushed any—" Before she finished, something interrupted her, catching her attention. She looked down and saw Xiamei holding her hand tightly, asking her not to let go. The two fell silent, and Xiamei kept looking up, hoping to see their friends again in her heart. Inside the building, the situation was critical. Debris fell and piled up. Zhou Shi ran, asking Yu Li, who followed him, to run carefully not to trip. They crossed the place, running between rubble, until passing through a door and reaching their destination, but were completely caught by surprise. Suzhan and Zania turned upon seeing them and tried to say something. Yu Li was the first to look around, wide-eyed, and asked what was happening upon seeing Leo with lightning burning in his hand, holding Shannon with the other, ready to electrocute him. Zania tried to ask them to calm down and listen, but Zhou Shi couldn't focus on her. He made a quick cut in front of him, launching a strike toward Leo. Zania shouted his name to warn her friend, and he dodged without difficulty. The cut hit the opposite wall, opening a hole, and Leo turned to Zhou Shi, saying, "Get out of the way, I need to check something." Zhou Shi, irritated, shouted back, "But it looks like you're trying to finish him off." He then took a stance, his aura burning around him as it activated, ready to fight, and declared, "Explain everything to me first, or you won't get near Shannon." His determined gaze reflected on his blade when a voice caught his attention. Leo was in front of him, and the two turned to see. Zhou Shi called Shannon's name upon realizing it was him, complaining about the pain, and the boy began to move slowly on the ground, saying, "It hurts a lot. Shouldn't you be protecting me? Why are you doing this to me? Zhou Shi, please help me. They're hurting me." He extended one hand and then slowly got up. Zhou Shi widened his eyes, seeing an intense aura burning around him, and Leo shouted for him to stay away. Shan was standing again, still in control of the body, with blue flames burning around him, wiping his bloody face, saying, "What? Don't I look like him? Whew, I thought I was going to be pushed back. That made me sweat a bit." He then looked intimidatingly at the group and said, "Now you have a choice. Follow me or die." Zhou Shi and Yu Li were shocked witnessing that. Leo and Zanaya already knew and kept their sharp, alert gazes. Suzhan, on the other hand, felt something different. His eyes focused on the corrupted image of Shannon before him, and his words echoed in his mind, a simple and terrifying order that triggered something. Suzhan's system alerted about an overload repeatedly, as a command for additional memories was given and loaded. He began to twist his hooks and tentacles around, while the group turned to him, asking what was wrong. Inside his mind, a series of additional memories finished loading and a warning was issued. Prompt, this option cannot be disabled. 14 years ago, at Frostfist Hall, leaves fell on a sunny autumn day as a monk walked along a trail, guiding a boy. The monk asked if Zhou Shi, the boy following him, still remembered what he had said. Zhou Shi replied, "Yes. When I leave the mountain, there will be countless eyes on me, so I need to stay away from my friends." The monk stopped walking. Zhou Shi realized his mistake and with a sad expression corrected himself, saying, "My old friends." The monk turned to him and called his name, sighing wearily. Zhou Shi understood and lowered his gaze, saying, "Sorry, master. I mean people from other families." The monk then resumed walking and said he hoped Zhou Shi understood why he was so strict with him. Zhou Shi answered yes and continued following him. The monk walked along the path as the leaves rustled and said, "You are safe on the mountain, but it's different in someone else's territory, so be careful with everything you do. I know this competition is just an excuse for you to meet your friends. That's why you go every year. But you have to promise me this will be the last time." Zhou Shi's face brightened as he noticed someone's presence in the distance, a man he referred to as Mr. Su. Seeing the man standing under a tree, watching the leaves, Zhou Shi warned the monk that he thought he had left something in the car and asked him to go in first. The monk protested, saying he didn't remember him taking anything when he left, but Zhou Shi insisted and went back. Leaves fell one by one, flying until Zhou Shi approached the man, who smiled kindly, looking at the branches and whispered, "Mr. Su, I'm here." Su leaned down, noticing his presence hiding behind the tree, then smiled, recognizing him. Zhou Shi smiled openly and said, "Mr. Su, long time no see." Su approached him and began to stroke his face affectionately with a gentle smile, thinking, "You look so well even in monk's robes. You're looking more like Felix every day." He was referring to his friend Felix, Zhou Shi's father. Then he smiled and gestured, thinking, "Ah, right, I have a gift for you." Zhou Shi gestured toward his face and smiled, saying, "Mr. Su, you forgot again. I can't read your mind." Only then did the man clear his throat and stammer, I know you will be in this competition. I brought a gift." He took something hanging on his back and handed it over. The boy smiled, surprised, and asked, "A gift? For me?" Su Ye smiled at him and confirmed. Zhou Shi asked if he could open it, and the man allowed it, saying it was forged just for him. Zhou Shi knelt on the ground and rested the box. Upon opening it, he found a black-sheathed sword with golden details. Zhou Shi became excited and exclaimed, asking if it was really for him. The boy observed the blade and praised it, saying it was a beautiful sword. Su Ye asked, stammering, if he really liked it. The boy smiled enthusiastically and answered yes, but soon a sad expression replaced his joy, and he put the sword back in the box, saying he couldn't accept it. Su Ye became nervous, apprehensive, and started to speak. "Don't say no. It's just a sword. Nobody won't blame us. It's just a little something from me to you." His voice was hesitant and anxious, afraid of rejection. Zhou Shi replied that he understood and with a slight smile said he would then accept it. The boy asked why Mr. Su would give him a sword, and the man stroked his hair, smiling, saying, "But because a kind boy like you needs a sharp blade to protect himself. Sorry, I can't speak fluently." Zhou Shi answered, "No, you should talk more. I love your voice." He then hugged the sword with a gentle and loving smile and looked at Su Ye, saying, "Mr. Su, I will protect this gift with my life." Su Ye said it wasn't necessary, but in his mind assured, "I can forge many more for you." Zhou Shi declared, "I promise I will become a man worthy of this sword." At the entrance of the hall, a poster with a painting of a blonde boy welcomed everyone with the words, "Forget powers, feel the thrill of physical skills." Two guards standing at the reception talked. "Is there still someone who hasn't entered? The competition is about to start." Inside the hall, several guardians sat while a blonde boy with a golden ring, the same as in the painting at the entrance, announced excitedly, testing, microphone check, 121, welcome to the youth competition at Frostfist Hall. I'm Shu. For the past 3 years, I've come with a bunch of rules every time, so now you're probably thinking, no, not again. Sorry, but yes, it's again." Young Leo looked bored, rolling his eyes, thinking, how dramatic. His attention turned to someone, and he spotted Zhou Shi entering, carrying something in his hands while the guard pointed him to an empty seat. He watched him, noticing he was taller than the last time he saw him, and wondered how many centimeters he had grown. Han Shu then spoke again. "As always, we invited competitors from 16 families. They will face off in one-on-one duels, drawn by lot until someone wins. But please remember, skills are banned in the competition. What we're doing here is all about pure physical skills. Okay, now here are the rules. Knock your opponent down or push them out of the ring before time runs out to win." While he spoke, Mr. Su walked through the corridors, turning one corner after another, knowing he was being followed by someone, until he disappeared and the man lost sight of him. Inside the hall, Han Shu continued, "Using skills will lead to immediate disqualification, so please don't try to break the rules." Leo and Zhou Shi exchanged glances, and Han Shu declared seriously, "Attention, please don't look to the sides. The two froze, scared, and quickly turned their gaze forward again, while Hanshu kept speaking. This year, to make the competition more exciting, we have a small gift for the winner of each battle, the Frostfist Hall winner's badge. He then showed a small golden medallion with the word winner written on it. Leo looked disgusted, wondering who would want that, and Hanshu announced that the draw would begin. Leo was first. Hanshu was closing his red protective gloves, whispering, "After the fourth round competitors go on stage, find a chance to leave discreetly and wait for us at the secret base." Leo asked, "Did you rig the draw? How did I end up paired with Joshi of all people?" And Hanshu replied, "The game will be more fun that way. You don't understand the audience at all." Hanshu went to adjust Joshi and told him the same. Joshi asked if his parents were there, and the boy answered, "Come on, if all our parents showed up, it would be too obvious." Joshi agreed with him, saying he was right, and Hanshu asked what was in the box he had brought. Joshi replied it was a gift from Mr. Su, and Hanshu was shocked, asking what it was. Joshi noted that he wasn't present in the room and said he would show him later. The man pursuing Su Ye wandered through the corridors, lost, wondering where he could have gone, while Su Ye went downstairs toward the underground. The youth competition organized by Frostfist Hall was just a well-planned facade. The real main event today was the secret meeting of that generation's guardians. Su Ye arrived at the place and opened the door, seeing 3 people sitting on a sofa in a circle with dim lighting. Soon he noticed the disapproving looks they exchanged, irritated expressions with faces turned away, and wondered what that atmosphere was about. Zania's father, Pei Peiran, said, "Yi is here! Go ask him what he thinks! I don't think I did anything wrong!" Horatio, Leo's father, asked irritably, "Oh really? Did you forget who made Wu Ye suffer? Among all the children in the world, why did you have to adopt the one abandoned by our enemy?" Peiran replied, "Hey, don't put it that way. It's not the child's fault, right? She didn't do anything wrong. Besides, I spent a year with her. I know she's not like her father." Han Simone, mother of Han Shu and Yu Li, spoke with a sad expression, hugging herself, saying, "Do you really think that, Peiran? If she hadn't failed the skills test, her father would have used her against our children a long time ago. But you really hid such a ticking time bomb without telling us. How could you put all our lives at risk?" She raised her eyes with an accusing and disappointed look and said, "Is it good to play the hero? Then why have we been walking on eggshells for 4 years? Are we just a joke to you?" There was no response. The ticking of the clock was the only sound filling the room. Su Ye knew he needed to say something, anything, but he didn't know what or how to say it. Simone gently touched her slightly swollen belly from pregnancy, saying, "1 year? You started loving her after only 1 year together. And what about us? Do you know how many years we've spent with our own children and how scared we are of losing them? Have you ever cared about our feelings, even for a second?" Felix listened to everything through an audio call. Peiran remained silent, head down, listening to everything until he responded, "I admit I was wrong with you all, but I believe I did the right thing for that child. She's not even 10 years old and couldn't choose the family she was born into. Shouldn't we save the world? And she is part of this world. Should we really let her die? If Wu Ye were here, she would definitely agree with me." Those words made Horatio slam the table in anger. Su Ye knew he couldn't stay silent any longer and stepped forward, speaking with stammering while everyone averted their gaze. No, don't fight! I can build machines to protect the children of everyone. I know we're all trying to keep this prom promise in our own way. No one is trying to run away, so don't fight. We're not friends." After the 4th round, the winner's medallion shone, pinned to Joshi's chest, who chuckled softly while Leo stared angrily at the badge. He asked if the boy wanted it. He would give it to him, but Leo turned his face away irritated and replied, "No, I don't want it. It's crap." Han Shu appeared, opening the door and saying, "Phew, I have no idea who the Molina family sent to watch us this time. Seems like everyone passing here is suspicious." Joshi asked if he had simply left the competition unattended, and he replied that he had found someone to replace him. Joshi asked what excuse he gave, and he answered, "I have diarrhea, okay? Just stop pressuring me." He tossed a winner's medallion to Leo and went straight to Joshi, asking him to show the gift from Mr. Su. Leo was surprised, questioning, "Gift? Mr. Su gave you a gift?" Joshi took the sword out of the box and showed it sheathed. Han Shu looked impressed and exclaimed, "Wow, you got such a cool gift, let me try it." Joshi replied, "No way. Mr. Su said it's only for me, you can only touch it." And the boy complained, saying he was stingy. Hanshu and Leo kept saying how cool the gift was, and Joshi watched them with some sadness, wondering, should I tell them this is my last time here? Maybe I should save it for when I'm leaving. Hanshu took the sword and examined its blade, saying, "I want a gift too. I'll definitely ask Mr. Su for one later." Joshi then said time was up, and told him to put the sword away before he broke it. Hanshu complained, and Leo just remained silent, hesitating, with a sad expression. Now a brief curiosity about the Evil Ring universe. The Insight Temple, to which Joshi belongs, was established 2 centuries ago at the junction of Celestial City and the Governed Area. Initially, it served as the only training place accessible to all practitioners, regardless of their skill levels. However, since Celestial City implemented the level restriction policy, only 2 practitioners with bronze rings remain in the temple. Frost Fist Hall was founded by Simone, mother of Han Shu and Yu Li, as a martial arts institution that welcomes all residents of Celestial City. Its core philosophy encourages people to go beyond relying on their skills and rediscover their authentic selves. Take this moment to like and share the video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. It really helps us keep bringing works to you. Other than that, let's return to that day 14 years ago. In the hall, Han Shu's attendant waited restlessly, sitting and thinking, why hasn't the young master returned yet? The 11th round is almost over. People are definitely starting to get suspicious. Meanwhile, in their secret base, the boys were playing a board game. Han Shu complained about Zhou Shi's victory and threw the board into the air, questioning how he could be so lucky. Leo listened silently, thinking that luck was a kind of strength too. Finally, a voice echoed through the place from the hall saying, "That's it for the 11th round. Please take a short break. The 12th round will begin in 5 minutes." Han Shu moved one of the pieces, saying he should go back, then stood up, saying he would go first and asked the two not to leave together. Leo and Zhou Shi agreed, and the blonde boy walked toward the door. He turned around, saw the two standing nearby, and said goodbye. "So I guess I'll see you next year?" Together, the two replied, "See you next year." The door closed behind Han Shu, and an awkward silence settled between the two who remained. They stayed completely quiet, looking at each other and then away for a few moments, until Leo broke the ice, saying, "How much have you grown?" Zhou Shi was intrigued by the question, but replied he hadn't measured. They then commented on how quiet the place was without Shu. After a few more moments, Leo nervously fiddled with the winner's medallion. He called his friend's name, who immediately answered and said this was his last time there. Zhou Shi replied the same, and Leo immediately complained angrily, asking why he hadn't said so before. Zhou Shi became agitated and said he was afraid of Han Shu's reaction. He might cause a scandal. Leo admitted he was afraid too, and the two burst out laughing. Soon, Leo signaled Zhou Shi to be quiet, and the boy covered his mouth. Then he admitted in a whisper, "I wonder when we'll meet again." Leo replied, "Cheer up. Han Shu wouldn't care about these rules. I'm sure he'll find a way to come see us secretly. It might be some trouble, though." Zhou Shi agreed, saying that was true, then leaned on his sword box, telling Leo not to slack off in training. Leo pouted and replied, "You only beat me once in physical skills. Don't get cocky." Zhou Shi stayed silent but thought to himself that actually it had been 3 times. Leo asked if he had a phone, and Zhou Shi shook his head no. Leo insisted that he should get one. After all, by now, even babies had phones. The attendant's voice echoed again through the hall, saying, "Okay, 5 minutes have passed. Is anyone still outside? The 12th round is about to start." The two looked at each other silently, and Zhou Shi asked if he wanted to play again. Leo just answered yes, and the two went on for one last match. Back in the underground meeting room, Su Ye continued speaking with hope in his face and voice. "The D design this time is totally different. I plan to extract energy cores from P people. If a smart mom machine can support 5 to 6 energy cores, it will be a big breakthrough." The three remained silent, heads down, avoiding eye contact. Horatio suddenly stood up without saying a word and walked toward the door. Su Ye called his name and he stopped beside him, saying, "If algorithms and code could really change everything, how did we end up in this dark basement? Stop wasting your time, yeah?" Su Ye was shocked and mentally reaffirmed that no, this was really different. The others stood up and headed for the exit, leaving him behind. Su Ye tried to say something, but it was useless. His voice didn't keep up with his mind, which repeated, "Don't go. Please stay and listen to me. Don't give up." The room was empty in front of him. He turned around expecting someone to have heard his thoughts, but all he found was an empty hall, showing no one was left to listen, only him in that room. Su Ye went upstairs and walked down the corridors with his head down. Children ran around him excitedly, commenting on the matches, but it was all background noise to him, until a voice stood out, catching his attention, saying, "Why was Zhou Shi the only one to get a gift?" He stopped and turned, seeing Han Shu standing behind him, pointing to his own face with a comical expression and saying, "I want one too." He stopped walking and noticed the boy marching beside him to get his attention. He then patted his head, and the boy was surprised, complaining that doing that would make him shorter, and asked if he was okay. Su Ye answered yes and said he also had a gift. Han Shu cheered and turned to the side, waving his arms teasingly, saying, "Did you hear that?" Su Ye turned to see who he was talking to, and saw Leo, looking at him seriously and saying, "Shu has one now too. What about mine?" Su Ye was confused and looked around, saying, "You two can't be seen together." Leo kept walking forward, saying, "But you look so sad. Don't be like that." Su Ye stopped and watched them walk away, waving and saying, "Adults have to act strong in front of children. You don't need to give me a gift. I lack nothing. Bye." Han Shu, meanwhile, smiled, saying, "Just ignore him. I want your gift," and kept walking. Su Ye silently thanked the two for that moment of joy and continued on his way. After walking through some corridors, he reached Peiran, who was sitting on a bench, and greeted him, saying, "I checked. There's no one from the Molina family spying around. Let's take a walk. It's been a while since we did this together." The two then walked together through the garden where leaves covered the ground. Suye said, "So, the thing you asked me to do was for your daughter." Peiran asked if he blamed him, and Suye replied that it was useless. Peiran thanked him, and Suye said, "They are just very upset. They'll be fine the next time we meet." Peiran gave a slight smile and answered, "Yes, I know. Fighting and making up, that's how we've gotten along all these years." He then stopped walking and turned to Suye, saying, "In the past, I simply didn't understand why they always had so many worries. But now, as a father, I think I finally understand. The happiness and safety of children is probably what parents value most." The two looked at each other silently, smiling with the rustling leaves around them, until Peiran turned, looking at the top of one of the trees and said, "Honestly, I don't blame them for not understanding me. Everyone is already tired. Horatio is caught between 7 families. With the Molina family always watching him, he has to live behind a mask. Simone is doing her best to keep both Hanshu and her unborn child safe. And Felix, he even left Joshi alone in the temple to keep that promise. It must be very hard for both of them. And Blair he. Everyone keeps this promise in their own way, living with fear and worry. But after all this, only 4 years have passed. In the end, 18 years is still a long time." He then put his hands to his mouth and shouted loudly, "Too long!" Suye in turn commented, "Wu Ye's child is almost 4 years old. How time flies. In the blink of an eye, only 14 years remain." Peiran was surprised by his reaction and saw him smile full of hope. He was silent for a few moments, and then raised his gaze, saying, "I really envy you for having no worries. Yeah, look at that ginkgo leaf holding onto the trunk. You are exactly like it, holding onto the protector's promise, striving not to be taken away. Just let things take their course. Who can say for sure they can keep a belief for 18 whole years without wavering?" Suye watched the leaf clinging to the branch, the last one left, and stood there while Peiran left him thinking about those words. Back at the Su family mansion, a robotic voice greeted him cheerfully. "Dad, you're back." A little robot approached, carrying the box containing the sword he had gifted to Joshi earlier, and said, "Master Insight asked someone to bring a present. Do you want to open it now, Dad? But this box looks just like the one you took with you this morning." Suye shook his head sadly and walked through the rooms of his house. He went down the stairs, passing through underground corridors until he reached a locked door, with a certainty in his mind. Even if only one ginkgo leaf remained, it was okay. He could do this alone. Then he opened the door, looked out one last time, and closed it firmly behind him, locking himself in the secret room. The first winter after that meeting arrived. At the Han family home, little Shu was unpacking baby clothes, saying, "One pink, one blue, one purple, one yellow, another yellow, one red." His mother, sitting nearby, said, "Babies grow fast. They don't need so many clothes." And he, excited about the arrival of his little sister, replied, "But she can wear one in the morning and change to another in the afternoon. Different clothes every day. She's going to be super cute." At a Leo family event, Horace was holding his son's hand while a voice announced over the microphone, "Let's welcome Mr. Horace Leo, president of the Willow Group, and his son." At the Insight Temple, the master asked Zhou Shi what the cat that was constantly meowing was saying. Zhou Shi, crouched next to the cat, replied that the cat thought the food this time wasn't very good, and the master apologized. At the Pei family home, Peiran was slumped, drinking over the table, while his assistant said, "Don't be grumpy all the time. Children are sensitive. She will notice." At the Su family home, Ye was still locked in his laboratory, studying his creation. The second spring arrived. Yu Li had been born and was happily playing with her brother's cheeks while he slept, snoring, still holding her baby bottle. At the Leo family, Horace had paperwork on the table when he received a call asking if he was busy. He answered Felix that it was the usual and that he could talk. On the other side, Felix said, "It feels like an eternity since we had a drink together. How about going out for a drink soon, you and Peiran?" Horace replied hesitantly that maybe it wouldn't be possible. He had been very busy lately. At the Insight Temple, Zhou Shi was climbing a long staircase that led from the base to the mountaintop, carrying buckets of water on his back while wearing weights on his feet. Peiran continued Zinnia's training, who complained about the accidents. And at the Su home, Ye was still locked in his lab, with papers of different projects and information scattered on the floor and a design board in front of him. The second summer came, and Han Shu went to his mother, irritated, asking, "Was the youth competition canceled? Why?" His mother lowered her gaze and replied that it was no longer necessary. The boy asked, "What does that mean? Does Mr. Zhou agree and Mr. Leo?" Simone replied, asking, "Do you think this is a decision I can make alone?" Han Shu pressed his lips and then shouted, "You adults are so strange. It's like expressing how you really feel will kill you." He turned to leave the room but stopped near the wall and declared, "No wonder the people who were watching us left. We don't even deserve the attention of our enemy." He left sulking, shoulders slumped, while his mother remained silent, watching him. At the Leo family mansion, Leo Chuan was curled up on a luxurious sofa, leaning against the wall with a sad expression. At the Insight Temple, the master accompanied Joshi, who meditated sitting under a waterfall, while the master said, "Joshi, remember, all your hard work will be worth it." The boy answered, "Yes, master," and returned to concentrating beneath the waterfall. At the Pei family, a puppy chased a butterfly in the garden, while Peiran ate watermelon next to Zania, saying, "Zania, Jaman and I are going to the mall tomorrow. Do you need me to get something for you?" Zania took a bite of her watermelon and replied, "I'm going too." Peiran turned confused, but then the girl laughed and said, "Lift your chin off the floor, I was just kidding. I want to spend all my time training." At the Su family, the robot pushed Suye's lab table while he stood in front of a platform saying, Let's start." The robot looked at him with two wide-open little eyes and asked, "All right, Dad, but whose ability are you planning to extract for the energy core experiment, Dad?" With loose hair and a tired expression, Suye replied, "From, myself." The second autumn arrived. Simone walked through her house illuminated by the little light coming through the window. She walked to the door, accompanied by loneliness, and slowly closed it, trying to take one last look inside. A photo of Lady Wu Ye with all her friends, which was soon swallowed by darkness as Simone slammed the door shut, locking it. The seasons passed, one after the other. Piece by piece, component by component, receivers, joints, connectors, Sujan took shape and became complete. The fourth autumn arrived, and Suye was standing in front of his creation, saying, "Almost there," wearing a hood and pants. His robot now looked at him with two small eyes, as if worried and sad. Suye went to take a bath, showered, and stood in front of the sink with his thin and weak body. He cut his hair, strand by strand, fell into the sink, and he dressed again. He climbed the mountain of the Insight Temple, carrying the box with the sword he had given as a gift to Joshi, and went to meet the boy's master. Sitting face to face, the master said, "Mr. Su, I returned this to you 4 years ago. Why did you bring it back here?" Suye insisted, "Please just take it back. My days are counted. I just want all my things to have a place to go." The master was taken by surprise by the statement. Snow fell, accumulating on the ground outside. The sun rose and set again. Suye was no longer in front of the master, who now watched the box with the sword before him, thinking, selfless compassion, love beyond life and death. Joshi passed through the room and saw the gift box. He quickly recognized it and ran out upon realizing Suye might be nearby. Upon seeing him, he called out to Mr. Su, who quickly stopped and turned toward him. Joshi had grown and approached him wearing his traditional robe. Suye worried about exposing the boy and tried to take off his own scarf, saying, "You should wear more clothes." The boy replied that it was fine. He was used to it. But Suye wrapped the scarf around his neck while other disciples trained with swords and said, "Oh, our Joshi is much taller than me now. After all, it's been 4 years since we last saw each other." Joshi noticed the change in Suye and commented, "Mr. Su, you look thinner than ever." Suye replied, I guess I couldn't hide it from you, even with all these layers." Joshi touched the scarf wrapped around his neck and said, "How is everyone? It's been years since I last saw Mrs. Han, Mr. Leo, and Mr. Pei. You still meet often, right?" He looked uncertainly at Suye, who hesitated to answer but soon commented, You already know of everything through the birds, don't you?" Joshi lowered his gaze sadly, and a training stick flew towards Suye while someone shouted, "Watch out!" Joshi made a move and quickly deflected the stick with his power, saying, "Be more careful." They replied, "Yes, sorry." Joshi turned to the man in front of him and asked if he was okay. Suye confirmed and then spoke with a slight smile. "Joshi, trust me, it won't be long until we can reunite like we used to. We, the elders, won't disappoint you guys." Joshi was surprised by the statement and then replied, "Of course, Mr. Su," as the snow fell, marking their last meeting. At the Han family, the boy Han Shu was wide-eyed. There was a brand new, shiny luxury car in front of him, a gift for him. He looked amazed and began running around the car, looking and saying, "Is this for me? Really? Is this a dream?" Suye smiled and replied that he had promised him, referring to the promise made 4 years earlier. Han Shu threw himself into his arms, giving a tight hug and saying, "You're the best, Mr. Su. I'm the happiest boy in the world now." Suye smiled and patted his back, saying, You like it that much?" Han Shu kept hugging him with a smile on his face, saying, "What really matters isn't the car." "Oh, not that the car isn't important." He then stepped back with an even brighter smile and held Suye by the shoulders, saying, "Ah, right, Mr. Su, you haven't met my sister yet. I'll bring her here. Wait for me." He ran inside the house, and Suye silently watched him walk away next to the car. Han Shu returned carrying Yu Li in his arms while telling her, "Call him Mr. Su, okay?" The little girl repeated, Mr., and he finished, "Su." However, when he got outside, he was confused. There was no one there. Suye had already left. If you enjoyed today's recap and want more manhwa content, subscribe to the channel. We're starting this journey now, and I hope that together we can strengthen this new community. So go ahead and like the video, comment for future parts, and share it with your friends. Thank you so much for joining us, and until next time.